It was just past midnight when I found myself waiting at the downtown bus terminal, the kind of place that looks safe enough in daylight but becomes strangely oppressive when the city sleeps. I just finished a late shift at the diner on the far side of town and, like always, relied on public transport to get me home to the outskirts of the city. The terminal was mostly empty except for a couple of night shift workers slouched in chairs, half asleep, and a man sitting on the far bench, staring at the floor like he was trying to disappear into it. I'd seen him before on this route, or at least someone who looked like him, but I didn't think much of it. People had their routines. The bus pulled up with the faint hiss of hydraulics, the headlights slicing through the darkness. I climbed on, and as usual, the driver barely acknowledged anyone beyond a nod. I dropped a couple of crumpled bills into the fare box and moved toward the back, preferring to sit where I could watch everyone who got on and off. There was something about being able to see the whole bus that made me feel a little safer. It started off like any other night. The streetlights flickered over the passing buildings, the hum of the engine mixing with the occasional groan of the brakes. The other passengers were quiet. One woman with a heavy coat was staring at her phone, earbuds in, probably oblivious to the world. A young guy with a baseball cap was leaning against the window, eyes half closed, and the man from the terminal got on, taking a seat across from me. He didn't look up, just sat with his hands clasped over a worn backpack. I didn't pay much attention to him. Most nights, I barely noticed anyone, but there was something about the way he moved that was off, like he wasn't entirely part of the world I was in. The ride started normally, the bus stopping at its usual points. I was nodding along to the music in my earbuds when I realized the man across from me was staring at me. Not the casual glance people give when they're bored or trying to be polite. He was staring, unblinking. My stomach sank a little. I tried to look away, focusing on the window and the blur of streetlights outside, but I felt his gaze like a physical weight. I glanced back, and his eyes were locked onto mine, calm, almost serene, but with an intensity that made me shiver. I ignored it, telling myself it was nothing. Maybe he just recognized me from somewhere, or maybe I was overthinking it after a long night at work. But then he leaned forward slightly, enough that it caught my attention, and muttered something I couldn't make out. I shrugged it off, thinking he might have been talking to himself. The bus moved on, but I felt the weight of his presence more than ever. Every time I looked around, he was staring at me. At one of the later stops, a few more people got on. The bus was starting to fill, the small hum of conversation and shuffling feet breaking the oppressive silence that had settled in. The man didn't move. He didn't shift, didn't acknowledge anyone boarding. It was like he existed in a pocket of stillness that the rest of the bus couldn't touch. I tried to distract myself. I pulled out my phone, scrolling through messages, checking the time. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the reflection of the window behind me, I could see him moving, very subtly, inching closer to me without ever leaving his seat across the aisle. I froze, pretending to be absorbed in my phone. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was my imagination. But then he was right there, leaning across the aisle, his face almost perfectly level with mine, whispering again. I caught a single word. Soon. That was it. Just that word. And then he slid back into his seat like nothing had happened. I didn't know whether to scream or just get off the bus at the next stop and run. The next stop was still miles away. I gripped my backpack tight, knuckles white, heart hammering in my chest. The bus continued, each streetlight flashing across his face in a way that made him look different. The calmness was gone. His eyes were too wide now, too sharp, like he wasn't human anymore. My mind raced through the possibilities, mental illness, hallucinations, exhaustion, but none of it made me feel any safer. I decided I had to act. I stood up as if I was going to move forward and maybe signal the driver, though the thought of explaining this was terrifying. As I stepped out of my seat, he suddenly smiled. Not a friendly smile, but a thin, knowing curl of the lips that made my stomach drop. I turned toward the front of the bus, trying to ignore him, and noticed the driver wasn't paying attention at all, just staring ahead like he didn't even see me or the man. My phone was in my hand, trembling, and I debated calling 911, but I didn't want to draw attention. I just wanted to get home. The bus slowed for a stop, and I bolted off like a sprinter. The cold night air hit me, sharp and almost cleansing, but I kept running down the sidewalk, not stopping until I saw a street light that felt familiar. I stopped, chest heaving, trying to convince myself I'd lost him. But when I glanced back, the bus was still there, doors closed, but parked in a way that made it seem like it was waiting for me. The man's face was pressed against the window, staring straight at me. And then, just like that, the bus drove off, headlights disappearing into the distance. My relief was brief. The image of his face burned into my mind. I didn't sleep that night. I kept checking the window, expecting him to be there, even though I knew he wasn't. It was only a week later that I saw a news report about a bus driver who had been found dead on his route late at night in the same terminal where I'd seen the man. Witnesses described a passenger who had been on the bus that night, but when authorities checked the footage, the man never existed. No one knew who the witnesses were talking about, but the driver had a look of terror on his face, the same as I had felt when I'd seen him. After that, I avoided public transportation as much as I could. I took ride shares, even expensive ones, because I couldn't bear the thought of being alone on a bus at night again. But months later, it happened again, this time on a different route. I was sitting on a late-night train, nearly empty, and I felt it, the same weight of eyes on me. I turned, and there he was. Same calm expression, same whisper, soon. I bolted off the train at the next station and ran straight home, locking every door. For weeks, I barely left my apartment at night, the sound of distant engines and passing buses making my heart skip. Eventually, I started noticing patterns. The man appeared on routes I regularly used, almost like he knew my schedule. And every time I saw him, it was the same. Calm demeanor, unblinking stare, whispering that single horrifying word. Soon. I tried to tell people, but nobody believed me. Friends laughed it off, coworkers rolled their eyes, and even the police shrugged when I mentioned the bus driver incident. They chalked it up to stress, long hours, exhaustion, but I knew what I had seen. I felt it. I felt it. And over time, I realized the pattern wasn't random. It was following me, learning me, tracking me. I began to change my habits. Different routes, earlier buses, later buses, but it didn't matter. Every few weeks, I would see him again. Always the same calm, unreadable expression, always whispering that single ominous word. One night, I decided to confront it. I took the bus route I knew he would be on, armed with a flashlight and my phone recording everything. I sat near the back, waiting, heart hammering with a mix of fear and determination. The bus arrived empty except for me. I watched as he appeared at the terminal, stepping on the bus like he had every other time. The air felt heavy as he moved toward me, deliberate and slow. I pointed the flashlight at him, and for a moment I saw his features clearly. Pale, hollow cheeks, eyes too black to be human. And then he was gone. No footsteps, no rustle, nothing. Just empty aisle, silent bus. I checked the recording later. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. After that, I started keeping a journal of every encounter, writing down the times, the routes, the whispers, and the way he moved. I noticed that he never hurt anyone else. He only ever targeted me. The fear became almost ritualistic. I started to understand that it wasn't about the bus or the city or even random chance. It was about me, and no amount of avoidance could change that. The whispers weren't threats. They were promises. Something was coming, something I couldn't see, something that existed just out of reach. And no matter how many buses I skipped, how many ride shares I took, how many routes I changed, it would find me again. I started seeing him even when I wasn't on public transportation, on the streets at night, across parking lots, just watching, always whispering, always calm, always soon. The city felt smaller, oppressive, like it had become a labyrinth designed to trap me in his gaze. Friends noticed my paranoia, but they didn't understand. No one could understand. And I stopped trying to explain because I had realized the truth. I wasn't just afraid of him. I was waiting for whatever he had promised, whatever soon meant. And I had no idea if it would ever arrive. The final time I saw him, it was at the bus terminal again, months later. I had hoped I had avoided him long enough, convinced myself he was a figment, that exhaustion and stress had warped my perception. But there he was, standing at the entrance, perfectly still, watching the empty terminal. I felt my chest tighten and the world narrowed down to the space between us. He whispered, soon. And in that instant, everything went cold, and the terminal lights flickered out. I was alone, completely, utterly alone. And then the sound of the bus, my bus, arriving, doors opening, but no driver. Just empty seats and that unshakable waiting presence. I never rode public transportation at night again. I never took the bus anywhere after midnight. But sometimes when I'm walking home late or hear the distant hum of an engine, I feel it, the presence, the whisper, the inevitability of it. I don't know what it wants or when it will come for me, but I know this, it isn't done, and someday, soon, will arrive. Story, the end. It started on a Thursday night, one of those cold, early winter evenings in New York City when the air feels heavier than usual, like it's trying to push its way into your lungs. I was finishing a late shift at a diner in Queens, the last of the regulars gone, the kitchen cleaned, and the neon sign outside buzzing faintly in the cold. I had no car, as usual, so I relied on public transportation, mostly buses and subways. Normally, I didn't mind. I had my routine, my headphones, my music, my little bubble that kept me insulated. But that night, the routine shattered. I left the diner around 11:50 p.m., my coat zipped up to my chin, headphones blasting a playlist of soft indie tracks that usually help me zone out. The streets were almost empty, a few stragglers hurrying home or standing under bus shelters. The bus stop closest to me was only a block away. I hustled there, pulling the straps of my bag tighter over my shoulder, feeling a slight unease I chalked up to exhaustion. When I got to the stop, the usual harsh fluorescent light illuminated the metal bench and the schedule posted above it. I was the only one there. Minutes passed, and I noticed a man approaching from the other side of the street. He was tall, slightly hunched, wearing a heavy coat and a beanie that pulled low over his face. His gait was odd, almost jerky, and he walked as if he were moving underwater. When he stopped at the edge of the curb near me, I realized he was staring. Not in a casual way, but like he was trying to study me, figure me out. I looked down at my phone and tried to ignore him. The bus finally arrived, and I stepped on, swiping my Metro card automatically. As I moved toward the back, I realized he had followed me. He didn't board, just lingered at the doors, peering in with the same unnerving stare. I sank into a seat near the middle, trying to convince myself it was nothing, that maybe he was waiting for a friend or had lost his way. The bus started moving, the rumble under my feet soothing in its familiarity, but my stomach remained tense. The usual stops came and went, most passengers too tired or absorbed in their own worlds to notice me. But occasionally I caught glimpses of him in the rearview mirror of the driver's window, standing on the curb, watching. And then something strange happened. The bus went past my usual stop. I checked the route on my phone. Yes, this was still the right bus, but the streets outside were unfamiliar, darker, narrower. The city lights were sparse, and the familiar yellow cabs and neon signs were replaced by empty storefronts and cracked sidewalks. I swallowed hard, feeling a knot tighten in my chest. I got up to ask the driver, but when I approached the front, the driver didn't look at me. In fact, the driver didn't seem human. His eyes were dull, almost gray, and he didn't respond when I asked where we were. I backed away slowly. The other passengers hadn't noticed anything. They were sitting rigidly, staring straight ahead. Some had eyes too wide, faces too still. My chest tightened further. The bus stopped suddenly in the middle of an intersection. The lights flickered, then went out completely. Total darkness, the kind of darkness that feels heavy and wet. I could hear muffled breathing around me, low and uneven, though none of the passengers had moved. I fumbled for my phone to turn on the flashlight, but found that my hands were trembling so badly I couldn't hold it steady. A whisper passed through the bus, a word I couldn't understand, a hiss that seemed to come from all directions at once. And then I saw him. The man from the bus stop was inside the bus, standing near the back. No one else reacted. He didn't walk, didn't shuffle. He simply appeared there, his head tilted slightly, studying me. The angle of his neck was unnatural. The way he held his posture seemed almost inhuman. A cold dread gripped me. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I tried to look out the windows, hoping that the familiar cityscape would reassure me, but instead I saw nothing but blackness, broken occasionally by the occasional flash of streetlights that revealed an empty, impossible street outside. There was no traffic, no signs of life. Only him. Always him. And then the whispering intensified. It was low, guttural, overlapping, impossible to decipher. I realized I wasn't hearing just him, but multiple voices, all around me, echoing from the walls of the bus itself. I stumbled toward the back, trying to get away, and the man followed, gliding rather than walking, his coat brushing the floor, silent. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but the bus seemed to stretch, to elongate unnaturally, like the walls themselves were moving, keeping me trapped. My breath came in short gasps, and panic began to rise like bile in my throat. The lights flickered back on, briefly revealing the other passengers. But they were different now. Their faces were pale, unnerving, and their eyes had that same lifeless, hollow look. One of them lifted a hand, pointing directly at me. My heart jumped, and I screamed, but the sound was muffled, like it didn't belong to me. The bus jolted violently, and I fell to the floor. The man was suddenly in front of me, impossibly close, tilting his head in that same unnerving way. He didn't speak, but the weight of his presence pressed against me as if the air around him had become solid. My limbs went numb, my vision blurred, and I felt a pull, a force drawing me toward him. Then everything shifted. The bus lights flickered and died again, and when they came back on, I was outside. The bus was gone, replaced by an empty street. The air was cold, biting, and I realized I was standing alone, a block away from my apartment. My bag was slung across my shoulder, my phone still in my hand, but the world around me felt off, distorted in ways I couldn't explain. The next morning, I read the news. A bus had crashed in Queens late Thursday night, passengers killed. The street where the crash happened had been closed for construction. The city had no explanation for how the bus ended up there. My stomach turned. I had taken that bus. I had seen that man. I tried to go back to my normal life, but everything changed. Every time I walk near a bus stop, I feel his eyes on me. Every subway ride after midnight, I imagine him standing at the end of the platform, tilting his head, watching. I avoid public transportation whenever I can, but it isn't always possible. Months later, after my car broke down, I had no choice but to take a late-night bus again. I planned everything carefully. A route with well-lit streets, minimal transfers. When I boarded, everything seemed normal. Other passengers were quiet, heads down, absorbed in their phones. Relief washed over me. Maybe it had been a hallucination. Maybe the night had played tricks on me. But then I saw him. At the far end of the platform, standing perfectly still, the black coat, the beanie low over his face. I froze. He didn't move, didn't step forward, just observed. My stomach dropped. I kept my head down, walked quickly toward the bus, and took a seat in the middle. The bus started moving, and I tried to focus on the music in my headphones, but the feeling of being watched never left. Every stop, I glanced out the window, and sometimes I thought I saw him on the curb, tilting his head in that same impossible way. My pulse quickened. I kept telling myself it was paranoia, exhaustion, a trick of the mind. But deep down, I knew better. Halfway through the ride, the lights inside the bus flickered, then went out completely. Darkness swallowed the interior, thick and suffocating. The whispers returned, faint at first, then growing louder, layered voices overlapping in a low, guttural chant. My hands gripped the seat in front of me as panic overtook me. The other passengers were silent, unmoving, their eyes fixed straight ahead, or maybe on me. I felt a presence behind me, cold, heavy, almost liquid, pressing against my shoulders. I dared not turn, my mind screaming at me not to. Then I felt a hand on my arm, gloved, icy, unyielding. I tried to scream, to pull away, but it was like my body had turned to stone. The bus seemed to stretch, the walls moving to trap me, and the weight of the presence behind me grew unbearable. And then the lights flickered back on, briefly showing the empty bus. I was alone. The street outside was deserted. No passengers, no driver, no bus. I ran, my legs carrying me faster than I thought possible, until I reached my apartment building. The door shut behind me, and I leaned against it, trembling, trying to catch my breath. Since then, I avoid late-night buses and subways. I plan routes during daylight whenever I can. I take taxis when necessary, though I know nothing is guaranteed. Sometimes, when I'm walking near a station, I see him in the shadows, at a distance, tilting his head as if to remind me that he is still there, still waiting. I've told friends, but they laugh it off. Stress, they say. You were tired. But I know what I saw. I know the feeling of being hunted, the unnatural weight of his presence, the impossibility of the streets that the bus had taken. I know the whispers, the lifeless eyes, the cold hand on my shoulder. Every late-night bus ride, every empty platform, every flickering light makes me think of him. And I know that if I ever step onto another bus after midnight, I might not come back. The city has its secrets, and he is one of them. Patient, watching, always waiting. I keep a flashlight in my bag, I keep my phone handy, and I try to avoid the last trains and buses. But I know it isn't enough. He is out there, and one day the timing will be right. One day I might not survive the ride, and the city will claim another lost soul. Story the end. The first time it happened, I didn't even realize it was real. I was a student at a Midwestern university, riding the late-night city bus home from a friend's apartment. It was the middle of October, the streets slick with rain, and the bus stop smelled faintly of wet leaves and gasoline. The bus itself was nearly empty. Just a handful of people scattered across the seats, some nodding off, some staring at their phones, the occasional stranger glancing up through the foggy windows. I climbed aboard, swiping my transit card, and found a seat near the middle of the bus. The driver nodded at me without speaking. I settled in, leaning against the window, letting the vibrations of the bus and the quiet hum of the engine lull me into a kind of half-sleep. There was a man sitting across from me, mid-30s maybe, wearing a dark jacket and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He wasn't reading, wasn't on his phone. He just sat there, staring straight ahead, motionless, like a sculpture. We stopped at several lights and intersections. People got on, people got off. A woman with a stroller squeezed past me and sat toward the back. I noticed the man across from me had shifted slightly, just enough to watch her. It wasn't creepy at first. I mean, people glance at each other all the time. But there was a kind of intensity to his gaze that made my skin crawl. I turned my head toward the window, pretending to look outside, but I could feel it, his eyes almost following me. At the next stop, a young woman in a hoodie got on. She looked tired, like she had been working a late shift or studying all night. She sat a few rows in front of me, and that's when I noticed something. He shifted again, just not in a casual way, in a way that made my stomach knot. My mind tried to rationalize it. Maybe he had bad eyesight, maybe he was spacing out, maybe he was nervous. But the more I watched, the more it became clear. He was following her. I debated what to do. Should I say something? Should I alert the bus driver? I had no idea what to say. And in that moment, I realized something else. Every time someone got on or off the bus, his focus shifted immediately to the next person, but always with the same intensity. I could see the pattern forming. He wasn't just sitting there, he was hunting, methodically, patiently. The bus slowed to a stop near a dimly lit corner of the city, an area known for its cheap motels and convenience stores that never seemed to close. The woman in the hoodie shifted uncomfortably, clutching her backpack closer. I could see the tension in her shoulders. That's when I made my move. I stood up and walked toward her, smiling nervously, trying to appear casual. "Hey," I said softly, "this is a late stop, right? Do you want me to wait with you until your ride comes?" She glanced back at me, startled, eyes wide. I could see the relief wash over her face, subtle but unmistakable. Yeah, thanks," she whispered. I positioned myself so the man across from us had to pass me if he wanted to get close. And he did. When the bus finally stopped and the doors opened, he got up too. But instead of moving toward the woman, he stepped back, just far enough that I could see him calculating, deciding something. Then he retreated a few steps, waiting. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. The woman walked quickly out of the bus, my arm brushing lightly against her shoulder in a protective gesture. She didn't look back, and then the bus doors closed, and he was still there, waiting, smiling faintly like he had accomplished something, though I didn't know what. I reported the incident to campus security later, but without a concrete description or license plate, there was nothing they could do. That night haunted me. I couldn't sleep, imagining him following someone else, watching, always patient, always calm. The next week, I decided to take a different bus route, one that ran slightly longer, but through busier streets. It was daytime, so it felt safer. But as I approached the station, I saw him again. Same baseball cap, same dark jacket, same calm expression. My stomach dropped. I ducked behind a kiosk, watching as he walked past, scanning the crowd, then stepping onto a bus that was leaving the station. My hands shook, and I realized he was everywhere. And no matter what I did, he would always be there. Months passed. I stopped taking public transportation at night. I avoided certain bus routes. Friends laughed at my paranoia, but I couldn't shake it. There were articles online, brief mentions in local news about people disappearing near bus stations, last seen boarding buses or walking alone at night. No arrests, no explanations, just reports of missing persons. And I knew deep down that he was the reason. One winter evening, I had to take a train to a part of the city I didn't usually visit. The platform was crowded, the smell of wet coats and cheap perfume thick in the air. I scanned the crowd as I descended the stairs and froze. He was there, across the platform, calm, composed, just watching. I didn't know how he found me, but I knew he had. I boarded the train and took the first empty seat I could find, hoping he wouldn't follow. I glanced back and saw him step onto the train several cars behind, his movements deliberate, slow, patient. Panic rose in my chest, but I forced myself to stay calm. I tried to focus on my phone, pretending to be absorbed in messages I hadn't sent, but I could feel it, his presence, silent, unwavering, always aware of me. As the train moved, I noticed something else. He wasn't just watching me anymore. He was watching everyone. The elderly woman in the corner clutching her purse, the teenager with headphones bobbing his head, the man in a business suit scrolling through his tablet. Each person he observed with the same careful, clinical intensity. I realized then he didn't just follow people randomly. He selected them, assessed them, then followed them when the conditions were right. I got off at my stop, moving quickly through the station, trying to appear casual. But when I emerged onto the street, I froze. He was waiting at the corner, just far enough away that it wasn't obvious, just close enough to be a threat. My heart raced. I crossed the street, weaving through pedestrians, trying to lose him in the crowd, and he did something that made my blood run cold. He didn't follow. He waited. Patient, calculating, knowing I had seen him. The next morning I checked the news. Another person had disappeared, last seen at a downtown bus stop late at night. The description matched the pattern I had seen. Young adult alone, waiting for transportation. No leads, no suspects, nothing. The thought hit me like a punch. He had already moved on, and someone else was gone. Over the next few months, I documented everything. Every bus ride, every train trip, every time I glimpsed him in a crowd. I saw the pattern clearly. He moved silently, deliberately, often waiting for the perfect opportunity when no one else was paying attention. Sometimes he would stand near someone for hours, and then when they got off, he would disappear, leaving them vulnerable. I began carrying pepper spray, recording the streets on my phone, warning strangers when I could, but it never felt like enough. One evening, a friend convinced me to attend a local theater show. I hesitated, but she insisted it was safe. The theater was small, dimly lit, and after the show, I walked with her to the nearest train station. The platform was empty except for a janitor and a few commuters waiting for the late-night train. I thought I was safe, and then I saw him. Across the tracks, leaning against a pole, calm, his gaze locked on me. I froze. My friend asked what was wrong, but I couldn't speak. He smiled faintly, just enough to make my skin crawl. The train arrived, doors sliding open with a hiss. I boarded first, sitting near the middle, hoping he wouldn't follow. But as I looked up, I saw him step onto the train at the far end, walking slowly, deliberately, moving closer with each stop. By the time the train reached the city center, I was trembling, my hands clutching the pole, my eyes scanning the windows, the doors, the shadows. He was there, silent, patient, following the rhythm of the train, waiting for the perfect moment. I got off at my stop and ran, weaving through alleys, across streets, my heart hammering. I didn't look back until I reached my apartment. When I finally did, the streets were empty. But I knew he had been there, watching, waiting, planning. Weeks later, I found reports online of similar incidents in other cities. People disappearing near bus stops, trains, subway platforms, always alone, always late at night. Descriptions matched. A man, mid-30s, calm, patient, unremarkable in appearance, but terrifying in his persistence. No arrests, no evidence, no explanation. Just a pattern. And I realized he didn't confine himself to one city. He moved, silently, deliberately, finding his prey wherever they were, using public transportation as his hunting ground. I stopped taking buses and trains entirely. I drive everywhere now, even though it's exhausting, even though traffic is brutal. I avoid walking at night, avoid quiet streets, avoid public spaces where I could be isolated. But I know it's only a matter of time before I see him again. I know he's still out there, waiting, watching, patient, selecting his next target. Sometimes late at night when I'm driving home, I see a figure on the curb, just standing, calm, observing. My heart races, my hands tighten on the wheel, and I know it's him. He doesn't need to chase. He waits. He is always patient. And public transportation in any city is his hunting ground. I've tried to warn others to share my story, but no one believes me. They laugh, say I'm imagining it, say I'm paranoid, but I know the truth. I have seen it too many times. I have seen the way he selects, the way he follows, the way he disappears. And I know that somewhere right now another person is being watched. Another bus stop is his stage. Another city street is his hunting ground. I will never forget the first night I saw him on that rainy bus in October. I will never forget the young woman, terrified, clutching her backpack, her eyes begging for help that no one could give. I will never forget the way he moved, calm, composed, patient, like he had all the time in the world. And I will never be free from the knowledge that he is out there, always waiting, always watching, and that one day, I, or someone I care about, might be next. Even now, years later, I avoid buses, trains, and subways completely. I check every reflection, every shadow. I watch every passerby, every person who lingers too long on the platform or waits alone in a dimly lit corner. I know he is real, I know he is patient, and I know that public transportation in America will never be truly safe again. Story the end. It started late on a Thursday night. I had just finished my shift at a restaurant in downtown Detroit, the kind of place where the neon lights of nearby bars and shops make the streets feel alive even at midnight. I was exhausted, aching from standing on concrete for 8 hours, and all I wanted was to get home. My apartment was about 20 minutes away by bus, and I usually avoided it at night. But it was either that or spending another hour walking through poorly lit streets. The bus stop was only a block from the restaurant. When I got there, it was empty, except for one man leaning against a lamppost, hands in his pockets, hood pulled low over his face. He looked tired, but something about the way he stood made me uneasy. The bus arrived a few minutes later, its lights cutting through the mist that had started to settle over the streets. I swiped my card, got on, and noticed that the bus was almost empty, 3 other passengers, including the man from the stop. I took a seat in the middle, facing the rear, hoping to catch a few minutes of quiet before the exhaustion fully hit me. At first, everything was normal. The bus rattled along, the city lights reflecting off the windows, people murmuring softly into their phones. But then I noticed something odd. The man in the hood was staring at me. Not in a casual way, but with a focused intensity that made my skin crawl. I tried to look away, to focus on the passing streets, but I could feel his gaze burning through me. I told myself it was nothing, just the paranoia that comes with being alone at night, but a small voice in the back of my mind screamed at me that something was wrong. I checked my phone for the time. 12:07 a.m. My stop was still 10 minutes away. I tried to relax, leaning back in my seat, but the feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. The bus took a turn onto a side street I didn't recognize. Streetlights were sparse, and the fog had grown thicker, swallowing the edges of the road. I frowned. This wasn't the usual route. I looked toward the driver, a middle-aged woman who usually greeted passengers with a smile, but tonight she was silent, eyes fixed straight ahead. She didn't acknowledge the detour, and I felt a spike of panic. The man in the hood had moved. Now he was standing in the aisle, not blocking anyone's path, but clearly aware of me. He didn't speak, just tilted his head slightly, watching. I swallowed hard and looked back at the empty seats behind me. No one else was there, but the hair on my arms stood on end. My heart pounded, and I tried to convince myself to stay calm. I reached for my bag, thinking maybe I could grab something to defend myself if needed. As I shifted, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. Another figure had appeared near the front of the bus. A woman, tall and thin, dressed in all black, standing perfectly still. Her face was obscured by shadows, but I could feel her watching me. My hands froze on my bag. I told myself to stay calm. People are strange, I thought. Late-night commuters can be odd. But then the man in the hood started to move toward me, slowly, deliberately. Each step measured, silent against the rubber floor of the bus. I slid down in my seat, hoping he would pass me by, but he stopped directly in front of me, inches away. I could smell him then, an acrid, metallic scent that made my stomach churn. I glanced at the driver, hoping for some acknowledgement that what I was experiencing was noticed. Nothing. She was still staring straight ahead, hands steady on the wheel. I tried to call out, my voice catching in my throat. The man in the hood tilted his head again and whispered something I couldn't understand. A low, guttural sound that vibrated in my chest. Panic surged through me. I scrambled to the back, but the aisle seemed to stretch impossibly, the bus growing longer than it should have been. I turned my head, and the woman in black was now behind me, standing silently, staring. I couldn't run, couldn't move, trapped in a corridor of shadows and unease. The bus slowed, then stopped entirely in the middle of a deserted industrial area. The fog was thick now, curling around the bus, turning the streetlights into blurred orbs of light. I pressed my face to the window, hoping to see some sign of normality. Cars, buildings, anything. But the world outside was gone, replaced by a wall of white mist. The man in the hood leaned closer, his eyes black, hollow, and endless. I could feel my strength draining, my mind screaming at me to do something, anything. I reached for the emergency button at the back, my fingers trembling violently. As I pressed it, the bus jolted violently, throwing me against the seat. The lights flickered, and for a moment, everything went dark. When the lights came back on, the bus was empty, the seats were empty, the aisle clear. The fog outside was gone, replaced by the familiar streets leading back toward the city. I stumbled to my feet, heart racing, unsure if I had imagined it all. But then I saw it. The hooded man, standing at the last stop I had passed, staring at me with the same black, endless eyes. I blinked, and he was gone. I got off at my stop and ran the rest of the way home. I never rode that bus again. Months later, I found stories online of people who had experienced something similar. Disappearing passengers, buses taking detours through industrial areas, drivers who seemed unaware of the chaos. None of them had a clear explanation, and most were dismissed as urban legends or hallucinations. But I know what I saw. I know the feeling of being watched, the metallic scent, the impossible length of the bus, the hollow, black eyes that seemed to see into my soul. Public transportation had always been mundane, ordinary, a part of life. But that night it became something else, something alive, something waiting. I avoid buses at night now. Even during the day, I watch the passengers carefully, notice the ones who move too slowly, stand too still, watch too closely. Every time I pass a late-night bus stop, I feel a cold prickle along my spine, a reminder that the world is larger and stranger than I want to admit. I never found out what the man in the hood was or the woman in black. I don't know if they were people or something else entirely. But I know one thing. They are still out there, waiting for the next unsuspecting passenger, the next lone traveler at midnight. And I know I'm lucky I got away. Some nights when I can't sleep, I think about that bus, that stretch of empty streets, the fog curling around the lights. I think about the way the air smelled, metallic and cold, and how the silence of the city had become so loud it was almost unbearable. I think about the driver, staring straight ahead, unaware, or maybe complicit, and I shudder. Public transportation can be mundane, it can be safe, it can even be boring. But sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it becomes a place where the ordinary rules of the world no longer apply, where the boundaries between what is real and what isn't blur until you're not sure if you're dreaming or awake. That night I wasn't dreaming. I still ride buses occasionally, but I never sit at the back. I never sit alone. I never take that route after midnight. I always pay attention, always watch the passengers, always check the reflections in the windows, and sometimes, just sometimes, I swear I see a figure in black, standing silently, waiting, watching. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't gotten off that bus, if I hadn't run. I don't know if the man in the hood would have followed me, or if the woman in black would have let me go. I don't want to know. All I know is that public transportation, something I took for granted for years, became something else entirely that night. A reminder that even in familiar places, in the ordinary parts of life, danger can be closer than you think, hiding in plain sight. I avoid buses at night now, but the memory stays. It lingers in the quiet moments, in the fog that settles over the city, in the hum of the engine as it pulls away from the stop. I hear the whispers sometimes, indistinct, almost beneath the threshold of hearing, and I feel the same icy dread I felt that night. I've never told anyone this story in full. Most people would dismiss it, call it a product of stress or exhaustion. Maybe they're right. But I know what I experienced, and I know I wasn't imagining it. I know the black eyes, the fog, the detour through the deserted streets. I know the smell of metal and the impossibility of the bus. I know the terror of being watched and pursued by something I couldn't define. Even now, years later, I check the bus schedule. I watch the passengers. I avoid the back seats. I know better than to ignore the signs. And I know that somewhere, someone else is out there, waiting for the next late-night rider to make the same mistake I did. Story the end. It started on a Wednesday night in late September, the kind of night where the air feels heavier than usual, thick with humidity and the faint smell of rain even though the sky is clear. I had just finished a double shift at a diner on the north side of Chicago. My car was in the shop, which meant I had no choice but to take the CTA trains and buses home. I wasn't a stranger to public transportation, having grown up near the city, but riding late at night was always a different experience, less predictable, more unsettling. I got off the bus at the Clark Lake station, heading toward the Blue Line. The platform was nearly empty. Only a few tired-looking people waited, eyes glued to their phones or staring blankly at the tracks. I bought a ticket, tapped it, and walked down the escalator into the dimly lit station. As the train pulled in, I noticed a man sitting near the middle of the car. He was older, probably in his late 40s or early 50s, with a long, dark coat and an expressionless face. I didn't think much of it at first, but when he looked directly at me and didn't look away, I felt a shiver run down my spine. I found a seat near the doors, keeping my bag in my lap. The train lurched forward, and I tried to focus on my phone to distract myself. Every time I glanced up, though, he was looking at me. Not subtly, not from the corner of his eye. He was staring straight at me, as if trying to memorize every detail. I told myself I was imagining it, that it was just late, and I was tired. A week later, I saw him again. I had left work late and boarded the train at O'Hare. I thought maybe it was a coincidence that he just happened to ride the same line, but the moment I saw him, my stomach sank. He was seated in the same spot, the same dark coat, the same vacant expression. "You're new," he said quietly. I froze. "Excuse me?" "You don't ride this line often," he said, his voice soft but deliberate. "You're nervous." I forced a laugh, trying to brush it off. "Yeah, just started a new job. Long day." He tilted his head slightly, almost as if studying me. "I can help you," he said. "Make it easier." I shook my head, unease creeping in. I don't think that's necessary." He smiled faintly, the kind of smile that doesn't reach the eyes. "Suit yourself. But I'll be around, always around." The train rattled along the tracks, and I avoided looking at him the rest of the ride. When I got off at my stop, I hurried into the station and out into the night, glancing over my shoulder. He stayed on the train, watching me go. Over the next few weeks, I started noticing him everywhere. Sometimes on the same train, sometimes on the bus I took to get closer to home. He would sit quietly, always observing. I started changing my routine, trying different departure times, switching lines, walking extra blocks to avoid him. It didn't matter. He always appeared somewhere nearby, sometimes in places that didn't make sense, like standing across the street while I waited at a bus stop. One night, I was on the Red Line, heading south from Fullerton. The train car was almost empty, just a few people scattered about. I had my headphones in, trying to keep calm, when I felt a presence. I looked up, and there he was, standing near the door, staring directly at me. The lights flickered, and for a moment I thought I saw his shadow stretch unnaturally along the walls. My heart raced, and I tried to focus on the floor, hoping he would leave. He didn't. "You shouldn't be out so late," he said quietly, leaning slightly forward. "It's dangerous, but I can protect you." I felt a chill creep down my spine. "I don't need your protection," I said, my voice shaking. He tilted his head again. "You don't know that. You never know who's watching. But I can help. I'm friendly." The train stopped suddenly between stations, throwing me against the seat. The lights flickered and went out for a moment, leaving the car in near darkness. I could hear the faint hum of the rails, the subtle creak of the train. When the lights returned, he was gone, vanished as if he had never been there. After that, I became obsessed with noticing him. I started timing my departures and arrivals, noting when and where he appeared. It wasn't always the same train or bus, and sometimes he would vanish entirely, only to appear days later in an unexpected spot. Once, I boarded a nearly empty bus at night, and when I looked up, he was standing in the aisle behind me, holding onto a pole, watching silently. I froze, unable to move, my hands gripping my backpack. He didn't speak, didn't smile, just watched. The city felt smaller and more threatening as days passed. I was exhausted, paranoid, and constantly on edge. My friends told me I was overreacting, that I was seeing patterns where none existed. But I knew what I saw. I knew how it felt to have someone follow me, to appear wherever I went, to make the city feel like a trap. One night, it escalated. I had stayed late at work, finishing a project for a demanding client. I took the Blue Line from Washington Station, hoping to avoid him by boarding a car I didn't usually take. The train was nearly empty. I found a seat near the middle and tried to focus on my phone. That's when I saw him at the other end of the car, standing still, staring at me. I stood, moving toward the door, hoping he would get off at the next stop. He followed, silently, staying a few feet behind me. When I reached the platform, I tried to lose him by switching staircases, going up a different escalator. But there he was, waiting at the top as if he had anticipated my move. Panic overtook me. I ran through the station, heart pounding, phone in hand, considering calling 911, but I hesitated. What would I say? A man keeps following me on trains and buses? It sounded insane. And yet I knew it was true. I ran outside into the night, the streets almost empty. I glanced behind me. He was gone. I didn't stop running until I reached my apartment building, slamming the door behind me and locking it. I tried to calm down, telling myself that maybe it had been a coincidence, that I had imagined him there. But deep down, I knew better. The next morning, I didn't want to leave. I called in sick to work, citing a migraine. I spent the day pacing my apartment, checking the windows, and scanning the street below. Nothing. For the first time in weeks, I felt a fragile sense of safety. It didn't last. That night, I heard a soft knock at my door. My stomach dropped. I froze, listening. The knock came again, slow, deliberate. I didn't move. After a few moments, it stopped. I couldn't bring myself to look through the peephole. My phone was dead, and I had no way to call anyone without leaving the apartment. The next day, I packed a bag. I sold what I could, left a note for my landlord, and took a bus out of the city. I went north to a small town in Wisconsin, somewhere public transportation wasn't a part of daily life. I thought that by leaving the city, I could escape him. For a while, it seemed to work. The quiet streets and small-town life were a relief. I started to feel normal again. But every so often, I would hear a train in the distance or a bus rumbling past, and for a split second, I imagined him standing there, watching, smiling. Months passed. I found work at a local print shop, made a few friends, and tried to rebuild my life. I avoided big cities, avoided public transportation whenever possible. I didn't tell anyone the full story, because who would believe me? Who could? Then one evening, as I was walking home from the grocery store, I saw him across the street. He was standing under a streetlight, the same long coat, the same expressionless face. He didn't move, didn't call out, he just watched. My heart raced, my stomach churned, but when I blinked, he was gone. I know I'm not imagining it. I know he exists somewhere out there, somewhere in the shadows of public transportation systems, waiting for the next person who dares to ride alone at night. I've learned to live with it, to move cautiously, to trust my instincts. But the memory of him, the way he could appear anywhere, anytime, has never left me. Public transportation is supposed to be mundane, predictable, a part of everyday life. But for some of us, it's not. For some of us, it's a place where someone can watch, follow, and make you question your own sanity. And sometimes, no matter how far you run, no matter how small the town or quiet the street, they find you. I still ride buses and trains occasionally when I have no other choice. I always sit near the doors, always keep my bag in front of me, always watch for shadows at the edge of my vision. I've learned to move quickly, to blend in, to avoid eye contact. And yet, every so often, I swear I see him. A fleeting glimpse of a long coat, a shadow that doesn't belong, a pair of eyes that seemed to know everything about me. Even now, I carry a small can of pepper spray, though I hope I never have to use it. I've come to accept that some dangers aren't physical in the traditional sense. Some dangers are persistent, patient, and terrifyingly clever. And the city, for all its lights and noise, can hide them perfectly until they decide it's your turn. Public transportation taught me that. Not the trains, not the buses, not the schedules or the crowds. It was him, the man who followed me, watched me, and made the city feel like a cage. I don't know why he chose me or what he wanted. I only know that he existed, and he could appear anywhere, anytime, without warning. I left Chicago. I left my friends, my apartment, my job. I started over in a small town, hoping that distance could save me. For a while it did, but the memory never faded, the fear never truly left. I know that somewhere, in the shadows of public transportation systems, he waits. He watches. And he waits for the next person who doesn't see him coming. I've learned to live with it, to accept it as part of reality. Some nights I lie in bed and listen for the faint hum of a train or bus, my heart racing for no reason I can explain. I know it's him, or at least I feel him. And I know deep down that I might never truly escape him. Even now, when I travel, I check the seats across from me. I watch the doors. I never sit with my back to the aisle. I move quickly through stations and bus stops. I've become hyper-aware, cautious, constantly alert. It's exhausting, but it's the only way to feel safe. I sometimes wonder if anyone else has experienced this. If anyone else has felt the same kind of persistent, unshakable fear, the sensation of being followed without reason. But most people dismiss it, write it off as paranoia. I can't. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. Public transportation can be safe, ordinary, routine, but it can also be a trap. A place where someone watches, follows, and waits. And when they choose you, there is no escaping. Not really. Even now, years later, the memory lingers. The city may be behind me, but the fear isn't. It lives in the shadows, in the quiet moments, in the stillness of an empty train car. It waits. And I know, somewhere, he waits too. Story the end. It started on an ordinary Tuesday evening, the kind of evening where the air hangs heavy with the smell of rain that never came, and the streets feel just a little too empty for comfort. I had just finished my shift at the diner where I worked in a sleepy corner of Pennsylvania. It was late enough that the streets were mostly deserted, and I had no car. Public transportation was my only way home. The bus stop was just 2 blocks from the diner, under a flickering streetlight that always seemed to hum in the quiet hours of the night. I had waited there dozens of times, sometimes reading, sometimes staring at the cracked pavement. But that night felt different. The air felt heavier, like someone had pressed a hand on the world and squeezed. I sat on the cold metal bench, my backpack resting beside me, trying to distract myself by scrolling aimlessly on my phone. That was when I noticed him, a man who seemed out of place. He was tall, thin, and dressed in an old, dark coat that looked like it hadn't been washed in decades. His hair was long and stringy, gray at the roots, and he had this strange, vacant look in his eyes, like he wasn't seeing anything but something far away. He was standing under the same flickering light, maybe 10 feet away, just staring at me. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but I convinced myself it was just anxiety from working late. The bus arrived, its headlights cutting through the darkness, painting long shadows along the cracked pavement. I got on, paid my fare, and found a seat near the middle, hoping to put some distance between myself and the strange man. But as the bus started moving, I noticed him step on as well. He didn't move toward the back. Instead, he lingered near the front, just standing, not speaking to the driver, not looking at anyone. He didn't even hold on to a rail. He just floated there in an almost unnatural stillness. The ride was eerily quiet. There were only a few other passengers, an older woman knitting a scarf, a teenager with headphones, and a middle-aged man who kept glancing nervously at his watch. I tried to focus on the passing city lights, the familiar neighborhoods sliding past the windows, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the man was somehow aware of me in a way that was too deliberate, too precise. Every time I looked up, he was staring right at me, not moving his head, just his eyes following me like a predator calculating its next move. About 15 minutes into the ride, the bus hit a small patch of wet road, and it jolted slightly. That's when I noticed the man had started moving, slowly, almost gliding through the aisle. I tried to tell myself he was just finding a seat, but there weren't any empty ones near him, and he wasn't stopping. He walked straight past me, close enough that I could smell something rancid like old sweat and decay. He didn't sit. He stopped in the back, leaning lightly against the wall, his eyes still fixed on me. I couldn't take it anymore. My heart was pounding and my palms were slick against my knees. I thought about getting off at the next stop, but the streets were deserted, and I knew I'd have to walk a mile through dark alleys to get home. I tried to calm myself, telling myself he was just some creepy guy, nothing more. But the bus seemed to change after that. Lights flickering, the engine humming with a strange vibration, and the air inside felt thick, like breathing through water. Then the bus stopped suddenly. Not at a bus stop, just stopped. The driver didn't say anything, and no one else moved. I looked out the window and saw nothing but darkness. No streetlights, no buildings, just blackness stretching in all directions. The other passengers looked as unsettled as I felt, but no one spoke. The man in the back took a step forward. Slowly. Methodically. His coat rustled faintly, a dry, crackling sound, and I realized with horror that the fabric looked like it was moving on its own, curling and twisting around him in ways that defied gravity. I gripped the seat in front of me, trying to convince myself I was imagining it. But then he started walking down the aisle again, straight toward me this time. I tried to stand to get out of the way, but my legs wouldn't move. It was like they had been glued to the floor. The bus lights flickered violently, and I could hear whispers, soft, hissing, impossible to understand. They weren't coming from the passengers. They were inside my head, low and insistent. When he reached me, he stopped. Just stood there, inches away. I could see his face clearly now, hollow eyes, sunken cheeks, and a mouth that opened slightly, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too uneven. He whispered my name, not out loud, but directly into my mind. I could feel the words crawling under my skin, burrowing into my skull. Panic surged. I ripped my hand from the seat and bolted for the back door, heart hammering in my ears. The door wouldn't open. It was locked, but not like a normal bus lock. It was like the metal itself was alive, twisting against me. The passengers were all staring, but not at me, at him. Their eyes were blank, distant, and when I looked closer, I realized their faces were wrong. Too smooth, like masks stretched over hollow skulls. I turned back to him, and he was smiling now, slow and deliberate, and I felt the whispers crescendo into a single thought. You can't leave. The bus lurched forward, faster than it had ever moved. The world outside the windows was wrong, distorted, buildings bending in impossible angles, streetlights stretching into black fingers. I screamed, pounding on the doors, but it was no use. The man advanced, and suddenly the aisle seemed to stretch infinitely. No matter how many steps I took backward, he was always closer. Then the bus stopped again. The lights went out completely. Darkness so thick it pressed against my eyes. I could hear breathing all around me, low and wet. The passengers no longer moving, but the whispers growing louder, now speaking in a language I didn't understand, a language older than time. When the lights came back, the bus was empty. The strange man was gone. The passengers were gone. I was alone. And yet, I wasn't alone. From the reflection in the window, I saw a shadow moving behind me, following me wherever I went. The bus doors finally opened, and I ran. I didn't stop running until I was on the cracked sidewalk in front of my apartment building. I collapsed there, gasping, drenched in sweat, and tried to tell myself it was over. It wasn't. Every bus ride after that, even in daylight, I felt him there. Not always in the flesh, but in glimpses. A shadow in the corner of my eye, a flicker of movement on the platform, a whisper I couldn't place. I avoided the buses when I could, walking long distances, taking taxis I couldn't afford. But the feeling never left. Months later, I got a call from the bus company. They said there had been an incident that night. The bus I rode on had stopped reporting location after a certain point. Drivers said it had been delayed for hours, but no one could find it during that time. Surveillance footage showed the bus moving on its own through empty streets, erratically, sometimes stopping in places where there were no roads. And when it finally returned to the depot, it was empty. Every passenger accounted for, except me. They had no record of me ever boarding. I tried to dismiss it as a mistake, a mix of sleep deprivation and paranoia. But then I started seeing him outside my apartment, always in the shadows, always watching. He never approached, not physically, but I could feel his presence, pressing, patient, waiting. And sometimes late at night, I swear I hear the faint hiss of a bus engine, like it's coming for me, winding its way through the streets, looking for the next ride. I never got back on that bus. I don't take public transportation anymore. But the city has changed. The streets feel wrong. The buses seem darker than they should, and I catch glimpses of things in the corner of my vision, figures that are too tall, too thin, moving too quietly. Sometimes I think I see him on the bus platforms, but when I blink, he's gone. I've learned to avoid the buses, avoid the platforms, avoid even thinking about what I saw. But the whispers are still in my head. Every time I hear a bus engine rumble in the distance, I hear my name, and I know one day I'll see him again, and the bus will be waiting. I can still feel it sometimes, that weight on the air, that quiet hum under the streetlights. I hear the whispers in the corners of my apartment at night, and every once in a while, when the city is still and quiet, I swear I hear the soft hiss of metal on asphalt, a bus moving closer, slowly, inevitably toward me. Story the end. It started on an ordinary Thursday evening in early October. I had just finished my shift at a small marketing firm downtown in Chicago. The office building was one of those modern glass towers that gleam even in the fading light of autumn, and I was tired enough that the idea of walking or biking home seemed unbearable. I usually took the elevated train, when it wasn't too crowded, but on nights like this, when my shoulders ached and my feet protested, I preferred the CTA bus. It wasn't glamorous, and it was slower than the train, but it had a certain predictability. The 66 bus, to be exact, ran along a straight route that wound through residential streets, past convenience stores and strip malls, past a few sketchy apartment complexes where lights flickered or didn't work at all. I got off work around 8:15 p.m. The office was quiet. Most of my coworkers had already left, leaving the dim hum of fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. I had no intention of staying late that night. My usual walk to the bus stop took about 5 minutes, and I had my headphones in, listening to a podcast about unsolved mysteries. By the time I stepped outside, the air was crisp, just cold enough to make me pull my jacket tighter around my torso. The streets were almost empty. The occasional car drove by, headlights cutting brief swaths of light across the pavement, and there was the distant wail of a siren somewhere far away. The bus stop wasn't crowded. Usually at this hour, you'd see a few tired office workers, a couple of students, sometimes someone obviously homeless huddled under the protective shelter with their belongings. That night, there were only 2 other people waiting. One was a young woman, maybe in her early 20s, dressed in a heavy hoodie, her hair tucked into the hood, and the other was an older man, maybe in his 50s, wearing a long coat that looked like it had seen better days. Both seemed absorbed in their own worlds. The woman was scrolling through her phone, the man staring blankly at the road, hands shoved deep into his pockets. When the bus arrived, it hissed and rattled to a stop, the doors folding open with that mechanical groan that you always notice when the bus is empty. I stepped inside, paid my fare, and moved toward the back. The young woman and the older man got on just ahead of me. The bus smelled faintly of wet wool and exhaust, the kind of smell that always seems to cling to public transportation. I found a seat near the back, one of those sideways-facing seats, and settled in. The bus was nearly empty, aside from the 3 of us. At first, the ride was uneventful. The bus rumbled along the streets, stopping at dimly lit intersections. The driver, a man probably in his 40s, wore a blue uniform and a tired expression. He glanced at me in the rearview mirror as I settled, offering a small, almost imperceptible nod, and I nodded back. The hum of the engine, the occasional squeak of brakes, the distant chatter from the radio in the front of the bus, it was all normal, and I almost felt lulled into a kind of numb comfort that comes from being surrounded by the hum of civilization. It was about 10 minutes into the ride that I started noticing something strange. I realized the older man was staring at me. Not glancing, not a polite acknowledgement. He was staring, unblinking, with an intensity that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I tried not to react. In situations like that, ignoring the person is usually the best strategy, but it didn't help. He didn't look away, and his eyes weren't the normal color. They seemed darker than usual, almost black in the dim lighting of the bus. I chalked it up to fatigue or a trick of the light, trying to focus on my podcast again, but it was hard to concentrate with that gaze drilling into the back of my skull. The bus made its usual stops, picking up a few more passengers, but the man remained fixated on me. He didn't speak, didn't move his head, just sat there, hands clasped tightly together in his lap. I noticed then that the young woman across from me had stopped scrolling through her phone and was staring at him. Her expression was one of mild apprehension, like she had noticed the same thing I had. I wondered if she was going to say something, but she didn't. As the bus rolled on, I began to notice more odd things. The man's shadow, cast by the dim overhead lights, seemed to stretch unnaturally long across the aisle. Every time the bus jolted slightly over a pothole, the shadow seemed to flicker, as though it weren't quite attached to his body. I told myself I was imagining things, that the fatigue from work was making me see things that weren't there. But when I glanced again, his eyes still seemed to follow me, and there was something in his expression that went beyond simple curiosity. It was like he was waiting for something, like he knew something I didn't. About 20 minutes into the ride, the bus slowed as it approached a section of road lined with apartment buildings. Most of the lights were out, and the street lamps flickered intermittently, casting a staccato rhythm of light and shadow across the pavement. The bus stopped to pick up a few more passengers, and I noticed the young woman got up. She didn't sit anywhere else, she just stood behind the older man. He didn't acknowledge her presence, but I could see her eyes darting nervously between him and the front of the bus. Then, as the bus started moving again, the driver muttered something under his breath, almost inaudible, but it had a tone of irritation or fear. I couldn't quite catch the words, and when I looked forward, his eyes were fixed firmly on the road. The radio was playing low static now, the kind that happens when a station cuts out mid-broadcast, and the hum of the bus seemed louder, more oppressive, as if the metal frame itself was tightening around us. It was at that moment I noticed the older man wasn't just staring anymore. He was smiling. A slow, deliberate smile that didn't reach his eyes. There was no warmth in it, only a strange, calculated patience that made my stomach churn. I could hear the young woman whisper something, low enough that I couldn't make out the words, but her voice carried a tremor. The bus lurched again over another pothole, and I swear the man's shadow stretched even farther, flickering along the walls and ceiling like smoke. Panic started to set in. I was in the back of a nearly empty bus at night, surrounded by strangers, and my instincts were screaming that something was wrong. I debated getting up, moving to the front, but the bus was moving too fast, and the doors weren't opening until the next stop. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that the man was just eccentric, that I was overreacting. But then I noticed the reflections in the windows. The streetlights passed by, but in the reflection, the man's eyes didn't follow me. They were fixed, staring straight into my soul, unblinking and impossibly dark. I looked around to see if anyone else noticed, but the bus seemed eerily quiet. The driver didn't glance at us, the other passengers were silent, and even the usual creaks and groans of the bus seemed muted, as if we were moving through a bubble of suspended reality. The young woman leaned closer to the man and whispered again. He didn't respond, didn't even glance at her, but I could see her face go pale. She stepped back slightly, keeping her distance, but didn't move toward the front of the bus. By now, my mind was racing. My phone was in my pocket, but I didn't dare pull it out. I was afraid of breaking whatever fragile barrier existed in that space between ordinary and something else. And then, as the bus turned a corner, I caught a glimpse of movement outside the window. A figure standing in the shadows of an alley, watching us. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, a passerby obscured by darkness. But then the figure moved closer, silently, with a deliberate, unnatural gait. I could see the outline of a face, pale and angular, features sharp, and eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. I tried to look away, tried to convince myself it was my imagination, but when I glanced back at the older man, he was no longer in his seat. The bus hadn't stopped. There was no way he could have moved that quickly, and yet he was standing behind me, just inches away, his shadow stretching impossibly long in the overhead lights. His smile had widened, and his voice when he spoke, was low and almost a hiss. "You shouldn't have come alone," he said. I froze, unable to respond. The young woman gasped softly, backing up into the aisle. The bus driver, now fully aware something was wrong, slammed on the brakes and the vehicle lurched violently. People shouted, some running to the front, some crouching in their seats, but I couldn't move. The older man's eyes held me in place, paralyzing me with a gaze that felt like it reached into my very bones. The bus screeched to a stop near a darkened overpass. The man leaned in closer, and I could feel the cold emanating from him, a chill that seemed to seep into my skin, into my blood. He whispered again, almost tenderly, "It's too late." I don't remember much after that. Everything became a blur of shadows, noises, the screech of brakes, the smell of metal and fear. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, the bus was empty. The driver was gone, the passengers were gone, and the street outside was silent, except for the distant wail of a siren. I stumbled to the nearest lit street, my heart pounding, hands shaking, and tried to make sense of what had just happened. The bus had vanished, as if it had never existed. There were no tracks, no sign of tires, nothing to indicate that a vehicle had been there moments ago. The alley where I had seen the figure was empty, the shadows ordinary, mundane. I called 911, trying to explain what had happened, but the operator only asked if I was okay and if I had been drinking. I assured them I hadn't, and after a few minutes, they said someone would come by to check the area. The next day, I went online to see if anyone else had reported strange occurrences on that route, that particular bus line, but there was nothing. No missing persons, no accidents, no sightings. Everything about it had vanished, except for the memory, which felt more like a dream than reality, except for the lingering sense of being watched, of being marked. I never took the 66 bus again. I switched to the L, even though it was crowded and noisy. And sometimes, late at night, when the train rattles along the tracks and the city feels empty and distant, I swear I can see him in the reflection of the window, standing just behind me, smiling that same slow, deliberate smile, waiting. I don't know if it was a ghost, a demon, a human, or something else entirely. I just know that whatever it was, it existed somewhere in the folds of reality that we ignore every day, hidden in the spaces between streetlights, between the hum of engines, between the ordinary rhythm of public transportation. And I know that it's still out there, waiting for the next person foolish enough to ride the bus alone at night. Since that night, I've told a few close friends what happened. Most of them laughed it off, saying I was stressed, imagining things, or perhaps too absorbed in podcasts about the paranormal. A few didn't laugh. A couple of them, the ones who work late nights or ride buses alone, nodded quietly and said they understood. They had their own experiences, shadows at the edges of vision, moments where something seemed almost tangible, something waiting. I've tried to move past it, to bury the memory, but it comes back in fragments. The shadows stretching along the ceiling, the unnatural smile, the hiss of his voice, the sudden chill. Sometimes when I'm walking home from work and the streets are empty, I feel it, the same presence, just at the edge of perception. And I know that somewhere, just a few blocks away, the 66 bus is rolling along its route, carrying more people who have no idea that they share their ride with something that should not exist. Even now, as I write this, I can feel the memory pressing in like the hum of an engine beneath my skin. It's real. I don't know why it happened to me, why I was the one who noticed, but I know it happened. I don't know if it will ever happen again, but I know one thing with certainty. There are places in this city, in this country, in this world, where the ordinary becomes horrifying, where the boundaries of reality are thin, and where something waits for the lonely, the tired, the unsuspecting. And public transportation is one of those places. Story the end. It was a Wednesday night in Boston. The streets slick with rain and the wind biting through my thin jacket as I made my way toward the South Station bus terminal. I had just finished my shift at a 24-hour pharmacy downtown, stocking shelves and helping customers who wandered in at odd hours, some clearly more in need of human interaction than medicine. My commute home usually took about an hour on a combination of the T and a bus, but that night, something about the city felt off, heavier, quieter, as if the familiar bustle had been drained from it and replaced with a tension that made every shadow seem alive. The entrance to the station was wet, the fluorescent lights flickering as I hurried down the steps. Usually, South Station was crowded, even late at night, with a mix of night shift workers, tourists catching late trains, and the occasional homeless person trying to find shelter from the rain. But that night, it was almost empty. Just a few figures scattered across the wide concourse, and even those seemed distant, almost as if they were ghosts of people who should have been there. I checked the schedule for the bus that would take me across town. It wasn't due for another 10 minutes, so I leaned against a pillar and tried to shake the unease I felt pressing in my chest. That's when I noticed him, a man standing across the station near one of the ticket kiosks. He was tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a long, dark coat and a cap pulled low over his face. His stance was rigid, unnaturally so, and the moment our eyes met, a cold wave of fear ran through me. He didn't move, didn't step toward me, but I could feel his gaze like a physical pressure, steady and heavy. The bus arrived, and I rushed to the curb, swiping my Charlie card as I stepped on. I moved toward the back, hoping to put some distance between us, though I had no idea why I felt compelled to do so. He hadn't followed me yet, hadn't even moved from his spot, but instinct screamed that I shouldn't look back. The bus driver nodded at me silently, eyes briefly meeting mine before returning to the road. The interior of the bus was nearly empty, a couple of passengers scattered along the worn vinyl seats. There was a woman asleep with her head tilted to the window, a man staring blankly at his phone, and another man slouched in a hoodie whose face I couldn't see. I settled into a seat near the middle, headphones in, trying to focus on the music and ignore the prickling sensation crawling across my skin. As we pulled out of the station, I saw him again through the front windshield. He was standing at the edge of the sidewalk, perfectly still, the brim of his hat casting his face in shadow. I swallowed hard and turned my gaze forward, convincing myself that it was just a coincidence, that maybe he was waiting for someone. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave me. It only grew heavier with every block. The bus moved along the familiar route, but something felt wrong. The streets were darker than usual, fewer cars, fewer lights. The occasional street lamp flickered and went out as we passed. I glanced around at the other passengers. The man in the hoodie now had his head turned toward me, just slightly, but enough that I noticed the unnatural stillness in his posture. The woman by the window hadn't moved at all, even as the bus lurched around a corner, and the man on his phone had lowered it, staring directly at me now, though I could barely see his eyes. Panic began to rise, and I debated getting off at the next stop, even though I didn't recognize it. But as I approached the front, intending to ask the driver if we were on the right route, I froze. The driver wasn't looking at the road. His head was tilted slightly, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. His face, pale and drawn in the flickering light, seemed almost hollow, and his eyes, if they were even eyes, were fixed on me in a way that made my stomach knot. I stumbled back to my seat, heart pounding. The whispers started then, soft at first, unintelligible, like a radio on the edge of a signal. I couldn't tell if they were coming from the passengers, the walls of the bus, or inside my own head. They grew louder, overlapping until they became a low hum, a chant almost, vibrating in my chest. And then I saw him inside the bus. He had appeared at the back, standing near the last row of seats. He hadn't walked, hadn't moved. I would have sworn he had simply appeared there. His head tilted slightly, the same unnatural motion, and I felt the air around me constrict. My breath caught in my throat. The other passengers didn't seem to notice him. Or maybe they did, but they didn't react. Their faces were pale, blank, their eyes hollow. I tried to move to stand, but my legs felt heavy, like they were sinking into the floor. The whispers swirled louder as if circling me, and I could feel the man's presence advancing without moving. He reached toward me, or maybe I was being pulled toward him. I couldn't tell. My vision blurred, and I felt a pressure in my chest, as if the space between us had collapsed. Then the bus lurched violently, throwing me against the seat in front of me. My headphones fell to the floor, music cutting off mid-song. I scrambled for them, but my hands trembled uncontrollably. When I looked up, the man was closer, impossibly close, his coat brushing the top of the seats. I couldn't see his face beneath the shadow of his hat, but I could feel his eyes on me, unblinking and cold. The bus lights flickered, then went out completely. Darkness swallowed everything. The whispers became screams, echoing inside my skull. I tried to cry out, to stand, to move, but my body refused. The other passengers were frozen, unmoving, their heads turned slightly toward me, eyes empty. The air became heavy, almost liquid, pressing against my chest, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, a flash of light from outside the window revealed something impossible. The bus wasn't on any street I recognized. The familiar neighborhoods of Boston had vanished, replaced by a desolate urban wasteland. Streetlights flickered and died as we passed, broken buildings lining empty streets. The rain had stopped, but the pavement was slick with black water reflecting impossible shadows. I swallowed hard, my throat dry and raw, and then I realized the man wasn't the only one. Other figures appeared on the streets, standing at impossible angles, motionless, watching. Their eyes were dark voids, faces partially obscured. I felt their attention lock onto me and my stomach churned. The whispers grew louder, incomprehensible, overlapping into a maddening cacophony. I turned to the back, desperate, trying to escape, but the bus stretched, elongating, the seats and aisles warping in impossible ways. The man was still there, closer now, tilting his head. I could feel his presence pressing into me, heavy and suffocating. My limbs went numb, my vision tunneled. I realized with a cold certainty that I wasn't going to get off this bus alive, and then the lights flickered back on. The bus had stopped. I was outside, standing on a cracked, empty street. The bus, the passengers, the driver, gone. Only the sound of the city, faint and distant, remained. My bag was slung across my shoulder, my phone in my hand, but the world felt wrong. The buildings were slightly off, the streetlights too far apart, the shadows too long. The next morning, I read the news. A bus on my route had crashed late Wednesday night. The reports were sparse and confusing. The street where the crash occurred was under construction, supposedly closed to all traffic. Every passenger had died. There was no explanation for how the bus ended up there. I knew. I had been on that bus. I had seen him. I avoided buses and subways for weeks. I tried to convince myself it had been exhaustion, a hallucination, some stress-induced psychosis. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. I know that man was real. And I know he's still out there. Months later, my car broke down. I had no choice but to take the T in a bus late at night. I planned meticulously. A route with well-lit streets, minimal transfers, buses that weren't the last ones. The station was crowded this time, normal. I let out a small sigh of relief, thinking maybe it had been a fluke. And then I saw him, standing at the far end of the platform, the dark coat, the cap pulled low over his face. He didn't move. He didn't follow. He just watched. My stomach twisted. I kept my head down, boarded the bus, and chose a seat in the middle. As the bus moved, the feeling of being watched intensified. Every stop, I glanced outside, and sometimes I thought I saw him standing there, tilting his head, motionless. My pulse quickened. I told myself it was paranoia, exhaustion, a trick of the mind. But deep down, I knew better. Halfway through the ride, the lights flickered. Then they went out completely. The whispers returned, low and overlapping, coming from all around me. My hands gripped the seat in front of me, knuckles white. The other passengers were silent, heads turned slightly toward me, eyes empty. The bus lurched violently, and I felt a hand, cold, gloved, unyielding, touch my shoulder. I froze, panic gripping me in full force. When the lights came back on, the bus was empty. I was alone, standing at a deserted street. My bag, my phone, my jacket, everything was there, but the bus and its passengers were gone. And in the distance, I saw him, tilting his head, waiting. Since that night, I avoid late-night buses and subways. I take taxis or ride-sharing apps when I must travel after dark. But sometimes, when I pass a bus stop or subway entrance, I see him. At the far end of the platform, on the edge of the sidewalk, head tilted, watching. Always watching. I've tried to warn people, friends, coworkers. No one believes me. They say it's stress, exhaustion, paranoia. But I know the truth. The city has its secrets, and he is one of them. Patient, waiting, always watching. One day, when I least expect it, I will board a bus late at night, and he will be there, and I might not come back. I keep a flashlight in my bag, I keep my phone close, and I avoid the last trains and buses whenever I can. But it isn't enough. He is out there, and he is patient. The city is patient. And one day they will meet me again. Until then, I live with the fear, knowing that every bus, every train, every empty platform could be the one that takes me. Story, the end. It started with a routine commute, nothing out of the ordinary. I was living in Philadelphia at the time, working a late shift at a convenience store downtown. The last train out was always sparse, only a handful of people scattered across the cars, mostly students, late-night workers, and the occasional drunk or homeless person seeking shelter from the cold. I boarded the Broad Street line around midnight. Tired, my backpack heavy with the day's sales ledger and a jacket I no longer needed because the train itself was warmer than the October air outside. I found a seat near the middle, next to the window, and settled in, earbuds in, letting the low hum of the train lull me into a half-awake state. The car was almost empty, maybe 10 people in total. Across from me sat a man in a hooded sweatshirt, his face partially hidden. I didn't think much of him at first, but then I noticed how still he was, how his eyes seemed to lock onto each passenger as they entered or exited. He didn't read, he didn't scroll on a phone, he just observed. At the next stop, a young woman got on, carrying a small shopping bag. She wore a hoodie pulled tight over her head, her eyes darting nervously around the car. I could tell she felt exposed, vulnerable. That's when I noticed him shift slightly, adjusting his hood so his face was fully visible. The way he watched her was deliberate, unnerving. I tried to tell myself I was imagining it. People watch each other all the time on public transit. But this was different. She moved down the aisle toward an empty seat, hugging her bag close, and he followed, subtly, deliberately. Each time she looked up, he adjusted his position so he remained within her line of sight without being obvious. My gut told me something was wrong. I debated intervening, but the fear that I might escalate the situation made me hesitate. When the train lurched forward, I got an idea. I stood up and pretended to stretch, walking toward her. "Hey, you okay?" I asked casually. She glanced at me, startled, and nodded, her eyes wide. I smiled lightly, hoping to reassure her, and I took a seat near her, my presence a subtle shield. The man hesitated, then stepped back, pretending to fix something in his bag. But I could see him, calculating, his eyes flicking between us, the doors, the platform. The tension in the car was palpable, and I realized that everyone else seemed oblivious. They were absorbed in phones, headphones, conversations, or sleep, completely unaware of the quiet predator among them. As we approached the next stop, I noticed something even more disturbing. The man had a pattern. He didn't just watch, he studied. He timed movements, noticed reactions, remembered faces. Every time someone exited the train, he would pause, assess, and sometimes follow them off, blending into the night. When the young woman and I got off at her stop, I walked a few steps behind her, pretending to check my phone. He stepped onto the platform a few seconds after we did, maintaining a distance but keeping her in his line of sight. I could see it in her posture. She stiffened, glanced over her shoulder, quickened her pace. I moved closer, subtly, until she reached her apartment building and slipped inside. I stayed just long enough to see him stop outside the building, glancing around before disappearing down the street. The next day, I reported the incident to the transit police, giving them a description and the approximate time and location. They listened politely, took my information, but I knew they didn't have the resources or evidence to act. People go missing on public transit all the time. Unless someone catches something on camera or physically intervenes, the story gets lost in the statistics. Over the next few weeks, I became hyper-aware. Every time I rode the train, I scanned the cars for him, for anyone exhibiting that same cold, calculating patience. And more than once, I saw it. A man, mid-30s, hooded, calm, silently observing, moving like he was invisible, yet always present. It became a game of vigilance, but one that was exhausting and terrifying. Months passed. I adjusted my schedule, avoiding late-night trains, taking buses when possible. But one night, I had to get home after closing at the convenience store. The Broad Street line was my only option. The train was emptier than usual, the lights flickering intermittently. I boarded, took a seat in the middle car, and immediately saw him. He was sitting at the far end, hooded, watching me. My stomach dropped. I considered getting off at the next station, but it was late, and the station exits were poorly lit, isolated. I had no choice but to ride. Every stop he adjusted subtly until he was one car behind me, moving like he was aware of my every thought. The train screeched through tunnels, lights flickering, the rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails filling the silence. I tried to focus on my phone, pretending to be absorbed, but I could feel his presence. The subtle shift in the air, the quiet intensity of being watched. It's a sensation that digs into your bones. When the train reached my stop, I bolted. I didn't walk. I ran across the platform, ignoring the stares of the few people around me. I exited through the turnstiles, scanned the street, and saw him in the distance, standing under a lamppost, calm, composed, waiting. My pulse raced as I darted through alleyways, weaving through side streets until I finally reached my apartment. I locked the door, trembling, and stayed up all night, listening for any sounds outside. I began reading local news and forums, piecing together reports of similar incidents. People disappearing after late-night commutes, accounts of a man seen following passengers, always calm, always methodical. There were no arrests, no surveillance footage, nothing concrete, just patterns, quiet patterns that hinted at something sinister lurking within the city's public transportation system. I stopped taking trains altogether, driving whenever possible. I altered routines, avoiding stops and platforms I had once used without a second thought. But the fear never left. Even in my car, I checked reflections, watched for shadows, always alert for the silent observer. One night, months later, I was driving home from work when I saw a figure on the corner of an empty intersection under a flickering streetlight. He didn't move, just stood, hood up, watching. My heart froze. I knew instantly it was him. I turned sharply, taking an alternate route, but I could feel his eyes following me, patient, calculating, knowing. The experience changed me. Public transportation, once a mundane part of daily life, became a source of dread. Every bus, every train, every platform was a potential stage for the same quiet terror I had witnessed. I became obsessed with vigilance, documenting the patterns, warning friends, but no one could truly understand unless they had seen him. Years later, I still carry that fear. I avoid trains entirely. I warn anyone I know about late-night commutes. I check every reflection, every shadow, every face that seems too still, too patient. And though I have never seen him approach anyone else directly, I know he continues. He is patient, methodical, and relentless. He uses the public transportation system as his hunting ground, exploiting the anonymity, the crowds, the distractions. I have accepted that this is a permanent reality. Cities in America with their late-night trains and buses are full of people who may never see the danger until it is too late. And he will always be there, blending into the mundane, invisible to most, patiently choosing, patiently waiting, silently hunting. Even now, writing this, I can hear the faint echo of train wheels on tracks, the subtle hiss of doors, the quiet shuffle of feet in an empty car. I can picture him, hood low, calm, watching. And I know that public transportation will never be truly safe again, because he will always be there, patient, waiting for the next passenger who steps onto the platform, alone, unaware. Story the end. It was a Tuesday night, late, somewhere around 11:30 p.m., and I was waiting for the last bus in downtown Cleveland. I had just finished a long shift at the hospital, my feet aching, my uniform smelling faintly of antiseptic, and all I wanted was to get home to my apartment on the east side. The streets were mostly empty, save for a few late-night convenience stores and the occasional car crawling past. I wasn't nervous. Cleveland isn't exactly the safest city at night, but I'd taken this route countless times. I knew the bus, I knew the stops, and I knew the driver. I thought I was safe. The bus arrived, lights cutting through the darkness like a beacon. I climbed aboard and swiped my card, nodding at the driver. He was a middle-aged man named Sam, someone who always had a quiet presence and a calm demeanor. The bus was nearly empty. Just a couple of other passengers scattered throughout. One man sat near the front, wearing a baseball cap pulled low, his hoodie shadowing his face. I found a seat toward the middle and let myself sink into it, relieved to finally sit. For the first few minutes, everything was normal. The hum of the engine, the slight squeak of the brakes, the faint chatter of the few other passengers. I leaned back and closed my eyes, trying to rest for a few minutes. Then I noticed it. The man in the front hadn't moved at all. His head stayed down, and though I knew people sometimes stared at their phones for long stretches, I hadn't seen him look up even once. It was unnerving, but I shrugged it off. The bus moved into a less populated area, the streetlights growing further apart, the buildings thinning into warehouses and empty lots. The fog had started to roll in, low and thick, curling around the dim glow of the bus's headlights. That's when I started noticing strange things. The bus didn't seem to follow its normal route. Sam, the driver, made a turn I didn't recognize, heading into streets that were usually deserted at night. My stop was supposed to be only a few minutes away, but the bus seemed to go farther and farther into unfamiliar territory. I tried to focus on my phone to distract myself, but the battery had died. I couldn't call anyone, couldn't check the map, nothing. Panic started to creep in, slow and insidious. I kept glancing at the man in the hoodie. Still, he hadn't moved. But then, in the reflection of the window, I saw something that made my stomach drop. He was standing now, directly behind my seat. I spun around, heart hammering, and there was no one there. I blinked, trying to convince myself I was imagining it. Maybe I was just tired, maybe the fluorescent lights at work had warped my perception. But then the bus jerked, and I felt it slow, almost to a stop, in the middle of a street that didn't even have streetlights. The fog was dense now, almost suffocating, and I could barely see the edges of the road. I turned to the front to see Sam, the driver, still staring straight ahead. His hands were tight on the wheel, knuckles white, but he didn't react to my presence or the sudden unease in the bus. That's when I realized something else. There was another passenger now. A woman, tall, thin, dressed entirely in black, standing silently in the aisle. Her face was obscured by shadows, but I could feel her gaze, even without seeing her eyes. My throat went dry. I tried to stand, to move toward the front, but the aisle seemed to stretch longer than it should, impossibly long. The woman moved closer, almost gliding, and I could hear a faint whisper, though the words were indistinguishable. My mind was scrambling, trying to find a logical explanation, but there wasn't one. The bus had become a place I didn't recognize, a place where the normal rules of reality no longer applied. The man in the hoodie reappeared, now beside the woman. His face, which I had never fully seen, was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes were pitch black. I couldn't breathe. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to reach the emergency exit, but the doors wouldn't open. I realized I was trapped. The bus lurched forward, faster than it should have, and we were moving through streets that didn't exist on any map I knew. The fog thickened, so dense that it pressed against the windows, turning the world outside into an impenetrable white void. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of unintelligible voices that seemed to pierce my skull. I felt hands, cold, clammy, brush against my arm, though when I looked, there was no one there. Minutes, or was it hours, passed. Time had lost meaning. The bus seemed endless, the seats stretching further and further, the aisle longer and more twisted. I was aware, in a visceral, terrifying way, that this was no ordinary bus ride. I wasn't alone, and whatever was with me didn't obey the rules of the world. Then, abruptly, the bus stopped. The fog lifted, and I saw the familiar streets of my neighborhood. The woman and the man were gone. Sam, the driver, looked up briefly, expression neutral, as if nothing had happened. The other passengers were gone too. I stumbled off the bus, heart racing, and ran the rest of the way home, not daring to look back. I didn't take the bus for months after that. When I did, I avoided that route entirely. I never saw the man in the hoodie or the woman in black again, but the memory of that night stayed with me. Sometimes when I pass a late-night bus stop, I swear I see figures standing silently, watching, waiting. I've read reports online of people experiencing similar things. Buses detouring through deserted streets, passengers disappearing, drivers acting strangely. I know what I experienced wasn't a hallucination. I know the fog, the whispers, the impossibly long bus, and the black-eyed figures were real, at least in the context of that night. Public transportation, something I had always considered mundane, had become something terrifying, a liminal space where the ordinary rules didn't apply. Even now, years later, I check the bus schedule carefully, watch other passengers, and avoid sitting at the back. Every late-night ride carries a shadow of that night. I don't know what those figures were or why I survived, but I know they're still out there, waiting for someone else. Public transportation can be ordinary, safe, and mundane, but sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it's a corridor into a world that doesn't make sense, a place where the familiar becomes alien and the rules of reality are suspended. That night, I learned that the hard way. I don't take buses alone after dark anymore. I don't trust the empty streets, the silent passengers, or the dim glow of streetlights cutting through the fog. I learned to listen, to watch, to stay alert, because you never know what's lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next late night traveler. Even now, I feel a cold prickling along my spine whenever I see a nearly empty bus at night. I remember the way the fog swallowed the streets, the whispers that seemed to come from nowhere, the black-eyed figures standing silently waiting. I remember the way time stretched and warped, and the feeling of being trapped in a place that should have been familiar but wasn't. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't gotten off that bus, if I had stayed seated, or if I had tried to confront them. I don't want to know. All I know is that I survived, and that's enough. But I'll never forget the fear, the sense of helplessness, and the realization that public transportation can become a nightmare, even in the middle of a familiar city. I tell myself it was a one-time thing, a bizarre, inexplicable incident. But every time I see a bus at night, empty, lights flickering in the fog, I feel that same cold dread, that same prickling sense that something is there, watching, waiting. I avoid buses after midnight now. I avoid being alone, and I always check to make sure I'm not being followed. Even now, I hear stories from friends, strangers, online forums, people who describe buses that seem longer than they should be, passengers who appear and disappear, drivers who act strangely or ignore everything around them. I believe them because I know what it feels like. I know the fear, the isolation, the unshakable sense that reality has been bent, twisted, just enough to make you doubt yourself. I'll never ride a bus alone at night again. I'll never take the familiar route without hesitation. And I'll never forget the black-eyed man, the woman in black, or the fog that swallowed the streets and turned a simple ride into something I still can't fully comprehend. Story the end. It was the middle of October in Boston, and the nights were starting to get colder, sharper, the kind of chill that creeps through your coat and sinks into your bones. I had just started a new job at a small marketing firm in downtown, and since I didn't have a car yet, I was relying entirely on the T, the subway system, and occasionally the late-night buses to get to and from work. I grew up taking public transportation, but never this late at night, and never alone. The first few nights were uneventful. I'd get off at Park Street or Downtown Crossing, switch lines, and eventually make it to my stop near South Station. I'd be tired, my backpack heavy with my laptop and notebooks, but I told myself it was fine. Routine. Safe. The trains were mostly empty this late, a few other passengers here and there, all absorbed in their phones or earbuds, the silence broken only by the dull rumble of the train and the clanging of doors. It started one Thursday evening. I had finished late and decided to take the green line instead of the usual red line, hoping it would be quicker. I boarded the car and found a seat near the middle. Across from me, a man sat alone. He was middle-aged, average build, wearing a dark jacket and a baseball cap pulled low over his face. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but then I noticed the way he was staring. Not the casual glance of a stranger passing time, but a fixed, deliberate stare that made my skin crawl. I tried to ignore him, pulling my backpack closer and pretending to scroll through emails. But I could feel his eyes on me, and the more I tried not to notice, the more impossible it became. He didn't look away, didn't check his phone or the windows, just watched. The train lurched forward, and I thought, maybe he's just bored. Maybe he doesn't have anywhere else to be. "You're new," he said suddenly, quiet but firm enough to make me jump. I looked up, startled. "Excuse me? You don't ride this line often," he said. "I can tell. New people look different, nervous." I swallowed hard and looked back down at my phone. "Yeah, I just started a new job," I mumbled. He smiled faintly, a cold, calculated smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I can help you," he said. "Make things easier for you." I felt a knot in my stomach. No thanks," I said quickly, trying to sound casual. He tilted his head as if studying me. "Suit yourself, but I'll be around, don't worry. I always am." I spent the rest of the ride staring at my phone, pretending to type, pretending to ignore him, my heart hammering. When I got off at my stop, I walked quickly, glancing back. He didn't move, didn't follow, or at least not that I could see. The next few nights, I tried to convince myself it was a coincidence. Maybe he just worked late, took the same train. But then I saw him again. Same train, same time, same seat across from me. And then, after that, sometimes on the bus, sometimes at a different subway station entirely, always appearing without any clear pattern. I started noticing him almost everywhere I went in the evenings, sometimes standing in the shadows of the station, watching silently. I began to feel trapped. The city that had always seemed familiar now felt claustrophobic. Every train, every bus stop, every dimly lit corner became a potential place for him to appear. I started leaving work at different times, switching lines, walking extra blocks, but it didn't matter. Somehow he always found a way to be there, watching. One night, it escalated. I had stayed late at the office finishing a project, and I decided to take the bus from Chinatown instead of the train. The bus was nearly empty, a few other passengers scattered along the seats. I sat near the middle, my backpack in my lap, trying to act casual, pretending to scroll through my phone. That's when I noticed him. He was standing near the back of the bus as if he had been there all along, holding onto a pole, staring directly at me. I froze, unsure if I should move. My hands were shaking. The bus lurched forward and he didn't move. He didn't smile, didn't say a word. He just stared. I tried to convince myself it was a coincidence. Maybe he just looked like the man from the train. But then he spoke, softly, almost soothing. "You shouldn't be out so late. It's not safe. But I can help you." I dropped my phone, fumbling to pick it up. I I don't know you," I stammered. He leaned slightly forward, his eyes never leaving mine. "We're friends. I watch out for people like you, people who get lost in the city at night." The bus stopped at the next intersection, and I hurried off, moving quickly, glancing over my shoulder. He didn't follow, at least not immediately. I ran several blocks, my backpack bouncing against my chest, until I reached a well-lit street where I felt a little safer. My heart was pounding, my mind racing. Over the next few weeks, the encounters became more frequent. Sometimes he would appear on my usual train, sometimes on a different line. Sometimes he was just standing at the station, silent, watching. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of him on the street while I was walking home from a bus stop. I began to feel like I couldn't leave the office at night, like the city itself had become a trap. I started carrying pepper spray, keeping my phone fully charged, always sitting near the doors. I told myself I was being rational, that I was preparing for someone who might actually try something. But the truth was, I didn't know what he wanted. He never threatened me directly, never touched me, never tried to force me. But the way he followed me, appeared wherever I went, was terrifying in its persistence. One night, it finally escalated to a point that I could no longer ignore. I had taken the Green Line from Boylston after a late shift. The train car was almost empty, just me and a few other passengers. I sat near the middle, as usual, hoping to avoid him. That's when I felt it. A presence, the unmistakable weight of someone watching. I looked up, and there he was, standing near the door, staring at me. I stood, moving toward the exit, hoping he would get off at the next stop. He followed silently, never saying a word, staying a few feet behind me. My stomach churned, my pulse raced. I fumbled with my bag, considering calling 911, but my phone was almost dead, and the thought of explaining the situation to the police felt humiliating, almost insane. At the next station, I tried to lose him by taking a different exit. I ran up the stairs, heart hammering, only to find him waiting at the top, leaning casually against the wall. He smiled faintly, the same cold, measured smile. "You can't hide," he said softly. "But that's okay. I'll wait. Always wait." I ran outside into the night, the streets deserted. I kept moving until I reached my apartment, locking the door behind me. I sat on the floor, shaking, trying to calm myself. I didn't sleep much that night or the nights that followed. The encounters continued, even after I tried changing my routines. I avoided late nights, took cabs whenever possible, even considered moving to a different city. But he had a presence that felt inescapable. Sometimes I'd see him across the street, sometimes in a train station shadow, sometimes disappearing into the darkness before I could get a good look. Eventually, I left Boston entirely. I moved to a small town in New Hampshire, somewhere quiet, where public transportation was minimal and the streets were empty at night. For a while, it seemed like I was free. I could walk home without fear, sleep without jumping at every sound, breathe without feeling watched. But the memory never left me. The feeling of being followed, the sense of someone who could appear anywhere, anytime, without warning, lingered. Even now, when I occasionally travel through larger cities, I check the seats across from me. I watch the doors. I keep my bag in front of me. Public transportation, I realized, can be deceptively safe. It's ordinary, routine, mundane, but for some people, it becomes a hunting ground, a place where someone can watch, follow, and manipulate your sense of safety without ever breaking the law. I've learned to live with it. I've learned to move cautiously, to trust my instincts, to notice patterns and shadows that others ignore. I carry pepper spray. I avoid quiet stations late at night, and I never ride alone unless absolutely necessary. Even now, years later, I sometimes hear the faint hum of a train or bus, and for a fleeting moment, I imagine him there, standing silently, watching, waiting. And I know that the fear I felt, the terror of being followed and observed, is not something I can ever fully escape. Some nights I lie in bed listening for sounds that aren't there. I check every corner of my apartment, every shadow on the street below. I have learned that fear can linger even when the threat is gone. That some dangers aren't immediate, they are patient, pervasive, and impossible to outrun. Public transportation is ordinary, safe even. But for me, it will always carry the memory of someone who could appear anywhere, follow silently, and make the city itself feel like a cage. I never saw him again after I left the city, but I don't need to. I know he's out there, somewhere, waiting, watching. And the knowledge of his persistence has changed the way I move, the way I breathe, the way I exist in any city after dark. I still ride buses and trains occasionally, always with caution, always aware, always ready. I never sit with my back to the doors. I never get lost in thought. I always keep my belongings close. I am vigilant, not paranoid. Vigilant. Public transportation taught me that safety is fragile, that the ordinary can harbor danger, that a stranger can make a city feel like a trap, and that some people, some presences, are patient enough to wait for years to remind you of that fact. Even now, long after leaving Boston, I catch myself flinching at shadows on the subway, checking the seats across from me, watching the doors, listening for the faint hum of a train in the distance. The fear never fully fades. It doesn't have to. It only has to be remembered, always remembered, in case he, or someone like him, returns. Story the end. It was just after midnight when I got off the last subway train in Chicago, heading home after a late shift at the hospital. My stomach was still tight from the long day, and the fluorescent lights of the empty station flickered intermittently, casting long shadows across the deserted platforms. Usually, the ride home was uneventful, just a few tired commuters, the steady hum of the train, and the occasional shriek of the rails. But that night felt different. There was a kind of stillness that pressed against the walls and made my skin crawl, like the station itself was holding its breath. I had taken this particular route countless times, and I knew that the last bus from the station would arrive around 12:15 a.m. As I climbed the narrow concrete stairs to the street level, I noticed a man standing near the turnstile, leaning against the wall in a way that seemed almost unnatural. He was tall, thin, and wore a long black coat that hung loosely from his shoulders, as though it had never truly been tailored to a human frame. His face was obscured by the brim of a hat, and I felt for some inexplicable reason that he was staring right at me. When our eyes met briefly, he tilted his head in a way that made me swallow hard, but he didn't move as I hurried past him. The street was nearly empty, a few cars passing occasionally, their headlights cutting through the darkness. I kept my pace brisk, gripping my bag tightly, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. That's when I saw him again, a few steps behind me, his movements eerily smooth, almost gliding rather than walking. My pulse quickened, and I debated whether to turn around or keep moving. I didn't. I started running, and he began to match my pace. I reached the bus stop, panting and sweating, and pressed the button for the shelter light to come on. The man stopped a few feet back, his presence looming even in the dim glow of the lamp. When the bus finally pulled up, I stepped inside, pressed my card, and moved toward the back, hoping to put some distance between us. But when I glanced up, I noticed him at the front, waiting, leaning against the door. He didn't board, and yet somehow I could feel his eyes tracking me. The bus driver didn't seem to notice him, Or maybe he did, and he didn't care. The bus lurched forward, and I sank into the worn vinyl seat, trying to steady my shaking hands. I told myself it was paranoia, that the long shift had fried my nerves, but a gnawing sense of dread settled in my stomach. As the bus rolled down the empty streets, I noticed other passengers. A man slumped in a hoodie, a woman with her head tilted back as if asleep, and a teenager staring blankly at a phone. But there was something wrong about them. Their movements were too slow, too deliberate, and their eyes, when they flicked toward me, held a strange, lifeless intensity. Every stop we passed, I half expected someone to board, but the streets remained empty. Occasionally, a streetlight would flash overhead, illuminating the reflections in the windows, and I thought I saw shadows moving just behind the bus, following us. I told myself it was my imagination. But when the bus rounded a corner near an industrial district, I saw it again. The man in the black coat standing in the middle of the street as if he had appeared out of nowhere. I froze, gripping the edge of my seat. His head tilted again, the same unnatural motion, and then he raised a hand. Not a wave, not a greeting, just a stiff, deliberate lift. The bus driver didn't slow down or react, but my stomach dropped as the man disappeared before we passed him, vanishing like he had never been there. The air inside the bus thickened, as though the night itself had followed us inside. I tried to focus on the familiar landmarks outside, the occasional lit storefront or the neon sign flickering in the distance, but they all seemed slightly off. The colors were muted, the lights dimmer, and the shadows stretched far longer than they should have. I noticed the other passengers again. Their heads turned slowly in unison, tracking me as I shifted in my seat. I wanted to stand, to yell at the driver, to get off immediately, but my limbs felt like lead. When the bus stopped at a bridge crossing over the Chicago River, I looked out the window. The water was black and still, reflecting the occasional flicker of the city lights. And then I saw something move. A figure standing on the bridge, perfectly still, looking down at the river. Its coat flapped lightly in the wind, though there was no wind. The face was still obscured by the brim of a hat, but I knew it was him. I slammed my hands against the window, hoping someone would see me, hoping I could break the spell that had settled over the bus. The other passengers didn't move. The bus didn't move. Then the lights went out. Just like that, everything inside the bus went dark. I could hear my own breathing, sharp and ragged, and the low hum of the engine, but the world outside vanished. Panic set in, and I jumped up, fumbling for the emergency brake. The bus screeched to a halt, throwing me against the seat in front of me. I turned toward the front, still dark, still silent, but I could feel him there. He was in the aisle, though I couldn't see him, and my chest tightened as if someone had wrapped a cord around it. I stumbled toward the door, pulling the cord to open it, and the bus suddenly jolted forward again. This time, when I looked out, the cityscape was gone. We were on a deserted highway, the kind that should have had signs, streetlights, or cars, but it was just black asphalt stretching endlessly in both directions. The moon, if there was one, was obscured by thick clouds, and the silence was absolute except for the engine and my own frantic heartbeat. I ran to the back, hoping to find the emergency exit, but the door wouldn't budge. The other passengers turned fully toward me now, their faces pale and gaunt, their eyes hollow and unnerving. One of them, the man in the hoodie, lifted his head slowly and spoke in a voice that seemed layered, echoing from somewhere else entirely. "You shouldn't have taken the last train." A cold sweat ran down my spine, and I backed away. The bus began to shake violently, rattling the windows and sending loose objects clattering to the floor. I could hear whispers now, low and guttural, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I pressed myself against the back wall, wishing I could disappear, wishing the world would swallow me whole. And then I saw him. The man in the black coat was standing at the very end of the aisle, impossibly tall, his face still hidden by the brim of the hat. He didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, radiating something so wrong, so unnatural that my stomach lurched. And then, in a motion too fast to be human, he was right in front of me. I felt the air shift, like the space between us had compressed into a solid weight. He lifted a gloved hand and pointed at me. "You saw too much," he said, and the sound of his voice filled every corner of my mind. My body froze. The whispers turned into screaming screaming that wasn't coming from anyone on the bus, but from inside me. My vision blurred, my ears rang, and I felt myself being pulled forward toward him as if the floor itself had become a conveyor belt. And then, as abruptly as it started, it ended. I was outside. The bus was gone, replaced by the familiar concrete of the subway station. My hands were scraped and bloody from gripping the railing as I fell down the stairs. The station was empty, eerily quiet, except for the distant rumble of the city. I stumbled toward the turnstile and swiped my card. Nothing happened. I swiped again, and it worked this time, and I ran, not looking back until I was halfway to my apartment. The next morning, I checked the news. There had been an accident on the last subway line the night before. A bus had crashed on a deserted highway, killing everyone on board. The report said it was a maintenance road that had been closed for years. No one was supposed to be there. I haven't taken the last train since. I avoid late shifts whenever I can, and I never sit at the back of a bus. But sometimes when I'm walking alone late at night, I see him. The tall man in the black coat standing at the edge of the street, just watching, tilting his head in that same impossible way. And I know with a cold certainty that he's still out there, waiting. I've tried telling people. Friends, coworkers, even a therapist. No one believes me. They say it was exhaustion, hallucination, stress. But I know the truth. The city has shadows that aren't just shadows, people who aren't quite people, and buses that move to places they shouldn't. Every night I replay it in my mind, trying to figure out why me, why that night. And the answer is simple. It doesn't matter. Once you see it, once you're marked, you're never truly alone again. Months later, I was forced to take public transportation again after my car broke down. I planned my route meticulously, catching a train that would get me to the bus stop before midnight. Everything seemed normal at first. The platform was busy, the fluorescent lights buzzing steadily, and the people around me were chatting, scrolling through their phones, living their mundane lives. Relief washed over me. Maybe that night had been a fluke. Maybe it wasn't real. But as the train rolled into the station, I saw him, the tall man in the black coat, standing at the far end of the platform, watching. I tried to tell myself it was a coincidence, that someone else could just happen to be wearing a similar coat and hat. But the way he tilted his head, the way the shadows seemed to cling unnaturally to him, I knew it was him. I kept my head down, avoided eye contact, and boarded the train, sitting near the middle this time. But the sense of being watched never left. Every stop, I caught glimpses of him through the windows, standing on the platform, waiting for me. And then, as the train approached a dark, isolated section of the line, the lights flickered, and the other passengers froze. Their eyes turned toward me, empty and hollow, just like before. The train lurched violently, throwing me against the seat. I could hear the whispers again, soft at first, then growing louder, echoing in the metal shell of the car. You can't escape. It's coming for you. It's always watching. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to make sense of it, tried to will myself awake from what must have been a nightmare. And then the lights went out completely. Total darkness. The train stopped, mid-tunnel, suspended in a void of silence. My hands groped for the handle above my seat, and I could feel something cold brush against my arm. I screamed. The darkness seemed to close in, thick and suffocating, until I felt a presence standing behind me. I knew, without needing to turn, that it was him. When the lights flickered back on moments later, the train was empty. I was alone, the doors open to a deserted station. My ticket was still in my hand, my phone still in my pocket, but the other passengers had vanished, and in the corner just past the far end of the platform, I saw him one last time, tilting his head, waiting. I left the train and ran. I didn't stop until I reached my apartment, but I know I'll have to ride again someday. Everyone does, and when that day comes, I'll see him again. I can only hope I survive the ride. Since that night, I avoid buses and subways after dark, but I've learned that it's not just the ride you have to fear. It's the city itself. The streets, the platforms, the dark corners where shadows linger. He can appear anywhere, anytime. I've caught glimpses of him in reflections across parking lots and alleyways. No matter how careful I am, he finds me. He's always watching, always waiting. And I know the moment I'm alone on a bus, on a train, on any form of public transportation late at night, he will be there. Every time I hear a bus door hiss open or a train rattle in the distance, my stomach drops. Every time I see a tall figure in a black coat out of the corner of my eye, my heart races. And I can't tell anyone because no one will believe me. They'll tell me it's stress, exhaustion, paranoia, but I know the truth. The city keeps its secrets well, but it's patient. And the man in the black coat, he's patient too. I still take public transportation sometimes when I have no other choice. I've learned to keep my head down, to avoid eye contact, to move quickly. But it never truly ends. Every ride is a gamble. Every station could be the place where I encounter him again, and I know in the deepest part of my mind that I might not survive next time. The city has claimed others before me, and it will claim more. I've started carrying a small flashlight, just enough to see the immediate area around me. I keep pepper spray in my bag, though I've never used it. These things give me a false sense of security, a small comfort against the overwhelming dread that rides with me every time I step onto a bus or subway after midnight. The man in the black coat has never approached me directly on these newer rides, but I see him in the shadows. I feel him in the dark corners of every station. I know he's always there, watching, waiting for the moment when I let my guard down. Sometimes I wonder if he's real, or if he's a manifestation of the fear that has taken root in me. But then I remember that night on the highway, when the bus wasn't supposed to exist, and I remember the way the air felt solid, as if something unnatural had pressed itself into my chest. I remember the hollow eyes of the other passengers, the whispers that came from nowhere, the way the darkness moved with intent. That memory is enough to convince me that he is real and that the danger is far from over. Even now, writing this, I can hear the distant rumble of a bus outside my apartment. I try to ignore it, to tell myself it's nothing, but my pulse quickens. I know that at any moment he could appear, standing at the edge of the street, tilting his head, waiting. And I know that if I ever board that bus, if I ever take that train, the ride might not end the way it should. Every night, I lie in bed, listening to the hum of the city outside my window, imagining the possibilities of what could happen. The shadows on the walls twist in ways that remind me of him, and I can't help but glance toward the street, even though I know he isn't there. Or maybe he is. I'll never know. The worst part is the helplessness. No matter what I do, I can't stop him. I can't stop the city from claiming more victims. And I know, deep down, that someday I might board a bus late at night, thinking I've been careful enough and I'll see him again. The tall man in the black coat tilting his head, standing there like he owns the night. And that night, I might not come back. For now, I live in fear, moving cautiously through the city, avoiding public transportation as much as possible. I tell myself I'm being smart, that I'm surviving. But I know the truth. The city is patient, and the man in the black coat is patient. And one day, when the timing is right, they will meet me again. Until then, I keep my head down, I move quickly, and I pray that he doesn't notice me first. Story the end. It was just after midnight when I realized I had missed the last train home. I was working late at a small IT support company in Philadelphia, and the fluorescent lights had been on for so long that my eyes felt dry and scratchy, my neck stiff from hunching over a laptop. Normally, I'd take the train. It was faster, safer, but that night, the trains had stopped running, and my only option was the night bus, the 79, which cut across the city and ended near the apartment I shared with two roommates. I walked to the nearest bus stop, a corner of Broad Street that was dimly lit, with a flickering street lamp that buzzed softly. I arrived around 12:10 a.m., the kind of hour where the city feels like it's holding its breath. There were only two other people at the stop. A man who looked to be in his late 40s, wearing a threadbare coat, and a younger woman, maybe in her 20s, huddled into a large hoodie, scrolling through her phone. I didn't think much of it. These late-night buses were always sparsely populated. When the bus finally arrived, it hissed as it stopped, doors folding open with that mechanical sound that always feels a little too loud in the stillness of the night. I stepped inside and swiped my card, moving toward the back. The man and woman got on ahead of me, and I chose a seat near the rear, caroche, one facing the aisle. The bus smelled faintly of wet fabric and oil, the kind of smell that always makes the ride feel long before it even starts. For the first 10 minutes, everything seemed normal. The bus rumbled along, the engine low and steady, passing closed storefronts and darkened homes. The usual hum of the city at night was muted, leaving only the sound of the bus and the occasional distant siren. But then I noticed the man. He wasn't just sitting quietly, he was staring at me. Not a casual glance. He was staring, unblinking, like he was trying to memorize every detail of my face. I tried to ignore it, focusing instead on my phone, scrolling through emails I should have dealt with hours ago. The bus made its next stop. A few people got on, but the man continued to stare. His expression didn't change. His eyes, dark and almost reflective in the dim overhead lights, followed me no matter where I moved. The woman across the aisle noticed too. She stopped scrolling and kept glancing at him, her expression tense, her body slightly turned away from him. I told myself I was imagining things. I've always had a tendency to notice patterns or fixate on details, and maybe this was just my fatigue making me paranoid. But as the bus continued, I began noticing other small anomalies. The shadows he cast under the flickering lights stretched and twisted unnaturally. Whenever the bus went over a bump, his shadow seemed to elongate impossibly along the walls and ceiling, as if it were separate from his body. My skin crawled. About 20 minutes into the ride, the bus took a turn onto a less familiar street. The row of streetlights ahead flickered sporadically, leaving sections of the road in near darkness. The bus slowed as it passed a particularly dark stretch, and I noticed a figure standing in the shadows of an alley. It didn't move at first, but then it began walking parallel to the bus, silent, fluid, and oddly graceful. Its features were obscured, but the faint glint of eyes reflecting the flickering streetlights made my stomach knot. I tried to tell myself it was just a pedestrian, someone taking a shortcut, but my instincts screamed otherwise. When I looked back at the man, he was no longer sitting in his seat. I froze. The bus hadn't stopped, and the aisles were narrow. There was no way he could have moved to stand just behind me without being noticed. Yet he was there, and the air around him felt colder, heavier. He leaned slightly closer, and the slow smile that spread across his face didn't reach his eyes. "You shouldn't have taken this bus alone," he said in a voice low and deliberate, almost a hiss. My body refused to move. The woman across the aisle whispered something, though I couldn't catch the words. The bus jolted over a pothole, and for a split second, the lights went out. When they flickered back on, his shadow seemed to be everywhere, stretching along the ceiling and walls in ways that defied logic. The bus driver slammed on the brakes at the next stop. I could hear shouts, some passengers panicked, others trying to maintain calm, but I was frozen. The man's gaze held me in place as if my body belonged to him. He bent slightly toward me, and I could feel the chill emanating from him, seeping into my skin. "It's too late," he whispered again. The next moments were a blur. People were moving, shouting, and the bus itself seemed to groan, metal protesting, but I could barely focus. I shut my eyes, hoping to wake up from what must have been a vivid hallucination. When I dared to open them, the bus was empty. The driver, the other passengers, the man, and the young woman were all gone. The doors were still open, but outside, the street was deserted. The alley where I had seen the figure was empty. Everything seemed normal, almost too normal, as if my experience had been erased. I stumbled to the nearest lit street, heart pounding, and tried to explain what had happened to the 911 operator. They asked if I was okay, if I had been drinking or using drugs, and I assured them I hadn't. A patrol car came by, checked the area, and left. There were no reports, no missing persons, no sign of the bus. I walked the remaining miles home, shaking and silent. The next day, I tried to rationalize it. Sleep deprivation, stress, overactive imagination, any logical explanation that could dismiss the memory. But I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. The way the man's eyes seemed impossibly dark, the unnatural elongation of his shadow, the whispered words, they stayed with me. Even now, months later, I can feel a twinge of that same fear when I hear a bus pull up late at night, or when a shadow stretches too long across a wall. I've avoided the 79 bus since that night. I switched to taking taxis or ride shares, even if it costs more. Occasionally, I hear of others who take the late-night buses alone and report strange encounters, shadows that move against the light, unblinking stares from strangers, whispers in voices that don't belong to anyone on the bus. Some people dismiss them as urban legends, products of tired minds. I no longer can. There's a thin line between the ordinary and the terrifying, and it exists in places like these. The routes we take nightly, the buses we board after dark, the city streets we pass through when we're too tired to be alert. That night, I crossed that line, even if only for a few minutes, and I saw what waits on the other side, something that can blend into the ordinary. But when it chooses to reveal itself, it leaves no escape. I still ride public transportation, but only in the daytime, only when there are crowds around. I've learned to watch, to notice, to be aware. Even then, I feel a creeping unease when I see a figure in a seat too still, a shadow too long, eyes that glint unnaturally in dim light. Um, and I know that somewhere in the city, a bus is moving along its route, carrying people who don't notice, who are unaware who might be next. Public transportation is supposed to be mundane, predictable, and safe, but it isn't always. There are moments, small and fleeting, when it becomes something else entirely, a vessel for the unknown, a stage for the impossible, space where the ordinary turns into horror, silent and patient. Um, I've told a few friends what happened, testing their reactions. Most laugh, call it stress or imagination. A few nod quietly, and I realize they understand. They, too, have had late-night rides, glimpses of something out of place, something that should not exist in the ordinary world. They don't speak of it publicly, and I understand why. It's easier to pretend it didn't happen, to tell yourself that the city is safe, that the buses are just buses, that the people on them are ordinary. But I can't pretend. That night is etched into me, and sometimes I dream of that bus, the elongated shadows, the smile, the hissed words. I wake up, heart racing, and I know it isn't just a dream. Somewhere, someone else might board that bus alone at midnight and meet him again, and I can only hope they are aware and strong enough and lucky enough to survive the ride. I have learned my lesson. I avoid late-night buses. I travel with company. I avoid streets and stops that feel too quiet, too empty. And I watch. I always watch. Because I know that somewhere in the shadows of public transportation, the line between normal and nightmare is thinner than we imagine, and it only takes a moment, a single ride, to cross it. Even now, when I hear the faint rumble of a distant bus, the metallic hiss of its doors, my body tenses. My mind flashes back to that night, the unblinking eyes, the unnatural shadow, the hissed warning. And I realize that the city is full of these moments, full of these possibilities, and that public transportation, for all its convenience, carries more than just passengers. It carries fear, and sometimes it carries something far worse. I will never forget that night, and I will never ride a night bus alone again. And I know deep down that the man I saw is still out there, waiting for the next person to ride alone, to be vulnerable, to be marked. Public transportation can be a routine, an ordinary necessity, but sometimes ordinary is the perfect disguise for horror. And once you've seen it, once you've felt it, you can never forget it. Story the end. It was a late October night in Chicago, the kind of night where the wind cuts through layers of clothing and the streetlights create long, restless shadows on the wet pavement. I had finished a long shift at the hospital, cleaning up, charting, and making sure the late-night patients were all settled. My feet were sore, my back ached, and all I wanted was to get home. I usually took the subway, then a bus for the last few blocks, but I had missed the last train earlier, so I was forced to wait at the bus stop near the station. The bus stop was almost deserted, just me and one other person, a man standing silently under the dim light of the shelter, hood pulled low over his face. I noticed him immediately because there was something unnatural about the way he stood. His posture was rigid, yet his head tilted at an odd angle, like he was examining the world differently than the rest of us. I tried to ignore him, keeping my eyes glued to my phone, scrolling through random news articles to pass the time. The bus arrived late, its headlights cutting through the darkness like a knife. I swiped my card quickly and found a seat near the back, the man from the bus stop still lingering near the front. He didn't board, but I could feel him watching. The bus started moving, the familiar rumble under my feet a little too loud tonight, echoing inside my skull. At first, everything seemed normal. Other passengers were scattered along the seats, some scrolling through their phones, some staring out the windows. But then I noticed something off. The man in the hoodie across from me, who had been slouched over, slowly turned his head toward me, very deliberately, and stared. His eyes were blank, but there was an intensity in his stare that made my stomach twist. The woman next to him, sitting rigidly by the window, didn't move at all. Her head remained perfectly still, her face expressionless, even as the bus lurched around a corner. I tried to tell myself it was exhaustion, that my brain was playing tricks after a 12-hour shift. But then I noticed it. The bus had passed my stop. Not by a block or two, but by miles. The streets outside were unfamiliar. Streetlights flickered intermittently and the storefronts were dark and shuttered. There were no cars, no people, just shadows stretching long across the asphalt. Panic started to rise, and I approached the front, intending to ask the driver if we had taken a wrong turn. But when I looked, the driver wasn't human. His eyes were gray, dull, fixed on me with an intensity that froze my blood. His head tilted slightly, like he was listening to something no one else could hear. He didn't answer when I asked where we were. The man from the bus stop hadn't moved, but now I felt him there. He had somehow appeared in the back of the bus, standing near the last row, still tilting his head in that unnatural way. The bus lights flickered and the passengers stiffened. The man in the hoodie slowly lifted a hand, pointing directly at me. The whispers began then, soft, unintelligible, but layered, echoing from every direction at once. My chest tightened and I stumbled back to my seat, my heart hammering in my chest. The air felt heavier, thick, like it was pressing down on me. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, until they became a low hum vibrating in my skull. I tried to stand, to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The bus itself seemed to stretch, elongating in ways that defied logic, the aisles narrowing and expanding unpredictably. The man in the black coat glided closer without moving, his presence suffocating. I could feel the pressure of him before he reached me, the cold brushing against my skin like ice sliding along bone. The lights went out completely. Darkness swallowed the bus, thick and heavy, and the whispers escalated into screams, but not from the passengers. They came from everywhere, inside the walls, inside my mind. I tried to cover my ears to shut out the noise, but it penetrated everything. My vision tunneled, my limbs went numb, and I felt myself being pulled toward him. Or maybe he was pressing forward. I couldn't tell. The other passengers remained rigid, eyes fixed, faces pale and lifeless. Then, as abruptly as it started, the lights returned. The bus jolted violently, and I found myself alone. The passengers, the driver, the man in the coat, all gone. I was standing in the middle of a cracked, deserted street. The city around me was wrong, distorted. The buildings leaned at angles they shouldn't, the streetlights were dim, and the air was cold in a way that went beyond temperature. I ran, slipping on the wet pavement, until I reached a street I recognized, back toward my apartment. The next day I read the news. A bus on the route I had taken crashed late Thursday night. Every passenger was killed. The street where the crash occurred had been closed for repairs for months. No one knew how the bus ended up there. My stomach turned. I had been on that bus. I had seen him. After that night, I avoided public transportation whenever possible. I walked extra miles, took taxis, and begged rides from friends. But eventually, necessity forced me back onto the late-night bus. I planned meticulously, choosing a route with familiar streets, well-lit stations, and buses that weren't the last to run. I told myself it was impossible for the previous night to be real, a hallucination born from exhaustion and stress. The station was crowded this time. Normal. Relief washed over me. But as I approached the platform, I saw him. Standing at the far end, still in the dark coat, cap low over his face, head tilted, my stomach twisted. I didn't look directly at him, but I could feel his gaze. He was waiting. Always waiting. I boarded the bus, choosing a seat near the middle, keeping my head down. The bus moved and everything seemed normal, but the feeling of being watched never left me. Every time the bus stopped, I caught glimpses of shadows outside that shouldn't have been there, fleeting shapes that disappeared before I could fully focus. My pulse raced. My grip on the strap tightened. Halfway through the ride, the lights flickered. Then they went out completely. Darkness swallowed everything. The whispers returned, low and overlapping, coming from every corner. My hands gripped the seat in front of me, knuckles white, trying to hold on to reality. The bus lurched violently, and I felt a cold hand touch my shoulder. I froze. Panic rose in my chest, and I realized with stark clarity that he was here, as always. When the lights came back, the bus was empty. No passengers, no driver. I was alone. Outside, the street stretched endlessly, desolate. And in the distance, I saw him, tilting his head, motionless, watching. I ran, slipping through the dark streets until I reached my apartment. My hands were scraped, my jacket wet with rain and sweat. Since that night, I avoid late-night buses and trains. I take ride shares when I must, even if it costs a fortune. I've tried telling friends, but no one believes me. They say it was stress, exhaustion, paranoia. But I know the truth. I know the city has shadows that are not shadows, figures that aren't human. I know he exists, patient and persistent. Sometimes when I walk past a bus stop or subway entrance, I see him in the distance. The head tilt, the dark coat, the silent stare. He doesn't move, he just waits. And I know that one day when I am forced onto another late-night bus, he will be there. Always there, waiting, and I may not survive that ride. I carry a flashlight in my bag now, keep my phone close, and avoid the last buses whenever possible. But it isn't enough. He is out there, and the city is patient. One day, they will meet me again. I just hope I can survive the encounter. Even now, years later, the memory of that bus ride, the empty streets, the whispers in the dark, and the figure in the black coat haunt me. I can't shake the fear. Every time I hear the distant hiss of a bus door or the rumble of the subway under the city streets, my chest tightens. I know he is watching, and I know the next ride could be my last. I've resigned myself to the fact that public transportation after dark is not just a convenience, it's a gamble, and the city plays for keeps. I tell myself that one day I will have no choice but to ride that bus again, and I know that when I do, the figure in the dark coat will be there, waiting, as patient and relentless as ever. I sometimes wonder if he exists only for people like me, those who take the last bus, who linger in the city too long after dark, or if he is just one of many, an agent of the shadows that inhabit the streets and stations when the city sleeps. Every time I step onto a bus, I brace myself, heart pounding, senses alert. Every time the lights flicker or a shadow shifts in the corner of my vision, I know he could be there. I've started timing the buses, planning routes, calculating stops, doing everything I can to avoid the hours when he prowls. I take the earlier shifts whenever possible, leave work before the last trains run. And yet, no matter how careful I am, I feel his presence sometimes. Outside my apartment, across the street, even in the reflections of the wet windows. Always watching, tilting his head, waiting for the next inevitable encounter. No one else sees him. Friends, coworkers, even family think I'm paranoid. They tell me it's stress, a hallucination from exhaustion. But I know better. I know what I saw. I know the whispers, the hollow eyes of the passengers, the stretching aisles of the bus, the impossible streets. I know the cold weight of his presence. I know the city hides things that do not belong to the natural world. I've learned to move quickly, to avoid eye contact, to keep my head down on public transportation. I've learned that panic is dangerous, that acknowledging him may draw attention. I don't know if that is true or if it is instinct keeping me alive. All I know is that caution is my only shield, and vigilance is my only ally. And yet I cannot fully avoid him. Sometimes, late at night, when a bus passes my street or a train rumbles under the city, I swear I see him in the distance. A tilt of the head, a dark coat, the silent, unblinking gaze. And I know, with the deep certainty of someone who has survived something unspeakable, that one day he will find me again. One day, I will board that last bus and the city, and he will decide my fate. Until that day comes, I live with the fear. Every stop sign, every empty street, every flickering streetlight is a reminder. Every rumble of a distant bus door, every hiss of a closing train sends a chill down my spine. The city is alive in ways people do not understand. And he's a part of that darkness, patient, eternal, waiting. I keep my flashlight ready, my phone charged, and my steps deliberate. I avoid late-night rides whenever possible. But the truth is simple. No matter how careful I am, no matter how far I walk, I cannot escape entirely. He is out there, watching, waiting. And I know that eventually the city and he will catch me again. Story the end. It was late October when it first started. I was living in Chicago, working a late-night shift at a small diner near the Loop. The city was already cold, the wind cutting through the streets, and the rain had just started again. Steady drizzle soaking coats and umbrellas, leaving everyone looking hurried, miserable, desperate to get somewhere warm. I usually took the red line home. It was the most direct route, and the last train wasn't until after midnight. That night, though, I got there earlier than usual, mostly to avoid the handful of street kids who liked to hang around the station entrance. The platform was empty except for a few commuters, mostly students with backpacks, a couple of workers like me, and a man standing at the far end, leaning casually against a pillar. He was unremarkable in appearance. Mid-30s, baseball cap pulled low, a dark jacket zipped up tight. There was something about the way he stood, though, that felt deliberate, like he was waiting, not just for the train, but for someone in particular. The train screeched into the station, lights reflecting off the wet tiles. I boarded and took a seat near the middle, earbuds in, trying to shake the uneasy feeling in my chest. As the train lurched forward, I noticed him again. The man had stepped in behind me silently, almost unnoticed, moving to a seat a few rows back. At first, I thought it was coincidence, but then I noticed the way he scanned the car. His eyes weren't casual, they were precise, calculating. At the next stop, a young woman with a large tote bag got on. She looked exhausted, like she'd been working all day. Her hoodie was pulled tight, hiding most of her face. And then I saw it. His eyes locked on her, and he shifted his position just enough to follow her with an intensity that made my stomach knot. People watch each other on trains all the time, but this was different. There was a patience in him that was unnatural. He didn't glance. He observed silently like a predator studying prey. I debated what to do. Should I say something? Intervene? I wasn't sure what I could do without escalating it. I tried to focus on my phone, pretending to be absorbed, but my nerves were on edge. The woman moved toward the back of the car, clutching her bag, glancing nervously at the few passengers who seemed oblivious to the tension. I realized that she was aware, too. She stiffened slightly when she saw him. And then I made a decision. I stood, walking toward her casually, offering a friendly smile. "Hey," I said softly, "this is a late stop, right? Just making sure you're okay?" She looked at me, startled, then nodded, relief washing over her face. I sat down near her, subtly positioning myself between her and him. The man hesitated, glancing at me briefly, then adjusted his hood and leaned back as if reconsidering his plan. But I could see it in his eyes. He wasn't leaving. He was waiting, patiently. When we reached the next station, she got off first. I followed a few steps behind, pretending to check my phone, making sure she was safe. The man waited on the platform, scanning the crowd, then stepped off after her, maintaining a careful distance. My heart pounded as I watched them disappear down the street, and I realized how vulnerable she had been. I reported the incident to transit police the next day, giving them a description and the approximate times. They listened, took notes, and said they'd keep an eye out, but I knew they couldn't act without concrete evidence. Missing persons reports are easy to file, but hard to act on without witnesses, photos, or security footage. And even if they did, what were the odds of catching someone so patient, so careful, so practiced? In the following weeks, I became hyper-aware. Every train, every bus, every platform, I scanned for him, and more than once I saw him. Same dark jacket, same low baseball cap, same calm, calculated presence. He wasn't aggressive, not in a traditional sense. He didn't make threats, didn't approach people directly. He just waited, followed, chose his targets carefully. One night, months later, I had to take the train again after closing at the diner. I arrived at the station late, nearly empty, and as I descended the stairs, I froze. There he was, across the platform, leaning against a pillar, watching. My stomach sank. I ducked behind a kiosk, heart hammering, trying to appear casual. But he didn't move. He was patient, almost serene, like he had all the time in the world. I boarded the train cautiously, taking a seat near the middle. He followed, silently, slipping into a car several down, always keeping me in view. Every stop he adjusted, moving closer with subtle precision, always aware of my reactions. The train lurched, lights flickering, the rhythmic clatter of wheels filling the empty space. I felt a terror unlike anything I had experienced before. The kind that seeps into your bones, makes your skin crawl, makes every instinct scream at you to run. When the train finally reached my stop, I bolted. I didn't look back, weaving through streets and alleys until I reached my apartment, locking every door behind me. But even inside, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was somewhere out there, watching, waiting, planning. Over time, I started reading online reports, piecing together other incidents. People disappearing late at night near bus stops or train stations, descriptions of a man matching his appearance, always calm, always deliberate. No arrests, no security footage, no evidence, just patterns. Quiet, chilling patterns. I stopped taking public transportation entirely. I drove everywhere, avoided walking alone at night, and became obsessive about watching shadows and reflections. I knew he could strike anywhere, but public transit made it easy for him. Crowded, distracted passengers, anonymous crowds, long tunnels, isolated platforms. It was a predator's playground. Years later, I still see glimpses. A figure at the edge of a platform, a dark jacket, a baseball cap low over the eyes, patient, calculating. Even in my car, I check reflections in windows, shadows in alleys, corners where someone could hide. He hasn't disappeared. He is still out there, still using the public transportation system as his hunting ground, blending in, waiting. And sometimes I wonder if the woman from that night ever made it home safely. I think about her, terrified, clutching her bag, knowing I was the only one between her and him, even for a few minutes. And I realize that countless others might not be so lucky. Countless others might vanish, quietly, unnoticed, leaving only the faint echo of train wheels on tracks, the hiss of doors, the shuffle of feet in empty cars. Public transportation will never feel safe to me again. Every bus, every train, every platform carries the possibility of him being there, patient, silent, waiting, and that knowledge has changed everything. I watch, I wait, I stay alert, because if you ever let your guard down, if you ever fail to notice, it's too late. Even now, years later, I can hear it in my mind. The faint echo of a train, the subtle hiss of doors, the quiet shuffle of someone moving just out of sight. I can picture him, hood low, eyes calm, waiting. And I know that he is patient enough to continue, persistent enough to endure, and clever enough to vanish into the anonymity of the city. I have learned to live in fear of him, to never take public transportation, to avoid isolated platforms, to never walk alone at night. I have become hyper-aware, constantly alert, watching reflections, shadows, and every face that seems too still, too deliberate. And even with all of this, I know it is only a matter of time before he claims another victim. I cannot warn everyone, cannot protect everyone, and even if I could, no one would truly believe me. But the truth is out there. He is real. He stalks the trains and buses, waits patiently at platforms, and chooses his victims with cold precision. And no matter how far you drive, no matter how careful you are, he is always patient, always silent, always waiting. I will never forget that night, the fear in the woman's eyes, the calm, deliberate presence of the man who followed her. And I will never be free of the knowledge that he exists, that he hunts, and that public transportation in America has never been truly safe. Story, the end. It was a Tuesday night in late October when I realized I had underestimated just how empty the city could feel after dark. I worked at a small accounting firm in downtown Detroit, and most nights I drove home, but that night my car had been in the shop for routine maintenance. Taking the bus seemed simple enough, though it was a route I wasn't overly familiar with. The 47 bus ran north through residential neighborhoods, past some old warehouses, and then along stretches of dimly lit streets before eventually reaching my neighborhood. I had ridden it before, sure, but only during the day when the streets were crowded and the buses weren't half empty. I left the office at 11:30 p.m., carrying my work bag and wishing I hadn't stayed so late trying to finish an audit. The air was cold and damp, the smell of wet asphalt filling my nose as I walked toward the bus stop. Streetlights flickered intermittently along the route, giving the sidewalks a patchy glow that made shadows long and shifting. I was the first to arrive at the bus stop. It was one of those simple metal shelters with a single bench, graffiti scratched into the paint in sharp letters. I waited, checking my watch, trying not to think too much about how quiet everything was. After about 10 minutes, a young man arrived, probably in his late 20s, wearing a hoodie zipped all the way up and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He sat on the bench, hands in his pockets, looking straight ahead. I waved, and he nodded, but didn't speak. The next few minutes passed slowly, the silence stretching in a way that made me increasingly uneasy. Finally, the bus arrived. a long, aging vehicle that hissed and groaned as it pulled up. I swiped my fare card, climbed aboard, and headed to the back. The young man followed, sitting across the aisle from me. The interior smelled faintly of oil and something sour, like someone had spilled something days ago and it hadn't been cleaned. The bus was nearly empty, aside from us, and the driver, a man who looked like he had been driving for decades, barely glanced in the mirror. At first, the ride was ordinary. The bus rumbled along, stopping sporadically, picking up a few passengers here and there, each absorbed in their own worlds. I put in my earbuds and tried to focus on a podcast about history, anything to distract myself from the silence. But as we moved further from downtown, I began to notice the young man staring. Not in a casual way, he was fixated, unblinking, as though trying to memorize every detail of my face. My skin crawled. I told myself I was being paranoid, that he was probably just tired or bored, but it didn't feel normal. As we passed an older section of town, where the streetlights flickered and some houses sat dark with boarded windows, I noticed something odd about his shadow. The bus lights illuminated it on the ceiling and walls, and it seemed to stretch farther than it should, moving independently from him as the bus creaked over bumps. I tried to ignore it, shifting in my seat and looking out the window, but the sense of unease grew. The bus slowed at the next stop, and a woman in her 30s climbed aboard. She carried a large tote and smelled faintly of perfume mixed with the cold air outside. She didn't sit near us. Instead, she chose a seat midway down the aisle. Still, I could see her eyes occasionally flicking toward the young man, her expression uneasy. I wondered if she felt the same thing I did. Minutes passed, and the bus moved through streets that seemed quieter than I remembered. Occasionally, we passed a parked car with no lights, a tree casting a grotesque shadow across the pavement, or a figure on the sidewalk that vanished when I blinked. Each time I looked, the young man's gaze remained fixed on me, unwavering, and his shadow seemed to grow longer and darker. At one point, the bus took a turn into a particularly dim section of the route, an industrial area with warehouses and empty lots. The overhead lights inside the bus flickered violently, throwing the interior into alternating pools of light and darkness. The young man leaned slightly forward, and though he didn't speak, I could feel his attention like a physical pressure on my chest. My heart started pounding. I considered moving toward the front of the bus, hoping for the safety of proximity to the driver, but the aisles were narrow, and I didn't want to draw attention. The young man didn't move, yet somehow I felt him closer, like a presence more than a person. I glanced out the window, and in the shadows of a nearby lot I saw a figure, a woman, pale, standing completely still, her face partially obscured. The moment I focused on her, she seemed to vanish. I blinked and looked back at the young man. He was smiling now, a slow, deliberate smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You shouldn't have ridden alone," he said, his voice low, almost a hiss that seemed to reverberate in my head. I froze. The woman mid-bus shifted slightly, muttering something under her breath, eyes wide. I could feel a cold creeping along my spine, seeping through my clothes into my skin. The bus continued to lurch and groan over potholes and uneven pavement, yet every sound seemed amplified, echoing like we were inside a tunnel of steel and shadows. I tried to speak, to say something, anything, but my throat was dry, my words stuck. The young man's gaze held me, and I felt an unnatural pressure as if he could reach inside my mind. He leaned closer, and I noticed something impossible. His shadow no longer attached to him, moving like a separate entity along the walls and ceiling, stretching across the aisle toward me. The bus driver slammed on the brakes at the next stop. A few more passengers got on, but the energy inside the bus had changed. People whispered nervously, glancing around, sensing something wrong. The woman who had gotten on earlier now crouched slightly in her seat, clutching her tote, and I realized I wasn't imagining this feeling. Something was wrong. Suddenly, the lights inside the bus went out completely, plunging us into darkness. There was a moment of silence, broken only by the faint hum of the engine. When the lights flickered back on, the young man was gone, as if he had never existed. The bus seemed quieter, almost too quiet, the shadows normal again. I tried to speak to the other passengers, but they were distant, silent, their expressions blank. The bus continued along its route, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When I finally reached my stop and stepped off into the dimly lit street, I glanced back. There was no sign of him, no indication that he had ever been there. The bus pulled away, empty, except for the driver, who didn't glance back. I walked the remaining blocks home, heart pounding, every shadow along the street feeling like a potential threat. The next day, I tried to rationalize it. Fatigue, stress, overactive imagination. I clung to those explanations, though deep down I knew they were insufficient. I checked online for reports, looking for anything unusual about the 47 bus late at night. There were a few mentions of strange occurrences, passengers feeling uneasy, shadows moving oddly, whispers heard in the dark, but nothing concrete. People dismissed them as urban legends or misperceptions, yet I knew what I had experienced was real. I avoided the 47 bus after that night. I took ride shares, drove when possible, and walked longer distances rather than risk another late-night ride. Even now, months later, I feel a lingering awareness, a subtle anxiety when I hear the distant hum of a bus or the hiss of its doors. Sometimes I dream of that night, the young man's smile, the shifting shadows, the cold pressure that seemed to reach into my mind. A few friends I spoke to about the experience were skeptical, laughing it off as paranoia or exhaustion. But one friend, who worked late nights at a nearby hospital, nodded quietly and admitted he had seen something similar on a night bus, shadows stretching unnaturally, a figure that seemed to vanish and appear at will. Another friend, who delivered packages during late hours, told me about glimpses of people who didn't seem to belong, always at the edge of perception. I have come to understand that public transportation, especially late at night, is more than a mundane routine. It is a space where the ordinary intersects with something else, a corridor where the boundaries between reality and something darker are thinner than we realize. The buses themselves are vessels carrying not just passengers, but attention, presence, entities that can remain unseen until the perfect moment. I still take public transportation occasionally, but only during the day, only when there are enough people around to mitigate the isolation. I pay attention to the shadows, the reflections, the people who ride alone and sit silently. And though I try to rationalize and maintain a sense of normalcy, I know that night will always be a part of me. The feeling of being watched, the impossibly long shadows, the whispered warning. I've come to warn myself, at least, and anyone who might listen. The ordinary can hide the extraordinary, and public transportation in particular can conceal horrors that are patient, deliberate, and subtle. One wrong ride, one moment of vulnerability, and you might find yourself face to face with something that doesn't belong in the world, yet exists alongside it, waiting. Even now, when I hear a bus in the distance, I pause. I notice the long shadows cast by streetlights, the flicker of reflections in windows, the way the night seems to press closer around me. I know that somewhere on some late-night route, there is a bus moving along its path and someone else may be riding it alone, unaware, and under observation. I've learned to respect the spaces I traverse, to recognize that what seems mundane can quickly become terrifying. I've learned to never ride alone at night, and to always be aware. And I know deep down that the night holds more than just silence. It holds something waiting, patient, and inevitable. Public transportation is ordinary, necessary, and seemingly safe. But I know it also carries shadows, whispers, presences, and the possibility of encountering something that defies reason. That night taught me that the ordinary is only a mask for what can happen when you least expect it, and that vigilance is not paranoia, but survival. Story the end. It was a Tuesday night in New York City, one of those nights where the air feels damp and heavy, and the streets echo with the distant hum of traffic. I had just finished my shift at a small diner in Queens, working late to cover for a coworker, and I was exhausted. My car had been in the shop for weeks, which left me reliant on the subway system to get home. I'd taken it many times before, but late-night commuting was a different beast entirely. I descended into the station at Queensboro Plaza, the fluorescent lights flickering above, casting harsh shadows on the cracked tile floors. The station was nearly empty, just a few stragglers waiting for the last trains to Manhattan. I swiped my MetroCard and stepped onto the platform, trying to keep my pace brisk. As I waited for the train, I noticed him, an older man, probably in his 50s, wearing a long, worn trench coat and a fedora pulled low over his eyes. At first, I didn't think much of it. The subway was full of odd characters, but when he glanced up and locked eyes with me, my stomach twisted. There was something about the way he looked at me, like he was memorizing every detail of my face. The train arrived with a hiss of steam and screeching brakes. I stepped in and found a seat near the middle of the car, clutching my bag on my lap. To my dismay, he followed and sat across from me. I looked away immediately, and pretending to scroll through my phone, but I could feel his eyes boring into me. "You're new," he said, his voice soft, almost casual. I looked up, startled. "Excuse me?" "You don't ride this line often," he said. "I can tell. New people look different." I tried to laugh, forcing a smile. "Yeah, just started a new job. Long day." He tilted his head slightly, watching me closely. "I can help you," he said. "Make things easier." My chest tightened. Uh, thanks, but no, I'm fine." He didn't respond, just smiled faintly. That smile didn't reach his eyes, and it made me shiver. I turned my attention to the window, watching the dark tunnels rush past, hoping he'd move or get off at the next stop. He didn't. I got off at my stop, walking quickly through the station, glancing back to make sure he didn't follow. He didn't, at least not visibly. I shook my head, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. Late nights made people paranoid, I told myself. But then I saw him again. The very next week, on a different train, at a different station, same man, same trench coat, same fedora. And then again, sometimes at the bus stop I took after the train, sometimes just standing on the street, watching, always watching. The realization hit me slowly and insidiously. He was following me. Not directly, not aggressively, but with a persistence that was deeply unsettling. I began to adjust my routines, taking different trains, leaving work at different times, walking extra blocks. Nothing mattered. Somehow he always appeared. One night, it escalated. I had stayed late again, finishing a project for a demanding client, and took the 7 train from Queens. The car was nearly empty. I sat near the middle, trying to appear relaxed, pretending to scroll through my phone. That's when I saw him standing near the doors, staring directly at me. I froze. My heart began to hammer in my chest. My hands shook slightly as I gripped my bag. He didn't move, didn't smile, didn't speak, just watched. The lights flickered, the train rattled through the tunnels, and I felt an icy grip of fear settle in my stomach. "You shouldn't be out so late," he said softly, almost soothingly. "It's dangerous, but I can help you." I swallowed hard. I don't know you," I stammered. He leaned slightly forward, his eyes never leaving mine. "We're friends. I watch out for people like you, people who get lost in the city at night." I didn't know what to do. My instincts screamed at me to get off at the next station, to run, to call someone. But the thought of explaining this to the police or anyone else sounded ridiculous. How do you explain a man who appears wherever you go, silently watching? When the train reached the next stop, I bolted. I ran up the stairs, my backpack bouncing against my chest, and I turned the corner, hoping to lose him. But when I glanced back, he was there, standing calmly at the bottom of the stairs, waiting. His smile was faint, cold, almost patient. "You can't hide," he said softly, "but that's okay. I'll wait. Always wait." I ran the rest of the way home, heart pounding, adrenaline surging. I locked my door, double-checked the windows, and sank to the floor, trying to calm down. I didn't sleep much that night, and the nights that followed were filled with constant anxiety. Every time I left work late, every time I boarded a train or bus, I feared seeing him again. I started carrying pepper spray, keeping my phone charged, always sitting near the doors, always watching the other passengers. But it didn't matter. Sometimes I'd see him across the street, sometimes in the shadows of a station, sometimes standing silently on a platform, vanishing before I could get a good look. Weeks turned into months. I changed jobs, changed trains, changed lines, but the encounters didn't stop. The city felt smaller, claustrophobic, a maze where he could always find me. I considered leaving New York entirely, and eventually I did. I moved to a small town in Vermont, somewhere quiet, where buses ran infrequently and the streets were empty at night. For a while I felt safe. I could walk home without fear, sleep without jumping at every sound, breathe without the constant sensation of being watched. But the memory never left me. Sometimes, when I hear the distant hum of a train or bus, I imagine him standing there, watching silently, smiling faintly. Public transportation is ordinary, mundane, safe, but for some, it is a hunting ground, a place where someone can watch, follow, and manipulate your sense of safety without ever breaking the law. I've learned to live cautiously, to move quickly, to trust my instincts. I always sit near doors. I never ride with my back to the aisle. I keep my bag in front of me. Even now, years later, I flinch at shadows on the subway, check the seats across from me, watch the doors, and listen for the faint hum of trains in the distance. The fear never fully fades. It doesn't have to. It only has to be remembered, always remembered, in case he or someone like him returns. I still ride buses and trains occasionally, always alert, always ready. I know the city has countless people, countless strangers, but I've learned that some dangers are patient, pervasive, and impossible to outrun. Public transportation taught me that. The ordinary can hide the terrifying, the mundane can become a trap. And some people, some presences are patient enough to wait, silently, always watching. Even in my small town, I catch myself checking the streets, listening for sounds that aren't there, imagining a shadow that isn't real. I carry pepper spray, I keep my phone close, I avoid quiet streets at night. I have become vigilant, hyper-aware, cautious, not paranoid. Public transportation, in its ordinary rhythm of trains, buses, and stations, is supposed to be safe, predictable, routine. But for me, it will always be a reminder that someone could appear anywhere, follow silently, and make the city itself feel like a cage. I've never seen him again after leaving New York, but I don't need to. I know he's out there somewhere, in the shadows of a train car or at the end of a bus aisle, watching, waiting, patient. And the knowledge of his persistence has changed the way I move, the way I breathe, the way I exist in any city after dark. Even now, years later, I remain vigilant. I never get complacent. I never trust the ordinary. The experience taught me that some dangers aren't immediate. They're patient, pervasive, and invisible until it's too late. Public transportation can hide horrors in plain sight. I know that now, and I carry that knowledge wherever I go. I check the doors, watch the platforms, keep my bag close, and never sit with my back to the aisle. Even in my quiet town, I imagine shadows at the edges of my vision, fleeting glimpses of someone watching. The fear is part of me now, a reminder of what can happen when someone follows you silently, patiently, without ever stepping over the line. I have learned to live cautiously, to trust my instincts, and to always remember that the ordinary can be terrifying. I still ride buses and trains occasionally, never letting my guard down, never ignoring shadows, always aware that some presences are patient enough to wait for years to remind you of that fact. Story the end. It started on a Thursday night in late November, the kind of night where the city feels hollowed out, almost dead, except for the distant hum of traffic and the occasional flickering street lamp. I had been working late at a tech startup in downtown Atlanta, and my coworker had left an hour earlier, promising that I'd be fine taking the bus home. Normally I drove, but my car had been in the shop, and taking the MARTA bus was my only option. I'd done it hundreds of times, always feeling a small sense of isolation once the streets emptied and the bus rolled along dimly lit avenues. But that night, everything felt off. I left the office at around 11:50 p.m. The streets were almost empty, save for a few stragglers wandering toward late-night bars or food trucks. My route took me past the Peachtree Street corridor, where the office towers had gone dark, their neon signs off, leaving the sidewalks in a dull, muted glow. The air was colder than usual, sharp enough to sting my cheeks despite my jacket. I walked briskly to the bus stop, my backpack slung over one shoulder, earbuds in to distract myself from the eerie quiet. The bus stop was deserted except for one figure, a man standing under the shelter, his posture stiff, coat buttoned up, hands shoved deep into his pockets. His face was obscured by a hood, and I couldn't make out any details in the low light. I waved at him almost reflexively, and he nodded slightly but didn't move. I paid it no mind. Sometimes late-night travelers are solitary like that. When the bus arrived, it hissed to a stop, the doors folding open with that familiar metallic groan. I got on, swiping my card, and stepped to the back. The man followed behind me, taking a seat across the aisle. The bus smelled faintly of oil and disinfectant, a smell I had grown accustomed to, but that always made me feel like I was entering a temporary, liminal space where time felt slower. The ride started normally. The bus trundled along Peachtree, then veered onto side streets, stopping only to pick up one or two late-night passengers. The driver was a middle-aged man with a tired face, eyes focused straight ahead, occasionally glancing at the mirrors to check the empty seats. I put my earbuds in and tried to lose myself in a podcast, anything to avoid thinking too much about the man sitting across from me. That's when I noticed his gaze. It wasn't a glance, not the fleeting acknowledgement most people give strangers. He was staring, unblinking, and it felt like he wasn't just looking at me, he was seeing through me. My skin prickled. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was tired, imagining things in the dim light. But every time I shifted in my seat, his eyes seemed to follow, and his posture never changed. Around 15 minutes into the ride, we passed a stretch of street where most of the streetlights were out. The bus's interior lights flickered intermittently, and the shadows stretched across the ceiling in sharp, almost geometric patterns. I caught the man's shadow. It seemed longer, twisted, and moving in ways that didn't match his body. I shook my head, convinced my imagination was exaggerating it, but the unease settled deep in my chest. The bus slowed at the next stop, picking up a young woman in her 20s. She was bundled in a large hoodie, hands wrapped around a coffee cup, and she moved with careful precision to sit several seats ahead of us. She didn't glance back, but I noticed her fidgeting, her eyes occasionally darting toward the man. It felt almost like a shared recognition of something wrong, though we didn't speak. As the bus continued, I began noticing more anomalies. The man's breathing was slow, deliberate, almost measured. His eyes, dark in the flickering light, reflected it back in a way that seemed impossible. It wasn't just a shadow. It was as if his presence bent the light, shifted it. A chill ran through the bus, small but tangible, enough to make the hairs on my arms rise. Then I saw movement outside the window. A figure emerged from an alley as we passed, walking parallel to the bus. At first I thought it was someone crossing the street, but the movement was fluid, silent, almost gliding. Its face was obscured, features indistinct, but its gaze was unmistakably fixed on the bus, on us. I turned my head to look, but when I did, the man across from me leaned slightly forward, and I swear his shadow stretched into the space beyond the window, reaching toward the figure outside. Panic started to creep in. I debated moving toward the front of the bus, but the aisles were narrow and I didn't want to draw attention. I couldn't speak, couldn't move my arms, couldn't even look away. The bus groaned over a pothole, the lights flickering out for a fraction of a second. When they returned, the man's shadow was everywhere, along the ceiling, over the seats, slithering across the aisle like smoke. "You shouldn't have taken this bus alone," he said, his voice low and deliberate, a hiss that seemed to crawl along the edges of my mind. I froze. The young woman ahead whispered something I couldn't hear, and her body tensed. The bus lurched as it turned a corner, and I thought I saw the figure outside vanish, though I couldn't be sure. The driver slammed on the brakes, and the bus jolted violently. Passengers shouted, some moving toward the front, some crouching in their seats, but I remained rigid, eyes locked on the man. He leaned closer, and I could feel a cold emanating from him, as if the air around him was freezing. "It's too late," he whispered again. I tried to turn, to run, to get out, but my body refused to obey. The bus doors opened, but no one moved toward them. The young woman began shaking, and I realized I wasn't the only one frozen in place. Then, as quickly as it began, it ended. The bus went silent. The lights stabilized. The man was gone. The young woman had vanished, and the driver was staring straight ahead, calm as if nothing had happened. The doors opened automatically at the next stop, revealing an empty street. No signs of the bus we had been on, no indication of the events that had just occurred. I stepped off, heart pounding, unable to comprehend what I had experienced. I walked home, retracing familiar streets, but everything felt different. Shadows seemed longer, the silence heavier. I called a friend once I reached my apartment, trying to explain, but the words felt inadequate. "You're tired," they said. "Maybe you fell asleep on the bus and dreamed it." But I knew it wasn't a dream. The sensation of being watched, of being marked, lingered deep in my chest. Over the following days, I avoided the bus entirely, taking ride shares or walking long distances. But every time I passed a bus stop late at night or heard the faint rumble of a bus engine in the distance, I felt the same cold, creeping fear. I started noticing reports online of late-night buses where passengers claim to see shadows move strangely. Figures appear in fleeting glimpses, whispers that seem to come from no one. People laughed at some of the stories, called them urban legends, but I knew better. Months passed. I tried to forget, tried to rationalize, but the memory remained vivid. I even began noticing subtle signs in my daily life, shadows that didn't match their sources, reflections that seemed delayed, the occasional sensation of being watched from a distance. It was subtle at first, almost ignorable, but persistent. I learned to recognize it, to anticipate it, though it never fully left me. I spoke to a few friends about my experience, cautiously. Most dismissed it, citing stress or overwork, but a few nodded quietly, eyes darkening. They, too, had experienced something strange, unexplainable on late-night rides. They didn't share details openly, but their reactions told me they understood. These experiences weren't isolated. They were part of a hidden layer of the city, one most people never notice until it reaches out to them. I never took the 79 bus again. I take taxis or ride shares when I need to go out late, always alert, always wary. Even now, months later, I can feel it sometimes. The cold creeping along the edges of perception, the sense of unseen eyes tracking my movements, the lingering idea that some places sometimes carry more than just ordinary danger. Public transportation is meant to be mundane, predictable. You sit, you ride, you arrive. But under the right conditions, it becomes something else entirely. A liminal space, a corridor where ordinary rules are suspended. It can harbor presences, forces, beings that exist at the margins, unnoticed until they choose to reveal themselves. And when they do, they're patient, deliberate, and precise, targeting those who travel alone at night, vulnerable in the small bubble of light and metal that we call a bus. I have learned to respect those spaces, to acknowledge the possibility that there is more than just the hum of engines and the quiet shuffle of passengers. I know that night could happen again. I know that somewhere, on some late-night route, the bus waits for the next passenger. I can only hope they see it coming and recognize the signs before it's too late. Even now, when I hear the faint hiss of brakes in the distance, the creak of bus doors, I feel a twinge of recognition. I see shadows stretching too long across walls, hear whispers where there should be silence. The memory of that night remains vivid, etched into my perception of the city, the buses, the quiet streets. Public transportation is a necessity, an ordinary part of life, but it carries with it a hidden dimension, one that most of us ignore, one that I will never forget. And somewhere, the bus is still out there, moving along its route, carrying those who have no idea of what waits for them. Story the end. It was a cold, rainy Thursday night in Philadelphia, the kind of night where the wind cuts through your coat and the sidewalks glisten with a mixture of water and grime. I had just finished my shift at a late-night diner near Market Street, and as usual, I relied on public transportation to get home. Normally, I didn't mind. Riding the bus and then transferring to the subway gave me time to zone out and listen to music. But that night felt different from the moment I stepped outside. The bus stop near the diner was nearly empty. Just a few other commuters hunched under the flickering fluorescent light of the shelter. One figure stood out, a tall man, thin, wearing a long black coat and a baseball cap pulled low over his face. He was standing at the edge of the curb, perfectly still, and I noticed that he seemed to be staring in my direction. I tried to ignore it, focusing on my phone and pretending he wasn't there. The bus arrived about 10 minutes later, headlights cutting through the misty rain. I swiped my SEPTA card and made my way to a seat near the middle, trying to put as much distance between myself and the man as possible. As the bus pulled away, I glanced toward the front and noticed him still standing at the curb, watching. Something about the way he didn't move, the tilt of his head, made my stomach twist. At first, the ride seemed normal. Other passengers were scattered throughout the bus, some on their phones, others staring blankly out the rain-specked windows. But soon I noticed small oddities. A man across the aisle, hood pulled over his head, had been staring at me for several stops. A woman by the window remained perfectly still, her face expressionless, her gaze fixed somewhere beyond the bus. The hair on the back of my neck prickled, and I tried to tell myself it was just fatigue. When my usual stop approached, I realized the bus had passed it. Not by a few blocks, by miles. The streets outside were unfamiliar, dark, and nearly deserted. Streetlights flickered intermittently, and the city felt different somehow, heavier, almost oppressive. My anxiety spiked, and I stood to ask the driver if we had taken a wrong turn. When I approached the front, I froze. The driver's face was pale, eyes dull and unblinking. He didn't respond when I asked where we were, just stared straight ahead, his hands gripping the wheel tightly. And then I saw him, the man from the bus stop, inside the bus at the back, standing perfectly still, head tilted slightly as if studying me. My chest tightened, and a cold wave of fear washed over me. Suddenly, the bus lights flickered and went out completely. Darkness swallowed everything. A low whispering began, soft at first, impossible to place. It grew louder, layering over itself, coming from all directions. I tried to cover my ears, but the sound penetrated every part of me. My hands gripped the seat in front of me, knuckles white. The man moved then, or maybe I moved toward him. It was impossible to tell. His coat brushed the top of the seats, and I felt the weight of his presence pressing down, making it hard to breathe. The other passengers were frozen, their faces pale and hollow, eyes empty. I realized I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My body felt heavy, paralyzed. When the lights returned, everything shifted. The bus was empty except for me. The driver, the passengers, the man, all gone. I was standing alone in the middle of a street I didn't recognize. Wet pavement reflecting flickering streetlights, buildings leaning at impossible angles. I ran, heart hammering, until I recognized a familiar intersection and made my way home. The next day, I read the news. A bus matching the one I had taken had crashed late Thursday night. Every passenger dead. The street where it crashed had been closed for construction for weeks. There was no explanation for how the bus ended up there. My stomach turned. I had been on that bus. I had seen him. Weeks passed, and I avoided public transportation whenever possible, walking extra miles, taking ride shares, anything to stay off the late-night buses. But eventually, necessity forced me back onto the subway. I planned carefully. An early train, well-lit stations, familiar streets. Relief washed over me when I arrived at the station without incident. But then I saw him, at the far end of the platform, standing perfectly still, dark coat, baseball cap low, head tilted. I tried not to acknowledge him, but the sense of being watched was suffocating. I boarded the train, taking a seat in the middle car, heart racing. The ride was normal at first, but the feeling persisted. Shadows moved oddly in my peripheral vision, fleeting glimpses of shapes that weren't quite people. Halfway through the ride, the lights flickered, then went out completely. Darkness swallowed the train, and the whispers returned, low and overlapping, coming from all directions. My hands gripped the seat in front of me, white-knuckled, trying to hold on to reality. I felt a cold hand touch my shoulder. I froze. When the lights returned, the train car was empty. I was alone. Outside, the tunnel stretched endlessly, desolate. I ran to the next station, finally emerging into the night air. The city felt wrong, distorted, and in the distance I saw him, tilting his head, watching, patient and silent. Since that night, I avoid late-night public transportation. I take taxis or ride shares when possible. I plan routes meticulously, leaving work early, avoiding the last buses and trains. Friends and family think I'm paranoid. They tell me it's exhaustion, stress, imagination. But I know better. I know the city has shadows that are not shadows, figures that are not human. I know he exists, patient, watching, waiting. Sometimes when I pass a bus stop or subway entrance, I see him in the distance. The tilt of his head, the dark coat, the stillness. He doesn't move. He just watches. And I know with absolute certainty that one day I will board a late-night bus or train, and he will be there, waiting. I carry a flashlight now, keep my phone charged, and avoid the last trains and buses. But it isn't enough. He is out there, patient, eternal, and the city will not let me forget. Every rumble of a distant bus door, every hiss of a closing train, every flicker of a streetlight brings that fear rushing back. I live in the city, I rely on it, but I know that it has secrets, and he is one of them. He is patient. He waits, and one day he will catch me again. Story the end. It was a Thursday night, around 11:30 p.m., and I was standing at the corner bus stop near the edge of downtown Detroit. My shift at the hospital had run late again, and my body ached from standing for nearly 9 hours straight. The city was quiet at this hour, only the occasional car rolling past, the hum of distant traffic, and the cold wind whipping through the streets. I checked my watch. My bus should have been here in 5 minutes. I hadn't noticed anyone else at the stop yet, but then I saw him, a man leaning against the lamppost a few feet away. His hood was pulled low, his hands stuffed in his pockets. He didn't move or look at me, but there was something unsettling in the way he stood. When the bus finally arrived, its headlights cutting through the darkness, I swiped my card and climbed aboard. The interior was dimly lit and nearly empty. I took a seat toward the middle, relieved to finally sit, and noticed that the man from the corner was already seated near the front, still hooded and quiet. A few other passengers were scattered through the bus, but they didn't seem to pay any attention to anyone else. I tried to ignore him and relax, letting the soft vibration of the bus lull my nerves. The first few minutes passed uneventfully. The bus moved steadily through the quiet streets. My mind wandered, thinking about the pile of paperwork waiting at home, the quiet apartment I would finally reach, the bed I couldn't wait to sink into. But then I started to notice small oddities. The man in the hood didn't seem to move at all. His head didn't shift, didn't glance at the window, didn't even tap a finger. He just stared forward, blank and rigid. That alone might have been strange, but it wasn't unusual enough to worry me. The bus left the main roads and entered an industrial area. Factories and warehouses loomed on either side, dark and empty. Streetlights were sparse, and the fog rolling in from the river began to thicken. I shivered and pulled my coat tighter. That's when I noticed something was off about the driver. Normally cheerful, nodding at passengers, the driver tonight didn't even glance at anyone. She gripped the wheel tightly, staring straight ahead with an intensity that didn't feel right. I tried to focus on my phone, but the battery was dead. That left me trapped in the dimly lit bus, my own thoughts echoing louder than usual. I glanced up, and my stomach dropped. The man in the hood was no longer at the front of the bus. He was standing in the aisle, maybe 10 feet behind me, just staring. I froze, my throat dry. My mind raced for a rational explanation. Maybe he had just moved quietly. But the feeling that something was profoundly wrong clamped down on me like a vice. I swallowed and looked toward the driver, silently begging for acknowledgement, but she didn't react. Her gaze remained fixed straight ahead, hands white on the wheel. My heart pounded. I looked back at the man, and suddenly he was gone. I blinked, convincing myself it had been my imagination, but the air felt heavier now, colder, almost viscous. As we continued, I became increasingly aware of a presence near the back of the bus. I turned my head and saw a woman standing there, tall, thin, dressed in black. Her face was obscured by shadows, and she didn't move, didn't speak, just stared. I couldn't see her eyes clearly, but I felt them burning into me, a weight pressing on my chest. I tried to stand, to move toward the front, to do anything, but the bus seemed to stretch unnaturally. The aisle lengthened beyond the physical space it should have occupied, and the seats shifted subtly as if alive. My panic rose. I reached for the emergency exit, trying to pull the lever, but it wouldn't budge. My hands shook violently. The man in the hood reappeared, now standing directly in front of me. His eyes were hollow, black, and empty, and I could feel an oppressive weight pressing down on me. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. The woman in black was closer now, her scarf brushing my arm, though I could see that the scarf wasn't moving on its own. The movement seemed deliberate, unnatural, impossible. The bus jolted violently, throwing me against the seat. The lights flickered and went out, plunging the car into darkness. I could hear the faintest whispers, indecipherable but urgent, pressing into my skull. My breathing came in ragged gasps. I reached blindly for the handrail, trying to orient myself. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, echoing in my head rather than the air. Then, suddenly, the lights returned. Everything was gone. The aisle was empty, the seats normal, the figures vanished. The bus was moving again, but now I recognized the streets. I had no idea how we had gotten so far from my intended route. I stumbled to my feet, still shaking, and pressed myself against the window, eyes darting to every corner. Nothing moved, nothing breathed, only the low hum of the engine and the dim flicker of overhead lights. I got off at the next stop, legs unsteady, heart racing. I ran the remaining blocks to my apartment, not daring to look back. I never took that route again, and for weeks I avoided buses entirely. Sometimes, late at night, I would think about that night, the way the bus seemed alive, the way the figures had moved, the cold that had seeped into my bones. Months later, I started seeing online posts from other late night commuters describing similar experiences. Buses detouring into industrial areas, passengers appearing and disappearing, drivers who acted strangely or didn't acknowledge the presence of other people. Nobody could explain it. Most dismissed it as fatigue, hallucination, or exaggeration, but I knew better. I had felt the cold, the oppressive weight, the impossible movements, and elongated aisles. I started taking note of late night bus schedules, tracking routes and stops, comparing experiences with others. I realized the pattern was consistent. These occurrences happened on specific routes at specific hours, often when the fog rolled in and the streets were deserted. It wasn't random, it was deliberate. Some malevolent force seemed to use the bus as a corridor, a liminal space between normal reality and something else entirely. Even now, years later, I avoid taking buses after midnight. I never sit at the back, never sit alone, and I always check for passengers who stand too still or whose movements feel off. The memory of that night lingers, a persistent shadow that colors my perception of public transportation. Every late night bus carries the potential for that same terror, and I know I'm lucky to have escaped. Sometimes, when I pass a nearly empty bus stop late at night, I swear I see the figures again, standing silently, watching, waiting for the next lone passenger to board. The black eyes of the hooded man, the shifting scarf of the woman in black, the low whispers in the shadows, they are still out there, beyond perception, ready to trap someone else in that same nightmarish corridor. Public transportation, something so ordinary, has never felt ordinary to me since. The bus is no longer just a vehicle, but a space where the rules of the world bend, where the familiar becomes alien, and where danger can exist in plain sight, waiting patiently for the unsuspecting. I learned that lesson in the harshest way possible, and I carry it with me every time I step near a bus stop after dark. Even now, when I see a late-night bus nearly empty with fog curling around its headlights, I feel the same chill crawling up my spine. I remember the whispers, the hollow eyes, the impossibly long bus, and the oppressive cold that settled over me. And I know without a doubt that some things in the world exist beyond reason, beyond explanation, and beyond safety. That night, I was lucky to escape. Others might not be. Story the end. It was a Monday evening in New York City, late October, the kind of night when the wind cuts through even a thick coat and the rain turns streets into slick, reflective rivers. I had just finished a 12-hour shift at a hospital in Midtown, and my body ached in every joint. My usual commute took about an hour, a combination of the subway and a bus for the last few blocks to my apartment in Queens. But this night, I had missed my usual transfer window, which meant I was stuck waiting for the late bus at a near-empty station. The bus stop was poorly lit, the fluorescent overhead lights flickering intermittently. A few other commuters huddled under the shelter, trying to stay dry. One figure caught my attention immediately, a tall, thin man standing at the edge of the platform. He wore a long, dark coat and a baseball cap pulled low over his face. Even from the distance, I could feel something off about him. He didn't fidget, didn't check his phone, didn't shift his weight. He just stood there, unmoving, tilting his head slightly as if studying everyone who passed by. The longer I looked, the heavier the feeling in my chest became, a mixture of unease and fear that I couldn't shake. When the bus arrived, its headlights cutting through the darkness, I swiped my card and made my way to a seat in the middle, trying to put as much distance as possible between myself and the man. As the doors closed, I glanced back and saw him still at the edge of the platform, his posture unchanged. A shiver ran down my spine. I focused on my phone, scrolling aimlessly, trying to drown out the feeling that I was being watched. But it was impossible to ignore. That sensation seemed to grow with every passing block. At first, the bus ride was uneventful, the usual mix of late-night passengers, a man asleep with his head lolling against the window, a woman staring at her phone, another man staring blankly ahead. But after about 20 minutes, I realized the bus had passed my usual stop. I checked the route map on the wall and realized with a growing sense of panic that we were nowhere near the part of Queens I recognized. The streets outside were nearly empty, the streetlights flickering intermittently, the occasional passing car giving me brief glimpses of the warped surroundings. I stood up to ask the driver if he had missed a turn, but as I approached the front, a cold, heavy feeling gripped me. The driver's eyes were fixed on me, or at least I thought they were. There was something unnatural about them, dull and unblinking, almost gray, reflecting nothing. His grip on the wheel was rigid, and his body didn't shift as he maneuvered the bus around corners. A low hum filled the bus, vibrating through my chest, almost like the faint echo of whispered voices. I turned around, heart hammering, and that's when I saw him again. The tall man from the platform was now standing at the back of the bus. He hadn't walked, he had simply appeared there. Panic set in. I tried to move toward the back, but my legs felt like lead. The man's presence was suffocating, a tangible pressure in the air, pressing into my chest, making it difficult to breathe. The other passengers remained frozen, heads slightly tilted toward me, eyes empty, faces pale and unchanging. A whispering began, low and unintelligible at first, but overlapping, echoing from every corner of the bus. My mind screamed at me to get out, to run, but my body refused to respond. The lights flickered violently, then went out completely. Darkness swallowed everything. The whispers rose to a maddening pitch, layering over themselves in incomprehensible patterns. I could feel the man's hand brush against my shoulder, or maybe it was just my imagination, but the chill that ran down my spine told me it was real. The bus itself seemed to stretch, seats elongating, aisles bending at impossible angles, the space around me warping in ways that defied logic. My breath came in short, ragged gasps, and then, as suddenly as it had started, the lights returned. I found myself standing alone on a cracked, deserted street. The bus, the driver, the passengers, and the tall man were gone. The city around me was distorted, buildings leaning slightly at impossible angles, streetlights dim and flickering. The rain had stopped, but the ground was slick and reflective. I ran, disoriented, until I stumbled onto a familiar street and made my way home, soaked and trembling. The next morning I read the news. A bus on the route I had taken had crashed late Monday night. Every passenger had died. The street where it crashed had been closed for repairs for weeks. No one could explain how the bus ended up there. I swallowed hard, realizing with cold certainty that I had been on that bus. I had seen him. For weeks, I avoided public transportation altogether. I walked extra miles, took ride shares, and avoided the late-night routes. But eventually, work forced me back onto the subway for a late shift. I planned meticulously. An early train, familiar stations, bright lighting. Relief washed over me as I entered the station without incident. But then I saw him. At the far end of the platform, standing perfectly still, the dark coat, baseball cap low, head tilted slightly. My chest tightened. I told myself it was paranoia, fatigue, imagination, anything to dismiss the feeling of being watched. I boarded the train, choosing a seat near the middle car, heart pounding. Shadows in the corners of my vision seemed to shift unnaturally, fleeting glimpses of movement that shouldn't have been there. Halfway through the ride, the lights flickered, then went out completely. Darkness swallowed everything. The whispers returned, low and overlapping, pressing into my ears, vibrating through my chest. My hands gripped the seat in front of me, white-knuckled. I felt a cold hand touch my shoulder. I froze. The dread was suffocating. When the lights returned, the train car was empty. I was alone. Outside, the tunnel stretched endlessly, silent. My heart raced, my legs shaking. I ran to the next station, finally emerging into the night air, gasping for breath. The city around me felt wrong, distorted, and in the distance I saw him, tilting his head, watching, patient, silent. Since that night, I avoid late-night buses and trains. I take ride shares when possible, leave work early, avoid the last departures. Friends and family think I'm paranoid. They insist it's exhaustion, hallucinations, stress. But I know better. I know the city has shadows that aren't shadows, figures that aren't human. I know he exists, patient, watching, waiting. Sometimes when I pass a bus stop or subway entrance, I see him in the distance. Tilt of the head, dark coat, stillness. He doesn't move, he just waits. One day I will board a late-night bus or train, and he will be there, waiting. I carry a flashlight in my bag, keep my phone charged, and meticulously plan every route. I avoid the last buses and trains, yet the dread never leaves me. He is out there, patient, eternal, and one day, the city, and he will meet me again. Every rumble of a distant bus door, every hiss of a closing train, every flicker of a streetlight triggers the memory. The whispers, the stretching aisles, the frozen passengers. I live with it daily, knowing that public transportation after dark is not just a convenience. It is a gamble. And the city plays for keeps. I have resigned myself to vigilance. Every step, every glance, every bus and train ride is calculated. But I know that no matter how careful I am, I cannot escape completely. He is out there, patient, waiting. And one day when I'm forced onto a late-night ride, he will be there, tilting his head, silent, inevitable. Story the end. It was late September in Chicago, the kind of night where the air felt unusually heavy with humidity, carrying the faint scent of rain even though the sky was clear. I had finished a 12-hour shift at a local diner on the north side, exhausted, and my car was in the shop. Public transportation was my only option, which usually wasn't a problem. But riding alone late at night had a different energy, a quiet tension that you couldn't shake. I got off the bus at the Clark Lake station and walked toward the Blue Line platform. The station was nearly empty, the fluorescent lights buzzing faintly above. Only a handful of other commuters were scattered along the platform, hunched over their phones or staring at nothing, the way people do when they're too tired to be aware of their surroundings. I swiped my Venture card and descended the escalator, my backpack heavy against my shoulders. As the train screeched to a halt, I noticed him. A man sitting toward the middle of the car. He was older, maybe in his late 40s, wearing a long dark coat. His gaze locked onto mine the moment I entered the car, and it didn't waver. There was something unsettling about the intensity of his stare, the way he seemed to be studying me, memorizing me. I chose a seat as far from him as I could find, clutching my bag in my lap and pretending to scroll through my phone. Minutes passed. Every time I looked up, he was staring. Not casually, not from the corner of his eye, but deliberately, fully focused. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was just tired, lonely, bored. Maybe I was overreacting. But the unease didn't fade. "You're new," he said quietly, and I jumped at the sound of his voice. Excuse me?" I replied, my voice shaking slightly. "You don't ride this line often," he said, his voice soft but deliberate. "You're nervous," I forced a laugh. "Yeah. Long day, first time taking this route after work." He tilted his head. "I can help you," he said. "Make it easier." I shook my head. I don't think that's necessary." He smiled faintly, and it didn't reach his eyes. "Suit yourself, but I'll be around. Always around." I didn't know how to respond, so I stayed silent, staring at my phone, trying not to breathe too loudly. When I got off at my stop, I hurried up the stairs and out into the night, checking over my shoulder. He stayed seated, watching. Over the next few weeks, I started seeing him everywhere, sometimes on the same train, sometimes on the bus I took to get closer to home. I switched lines, left work at different times, walked extra blocks, but it didn't matter. He always appeared. Once, I boarded a nearly empty bus at midnight, and he was standing in the aisle, holding onto a pole, his eyes fixed on me. I froze, gripping my backpack, unable to move. He didn't speak, didn't smile, just watched. I began keeping a record of when and where I saw him, obsessively tracking my routes and times. But nothing seemed to break the pattern. The city, once familiar and comforting, felt like a labyrinth. Every station, every bus stop, every shadowed corner was a potential place for him to appear. One night, I was on the Red Line heading south from Fullerton. The train was almost empty. I had my headphones in, trying to calm myself when I felt a presence behind me. I turned slightly and saw him standing near the doors, watching. The lights flickered briefly, and for a moment I thought his shadow stretched unnaturally along the walls. My pulse quickened, and I looked away, pretending to text. He didn't move. "You shouldn't be out so late," he said softly, leaning forward. "It's dangerous, but I can protect you." I swallowed hard. "I don't need your protection," I said, my voice trembling. He tilted his head. "You don't know that. You never know who's watching. But I can help. I'm friendly." The train screeched to a halt between stations, throwing me against my seat. The lights flickered and went out for a brief moment, plunging the car into near darkness. When they came back, he was gone, vanished as if he had never been there. I started avoiding the trains altogether, taking long detours on buses, walking blocks past my usual stops, always scanning the streets. But he still appeared, sometimes when I least expected it. Once, I took a cab, thinking I could escape him, and glimpsed him standing on a distant street corner, watching the cab as it drove past. The stress took its toll. I began to have trouble sleeping, constantly checking windows and doors, jumping at every creak. I tried telling myself it was paranoia, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I had experienced it, felt the cold dread of someone tracking my every move. Months passed. I changed my work schedule, avoiding nights whenever possible, and started taking taxis exclusively. But the fear never fully left me. Every train, every bus, every darkened station became a mental exercise in vigilance. I carried pepper spray, kept my phone charged, always sat near the doors, and avoided eye contact with strangers. I eventually moved to a small town in Wisconsin, somewhere quiet and rural, far from the city and its relentless public transportation. For the first time in months, I felt some semblance of safety. I could walk home without fear, sleep without jumping at every noise, breathe without sensing eyes on me. For a while, it worked. The sense of being followed faded, replaced by a fragile peace. But the memory never left me. On quiet nights, I hear distant echoes of trains and buses and imagine him standing there, still watching, still patient. Public transportation is supposed to be ordinary, mundane, a part of everyday life. But for some, it can be a hunting ground, a place where someone can watch, follow, and unsettle your sense of safety without breaking a law, without speaking a word, without leaving evidence. I've learned to be vigilant, cautious, and aware because the ordinary can hide the terrifying. Even years later, I remain alert. I check the doors, watch the platforms, keep my belongings close, and never sit with my back to the aisle. I carry pepper spray, stay in well-lit areas, and keep my phone within reach at all times. I still ride buses and trains occasionally, always cautious, always aware, never forgetting the lessons learned from that relentless presence. Public transportation taught me that safety is fragile, that the ordinary can harbor danger, and that some people are patient enough to wait for years, silently, to remind you of it. I know he's out there somewhere, in the shadows of a train car or on the sidewalk near a station. I don't need to see him to know he exists. The fear is permanent now, a part of me, a reminder that some threats don't announce themselves. Some dangers are invisible until it's too late, and some people, some presences, are patient enough to wait, always waiting. Even now, living far from the city, I sometimes hear the faint hum of a train or a bus and feel my heart race, my body tense as if he might be there, watching. The fear never fully goes away. It doesn't need to. It only needs to be remembered. Public transportation is ordinary, predictable, safe, or at least it should be. But for those like me, it can hide horrors in plain sight. Shadows, silence, and a single pair of eyes can transform a mundane commute into a nightmare, leaving you constantly aware that someone somewhere is watching, waiting, and following. I remain vigilant. I always will. Story the end. It was a Wednesday night, around 11. I had stayed late at the office to finish some last-minute reports, and by the time I stepped out of the building, the streets were nearly deserted. The city had a quiet, empty feel that was unusual for a midweek night, and that alone made me uneasy. I walked briskly to the bus stop a few blocks away, my briefcase swinging at my side. The bus stop was nearly empty. Only one other person was there, a man in a dark jacket hunched over, muttering to himself. The harsh glow of the streetlights reflected off the wet pavement, remnants of an earlier drizzle. I tried to ignore the man and focused on the bus schedule posted under the shelter. The next bus to my neighborhood was due in about 10 minutes. When the bus arrived, I noticed immediately that it was quieter than usual. The driver was a middle-aged man with a blank expression. His eyes didn't meet mine as I paid the fare and stepped inside. The bus was half empty, and the few passengers scattered throughout seemed absorbed in their own worlds. I found a seat near the middle and settled in, pulling out my phone to check messages. After the bus started moving, the man who had been muttering at the bus stop took a seat a few rows ahead of me. I could hear him whispering under his breath, but the words were unintelligible. He occasionally glanced back at me with wide, unfocused eyes, and each time he did, my stomach tightened. I tried to remind myself that I was just tired and overthinking it. The bus made its usual stops, picking up and dropping off a few passengers along the way. But something felt off. The bus didn't seem to be following the normal route. Streets I knew well looked unfamiliar. I started checking the street signs through the window, and my unease deepened. I didn't recognize anything. I decided to get up and ask the driver if he was on the right route. As I made my way to the front, I noticed the other passengers staring at me, completely still, like mannequins. Their faces were expressionless, their eyes blank. My heart started racing. I reached the front and tapped lightly on the driver's partition. The driver didn't respond. He sat perfectly still, hands gripping the wheel, eyes forward, unblinking. I called out to him, but my voice sounded strange, echoing in the confined space of the bus. Then suddenly, the lights flickered, and the hum of the engine seemed to distort, stretching into a low, vibrating growl that resonated through my chest. I stepped back, panic surging. The bus lurched violently and then came to a sudden stop in the middle of a street that didn't exist on any map I knew. I looked out the windows and saw only darkness. No buildings, no lights, nothing but shadows stretching into infinity. I turned to the other passengers, but they hadn't moved. Then I heard it, a whisper, soft at first, then growing louder. "You shouldn't be here." It seemed to come from all directions at once, echoing off the metal walls of the bus. I spun around, trying to locate the source, but there was nothing. No one, just empty seats and silent passengers. The man in the dark jacket leaned forward suddenly, eyes wide, and whispered the same words. "You shouldn't be here." The bus jolted again, this time backward, and I fell to the floor. When I looked up, the windows were blacked out like thick fog had settled inside. I scrambled to the front door, pulling at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I pounded on it, shouting, but the echoes of my voice warped, turning into distorted cries that didn't sound like me. I ran back toward the middle of the bus, breathing hard, trying to make sense of what was happening. The man in the dark jacket was gone. The other passengers were still there, but now their eyes were completely black, and their heads had turned unnaturally to watch me. I felt trapped, like a predator had cornered me in a cage I couldn't escape. The lights flickered again, and in that brief darkness, I saw him, a tall figure standing at the rear exit. His coat was long, black, and his face... I couldn't make it out, but it was wrong, impossibly pale, almost glowing. My instinct was to run, but the space was too confined and the figure didn't move toward me, yet the air around him seemed to ripple, like gravity itself was shifting. I screamed and the bus shook violently. When the lights returned, the figure was gone, but a cold metallic smell filled the air. My throat burned as if I had swallowed rust. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was some kind of hallucination, a stress-induced episode, but my rational thoughts were slipping. Suddenly, the bus moved again, too fast, too erratically. The city outside was a blur of lights and shadows that didn't make sense. I pressed myself against the wall, heart hammering. The whispers returned, overlapping, chanting, unintelligible but urgent. The seats around me seemed to stretch and bend slightly, just at the edge of my vision. I blinked, and everything appeared normal again, but the feeling of being watched never left. I made my way back to the front, trying the emergency door again, still locked. The driver remained motionless, staring straight ahead. I pounded on the partition, demanding he stop, demanding to be let off. My voice cracked, but he didn't respond. Then the bus came to a sudden, violent halt, throwing me to the floor once more. The lights went out completely. I could hear the metal of the bus groaning, twisting as though it were alive. I pulled myself to my feet, hands trembling, and turned toward the back. The tall figure was there again, closer this time. I could see a faint outline of a face, and the eyes, deep, dark voids, unending, staring straight into mine. I ran to the middle of the bus, desperate for any exit. The other passengers moved in unison, gliding silently toward me, their eyes black, mouths open slightly as though whispering in a language I couldn't understand. My mind screamed, but my body froze, paralyzed by fear. The figure reached out, and the air turned icy. My breath condensed in the freezing air inside the bus. Every muscle in my body screamed to move, but I could barely lift my arms. The whispers became a deafening roar, all saying the same thing. "You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here." Then the lights flickered once more. When they returned, I was no longer on the bus. I was standing on a deserted street, the bus nowhere in sight. The city around me was empty, silent, the streetlights flickering. I stumbled forward, disoriented, my heart pounding. I eventually found a familiar avenue, recognized the buildings, and felt a wave of relief. I ran home, not daring to look back. The entire night felt unreal, like a dream. I told myself it was fatigue, stress, maybe even dehydration. I tried to forget it, but I couldn't. Weeks later, I learned that the bus I had taken had been out of service that night due to maintenance. There was no report of a late night run, no driver, no passengers, just an empty bus sitting in a depot. And yet I remembered every detail: the whispers, the shadows, the figure, the cold that had gripped me like iron. I never took that route again, and I avoided late night buses entirely. Even during the day, the memory lingered, an unease that never went away. And sometimes, when I'm walking home late, I swear I see that figure standing at the edge of the street, waiting silently, watching, patient. Months turned into years, and I told the story to friends, to anyone who would listen. They laughed, called it a hallucination, stress, overactive imagination. But I know what I experienced. I know what I saw. And I know that the city has places hidden in the tunnels and shadows where the ordinary rules of reality don't apply. Places where, if you're unlucky or just in the wrong place at the wrong time, you encounter things that defy explanation, things that wait for you when you think you're safe on a bus ride home. I still take public transportation, but I am vigilant now. I sit near the front, close to the driver, never traveling alone at night if I can help it. I avoid empty stations, avoid quiet streets, and I never, ever let my guard down. Because I know, just beyond the light of the city, beyond the familiar streets, those shadows are waiting. And one night, if I am careless, they will find me again. Even now, years later, the memory sometimes haunts me. The smell of metal in the air, the flicker of lights, the feeling of being watched. It creeps in during moments of quiet when I'm alone, and I am reminded that the city holds secrets beneath its streets, in its tunnels, in its buses, that you cannot escape. You are never truly alone, and sometimes that realization comes too late. I've spoken to transit workers, drivers, people who ride late-night routes regularly. Some report strange occurrences, vehicles appearing in places they shouldn't, unexplained cold spots, odd passengers who vanish without a trace. They shrug it off, call it fatigue, hallucinations, the quirks of the night shift. But I know better. I know what I experienced, and I know that the city hides a reality beneath its familiar surface, a place where logic and safety do not exist, a place where the ordinary becomes horrific in the blink of an eye. Since that night, I've learned to pay attention to details others ignore: the slight hum of the tracks, the flicker of fluorescent lights, the shape of a shadow that shouldn't be there. I've learned to trust my instincts, to avoid the empty corners of the city when darkness falls, to never ride alone late at night. But even with all that caution, I cannot shake the memory of that bus, the whispers, the figure in the coat. Sometimes I wonder if it was a glimpse into another reality, a place that exists alongside ours, just out of reach, intersecting with the ordinary world in fleeting, terrifying moments. And sometimes I fear that it isn't just a possibility. That night, that experience wasn't an isolated incident, that the city is full of hidden horrors, lying in wait for the unwary, for those who travel when the streets are empty, for those who think they are alone. I still take the bus occasionally, but always in daylight, always crowded, always near the exit. I avoid empty routes, silent stations, and late-night rides. And yet, every so often, I catch a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye, a shadow, a figure, a shape that doesn't belong. And I remember that night. I remember the whispers. I remember the cold, the smell of metal, the unnatural silence of the passengers. I tell myself it was a one-time thing, a freak occurrence, a hallucination born of fatigue and stress. But deep down, I know better. I know that those tunnels, those streets, those buses hide something that should not exist, something that waits patiently, quietly, for the next person foolish enough to travel alone at night. And I know that I will never truly feel safe on public transportation again. Even now, writing this, I can feel a shiver running down my spine because the memory is so vivid, so real, that it's almost as if it could happen again, right now, as I sit in the quiet of my apartment, lights flickering slightly, shadows stretching at the edges of my vision. The city is full of secrets, and those who travel its streets and tunnels after dark are at risk of seeing them. I've learned my lesson. I will never ride alone at night. I will never ignore that gut feeling of unease. And I will never forget the bus, the passengers, the whispers, and the figure in the long coat that haunted me for the rest of my life. Some things are better left unseen, and some streets are better left untraveled after dark. I learned that lesson the hard way, and I carry it with me every day. And no matter how safe I try to make myself, I know the memory will never truly leave me. Story the end. It was a rainy Thursday night in Philadelphia, and the streets were slick with water, reflecting the neon lights of 24-hour diners and closed storefronts. I had just finished a late shift at a small law office downtown. My car had been in the shop for a week, so I was forced to rely on public transportation to get home, which I didn't mind in the daylight, but always felt unnerving late at night. I walked briskly to the Market Frankfurt line station, the heels of my boots clicking against the wet pavement. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, but the air still carried that damp, cold feeling that seeped into your bones. The station was almost empty. Only a few other commuters were scattered along the platform, heads down, phones glowing in the dim fluorescent lights. I swiped my SEPTA card, descended the escalator, and found a bench near the center of the platform. As the train screeched into the station, I noticed him. A man, maybe in his late 40s, wearing a worn trench coat and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. At first, I didn't think much of him. Philadelphia was full of eccentric characters. But as I boarded the car, I realized he was following me. He stepped onto the train a few moments after I did and sat across from me. I tried to ignore him, pretending to scroll through my phone, but I felt his eyes on me. There was a cold intensity to his stare, deliberate and unnerving. I shifted in my seat, pulling my bag closer. The train rattled down the tracks, the windows streaked with rain, and every few moments I felt compelled to glance up. Every time I did, he was staring. "You're new," he said quietly, and my heart jumped. I looked up, startled. "Excuse me. You don't take this line often," he said. "I can tell. You're nervous." I forced a laugh. "Yeah, I just started a new job. Long day." He tilted his head, studying me. "I can help you, make things easier." I shook my head, trying to sound casual. I don't need help, thanks." He smiled faintly, and it didn't reach his eyes. "Suit yourself, but I'll be around." I always am. I got off at my stop and hurried to the street, glancing back to see if he followed. He didn't appear, at least not immediately. I shook my head and tried to convince myself I was overreacting. The following week, I saw him again. Same train, same line, same seat across from me. And then, later, on a different bus I took home. Sometimes he appeared at bus stops, sometimes at subway entrances, always observing from a distance. I began to feel like the city itself was shrinking around me, a maze in which he could appear anywhere. I started leaving work at different times, taking alternate routes, walking extra blocks. But no matter what I did, he seemed to anticipate my movements. Once, I took a cab to avoid him entirely, and I saw him standing at a distant corner, watching as the cab drove past. The encounters became more intense. One night, on a nearly empty train, I felt him stand a few feet behind me. The lights flickered, casting shadows across the car, and I felt my chest tighten. "You shouldn't be out so late," he said softly. "It's dangerous, but I can protect you." "I don't need your protection," I said, my voice trembling. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes never leaving mine. "You don't know that, but I can help. I'm friendly." The train lurched to a stop between stations, and the lights went out for a few seconds. When they returned, he was gone, vanished. But the memory of his presence stayed with me. I became obsessed with noticing patterns, trying to anticipate where he might appear next. The city became a series of calculations and careful steps. Which train, which line, which time, which bus. But he defied all logic, appearing at different routes, different times, always watching. Eventually, the stress began to take a physical toll. I couldn't sleep, I jumped at every creak, and I constantly checked my doors and windows at home. I tried telling friends, but no one understood. How do you explain a man who follows you through a city silently, appearing wherever you go without ever acting aggressively? Months passed, and I had to make a choice. I couldn't continue working late and relying on public transportation. I started leaving work before nightfall, taking cabs whenever possible, avoiding trains and buses entirely. But the fear never fully went away. I moved to a quieter area in the suburbs of New Jersey, where buses were infrequent and stations almost deserted. For a while, it seemed like I was free. I could walk home without fear, sleep without jumping at every sound, breathe without feeling watched. But even now, years later, I sometimes hear the distant hum of a train and feel my chest tighten, imagining him standing silently, watching, patient, waiting. Public transportation is ordinary, routine, safe for the most part. But for someone like him, it can be a hunting ground. He doesn't touch, he doesn't threaten, he doesn't speak more than necessary. But the mere act of watching, of appearing wherever you go, can twist your sense of reality. The city, once familiar, becomes a maze, and every street corner, every station, every shadowed platform is potentially dangerous. Even now, when I ride a bus or train in a larger city, I never sit with my back to the doors. I keep my bag in front of me, always watch my surroundings, always maintain an escape route. I carry pepper spray, my phone fully charged, and I never close my eyes, even briefly. The lessons I learned are permanent. Some nights I lie awake imagining his eyes following me down the train aisles, down the streets, across the city. I can't unsee it, can't unfeel the presence. And I know somewhere he might still be out there in another city, waiting, patient, silent. Public transportation taught me a hard lesson. Safety is fragile. The ordinary can harbor danger. A single person, silent and persistent, can make a city feel like a cage. And once you experience it, you never fully return to the sense of normalcy you had before. I still use public transportation occasionally, but I am hyper aware. Every step, every glance, every movement is calculated. I've learned that vigilance is the only protection. And I've learned that some people, some presences, are patient enough to follow, to wait, and to make you aware that you are being watched, no matter where you go. Even far from the city, I flinch at shadows, listen for distant trains, and imagine a pair of eyes observing from the darkness. The fear never goes away. It doesn't have to. It only has to be remembered. Public transportation can hide horrors in plain sight. Shadows, silence, a single watchful presence, enough to make even the busiest city streets feel threatening. And once you've been followed, once you've been observed, you carry it with you forever, aware that danger doesn't always announce itself. I remain vigilant. I always will. Story the end. It was just past midnight when I stepped off the last train out of downtown Chicago, the air crisp with that sharp early spring chill that makes your lungs sting when you inhale too deeply. The station was empty, or nearly empty, save for a few stragglers and the occasional shadow of someone lurking in the dimly lit corners of the platform. My backpack was heavy with a few books and my laptop, the night having been long at the office, and my phone was down to 10%, blinking weakly as if warning me that I should hurry. I always like to be careful about late-night commutes, but that night, fatigue had overridden caution. The platform was the usual mix of cracked concrete, flickering fluorescent lights, and the low hum of the tracks. I always thought it had a weird charm at night, the emptiness making it feel like a liminal space, somewhere between reality and nothingness. The train arrived with that characteristic screech, its doors sliding open like a slow exhale, and I stepped inside. The car was nearly empty, just the conductor and a few other passengers scattered across the seats. I found a seat near the middle, my eyes adjusting to the faint yellow lighting. Across from me sat a man I hadn't noticed when I first walked in. He looked ordinary at first glance. Late 30s, dark hair, wearing a leather jacket, but there was something off about him. Not threatening exactly, just wrong. His eyes didn't quite focus on anything, or maybe they focused too sharply, like he was seeing through the passengers instead of at them. He didn't say anything, just watched, occasionally twitching his head in ways that didn't seem natural. I tried to ignore him, burying myself in my phone to check emails one last time before it died. The train started moving, clattering down the tracks with that rhythmic vibration that always makes your stomach feel slightly off balance. The man didn't move, didn't glance away, just stayed in his seat, staring in my direction. I felt a prickle of unease, but told myself it was paranoia, the kind that creeps in when you're tired and alone at night. After a few minutes, I noticed another passenger sitting a few rows ahead, an older woman with a knitted scarf, clutching a tote bag. She looked straight ahead, her hands shaking slightly as she held on to the strap. Her eyes flicked to the man across from me and back to her bag, like she was trying not to make a sound. I tried to catch her gaze to see if I was imagining the tension, but she looked away quickly, face pale and drawn. That's when I started noticing small things, things that made my stomach sink. The man's lips were moving ever so slightly, but no sound came out. He was whispering to himself, almost imperceptibly, like the vibrations of his voice were only audible to him. I tried to focus on the upcoming stops, telling myself I'd just get off at the next one and be done with it. But as the train passed station after station, it didn't stop. The lights flickered more aggressively, and the hum of the tracks became almost like a low growl beneath the mechanical rhythm. My unease grew with every passing second. The other passengers seemed frozen like statues, heads down or turned away, each lost in their own private fear. I tried to stand and move toward the conductor, who sat near the front of the car. "Excuse me," I said, my voice trembling despite my best efforts. Are we still going to the loop?" The conductor didn't answer. He didn't even look up. His hands rested on the console, and his eyes were unfocused, staring at nothing in particular. I glanced at the man across from me again. His head tilted slightly, almost imperceptibly, and suddenly I realized he was following my every movement. Panic started to rise. My phone died completely, leaving me with nothing but the dim light of the train and the oppressive quiet that had settled. The other passengers were still, and I realized I hadn't heard a single word from anyone in minutes, maybe longer. The occasional whisper of the man across from me was the only sound, like he was communicating in a language I couldn't understand. I decided I had to move. I stood and tried to make my way down the aisle, but the moment I stepped up, the man mirrored me, standing in perfect sync. My heart was pounding, my legs trembling. I tried to pass him, but he matched my pace effortlessly, always keeping that same unsettling distance, never more than a few feet behind. The lights flickered again, and for a brief second I thought I saw the train car stretch impossibly long, the doors vanishing in the shadows. When the lights steadied, we were still moving, still empty except for us. I reached the front car where the conductor sat, still staring blankly at the console. "Please, stop the train!" I shouted. "I need to get off." The conductor didn't move, didn't respond. And then I noticed it, the reflection in the window beside him. The man was behind me again, but now his face was wrong. It had shifted subtly, the eyes darker, the mouth twisted into a grin that didn't reach his eyes. My stomach lurched. I stumbled backward, falling into the middle of the car, scrambling for a seat, but it was gone. All the seats were now occupied by shadows of people, their faces blurred, eyes hollow, mouths open in silent screams. I ran. I don't know where I was going, only that I had to escape. The man followed, his whispers louder now, echoing through the car, though no one else seemed to hear. I reached for the emergency exit, trying to pry it open, and the lights flickered violently. For a moment, the entire train was plunged into darkness. When the lights came back on, I was alone. The train was empty, and the man was gone. The doors ahead opened at a station I didn't recognize. Empty, dim, silent. I stepped off, heart hammering, expecting to see normal city streets. But the station stretched infinitely in all directions, dark concrete fading into shadow. No signage, no sound except my own breathing and the faint hum of the tracks. I tried to call out, to ask for help, but no sound came out. My phone wouldn't turn on. Panic surged, and I ran along the platform, searching for an exit. The shadows seemed to move with me, lengthening and twisting. Every so often, I would catch a glimpse of the man, just at the edge of my vision, standing perfectly still and watching. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed. Time had lost all meaning. I saw other passengers, their forms twisting and writhing as though caught in some eternal torment. Some tried to approach me, but when I got close, they dissolved into darkness, leaving behind only a faint whisper of their previous existence. Eventually, I found a stairwell leading up. I ran, my hands scraping along the concrete walls, my lungs burning. The stairs seemed endless, turning back on themselves in ways that made no sense. When I finally emerged, I found myself on a normal street, well-lit, quiet, suburban. A bus stop was nearby, and I recognized the neighborhood. Relief flooded me. I checked my watch. Hours had passed, though I had no idea how long. I didn't stop moving until I reached my apartment. Inside, everything was normal. My cat was asleep in her bed. My keys were on the counter. I tried to tell myself it was a dream, a hallucination caused by exhaustion. I tried to sleep, tried to put the night behind me. But the next day, when I took the train again, During the day, the normal route, I saw him, across the car, staring at me, whispering under his breath, eyes black and hollow. And in that moment, I knew the train wasn't just a train. It wasn't just a place. It was something else, something that existed in the spaces between stations, between reality and whatever it was that followed people like me who rode too late, who looked too closely, who were alone. I stopped taking late night trains. I avoided subways and elevated rails after dark. But sometimes, when the city is quiet and the hum of the tracks reaches my apartment, I swear I can hear his whisper, just faint enough to know that the train never really lets anyone go. A few weeks later, I heard about a missing persons report. Another commuter disappeared from a late night train on the Red Line. The details were sparse, the police baffled. But the description matched the last place I'd been, and I couldn't shake the image of that empty platform. The flickering lights, the endless train, and the man who was always waiting, always watching. I've never gone back on that route. I take taxis, ride shares, even walk miles to avoid it. But I know, because I've seen it, that if the train decides it wants you, it doesn't matter how careful you are. It will follow. It will wait. And when the lights flicker and the last passengers vanish, it will take you to the platform stretches into darkness, where time bends and the whispering begins. Even now, years later, I can feel it. In the hum of the tracks beneath the city, in the flicker of a station light, in the moment when the subway doors slide open and you think you're safe. It's always waiting. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a glimpse of him staring back at me from the reflection in the train window, lips moving in that silent whisper, eyes black and endless. I can't stop thinking about the people who disappear, the ones whose faces you see in the shadows when the train goes too fast, when it goes too far. I've read the forums, the posts on Reddit about late-night subway experiences that went wrong. People describe strange lights, odd passengers, trains that never seem to stop. They call it glitches, hallucinations, urban legends. But I know better. The train is alive in some way, or maybe something is alive on the train, and it's hungry. I don't know how it chooses its victims. Maybe it's the tired ones. Maybe it's the careless ones. Or maybe it just enjoys the hunt, the way it watches you move, whispers to you, bends reality until you don't know where you are anymore. I've never reported my experience. Who would believe me? The train company? The police? Everyone else seems oblivious. They ride every night, unaware of the shadows that follow, the silent whisperers, the seats that vanish, the platforms that stretch into infinity. I still take public transportation during the day. I have to. But I never go out after midnight, and when I do hear a train pass under my apartment at night, press myself against the wall, listening, waiting, hoping that tonight I'm safe, hoping that tonight it won't remember me, because I know it will remember. Story the end. It started like any other Monday morning in Chicago. The city was drenched in a cold drizzle, the kind that seemed to seep into your bones even with a jacket zipped up to your chin. I had overslept and was already late for work, so I grabbed my umbrella, shoved my bag over my shoulder, and jogged down the street toward the L station. The streets were slick, the sidewalks crowded with commuters hunching against the rain, the smell of wet concrete and exhaust filling the air. I got to the station just in time to catch the train that would take me downtown. The platform was crowded, more than usual, and the train itself came with a screeching of brakes and the rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails. I found a spot by the door, holding onto a pole as the train lurched forward, trying not to bump into anyone too hard. There was a man in a long, dark coat standing across from me, holding a newspaper in front of his face. I didn't think much of it at first. People always had their own worlds in the morning, headphones in, coffee in hand, faces buried in phones or papers. The train moved steadily, stopping at the usual stations, people getting on and off, some chatting quietly, some glaring at their phones like the world was ending. Then, at Roosevelt, the train stopped and a woman boarded. She was carrying a large tote bag and wore a wide-brimmed hat that shadowed her face. What caught my attention was her eyes. They were wide, panicked, darting around as if she were being chased. She clutched her bag tightly, moving down the aisle like she was trying to get as far away from something as possible. Then the man with the newspaper, he had been quiet the whole ride, he started following her. Not openly, not aggressively, but his movements were deliberate. Step for step, he matched hers. Something about it didn't sit right, and the air in the car seemed to thicken. I could see tension rising in the woman. She fumbled with her bag, looked at the ceiling lights like she might find an escape in them, and her breathing was shallow, almost imperceptible at first. I debated intervening, thinking maybe I was imagining it, but something primal in my brain told me this was real. I shifted closer, hoping she might notice a friendly face, someone who could help. That's when she turned, just slightly, and our eyes met. There was terror there, raw and immediate. She mouthed something like "help," and I could see it clearly now. She was genuinely afraid for her life. The train jerked into Jackson, the doors opening to let a flood of people in and out. She took advantage of the moment, darting toward the nearest exit. The man didn't break stride. He just let the crowd part him like the ocean, moving with an unnatural patience, like he was waiting for the exact moment to strike. I wanted to scream, to warn her, but the noise of the train, the chatter, the rain outside, it all swallowed my voice. She made it off the train, and I followed, moving faster than I should have, my coat flapping, my umbrella useless against the wind. I saw her cross the street toward the corner cafe. The man didn't stop at the platform. He just paused for a second, looked at the crowd, and then followed her out. I ducked into a coffee shop across the street, trying to make sense of what was happening. My hands shook as I ordered a coffee I didn't even want, my eyes glued to the window. Outside, the woman ducked into an alley between buildings, hugging the shadows like she might disappear entirely. And then he was there. The man stepped into the alley calmly, as if he had been waiting for her. And in that moment, the world went quiet. The rain, the traffic, everything faded except for them. She froze, and I could see her mouth move silently, begging, pleading. He raised his hand, not to strike, but I couldn't tell what he was going to do. And then she was gone. Not screaming, not running, just gone. The alley was empty, the puddles reflecting only the dull gray sky. I ran toward it, my heart hammering, and the alley was deserted. No sign of her, no struggle, nothing except her bag lying near a dumpster. I grabbed it, looked around, but there was no one. The man had vanished. It was like he had never existed. I reported it to the police later, but without a description or any evidence, there was nothing they could do. The woman's face, though, her eyes haunted me for weeks. Every morning I took the train, I scanned the crowd, watching, hoping to see her, hoping to see any sign that she had survived. But she never did. And that man, I kept seeing him, just in the corners of my vision, on different trains, at different stations. Always calm, always watching, always just out of reach. Weeks turned into months. I stopped taking the L at certain times, took cabs instead, avoided certain platforms. Friends laughed at my paranoia, but I couldn't shake it. One rainy evening, I got on a late train heading north. The car was nearly empty, a few people scattered, heads down, phones glowing in the dim light. And there he was, sitting at the far end of the car, coat buttoned, hat low, watching me. My stomach dropped. I tried to convince myself I was imagining it, but the feeling in my gut said otherwise. I moved to another car at the next station, thinking maybe I could escape him, but the doors slid shut, and I realized with a sinking feeling that the train had skipped a stop. The lights flickered, and I could hear the faint scraping of metal, the slow, deliberate rhythm of his footsteps behind me. I ran to the other end of the car, but each time I looked, he was there, always a step behind, silent, patient. By the time the train screeched to a stop at my station, I was sweating, shaking, my bag clutched to my chest. I bolted out into the street, the rain plastering my hair to my forehead. I didn't look back until I was 3 blocks away. When I finally did, the train doors opened, and he stepped out. Calm, composed, watching me vanish into the crowd like he had all the time in the world. That was the last time I saw the woman. I never learned her name. And the man, he didn't disappear from the city. Over the next few months, there were other reports on social media, on news forums, strange disappearances linked to public transportation. People described a man, mid-40s maybe, unremarkable in appearance, but terrifying in his patience, his silence, his control. There were no photos, no arrests, nothing concrete, just stories of commuters vanishing, last seen boarding trains, buses, or even walking alone down rainy streets. I stopped taking public transportation entirely after that. I drive everywhere now, even though it's more expensive, more time consuming. The city feels different when you're alone in a car, insulated from the crowds, from the unseen predator who walks among them. But sometimes, late at night, when the streets are wet and deserted, I see a figure in the shadows, walking calmly, matching my pace, always just far enough away to be untouchable. And I know he is still out there, somewhere, watching, waiting. A year later, I got a call from a friend who worked near the loop. She was shaken, whispering about a man she saw following a young woman onto a bus. The description matched perfectly. Same coat, same calm stride, same cold patience. I could feel my stomach knotting, my hands going clammy just listening. They called the police, but by the time they got there, the woman was gone, the bus doors closed, and the man gone again. It wasn't until months later that I understood what he did. Not just following, not just terrorizing, but choosing, hunting. The people who vanished weren't random. There was something in them he wanted, something he picked out like prey. And the public transportation system made it easy for him. Crowded cars, distracted commuters, a city that moves too fast to notice the quiet dangers slipping past. I've read theories online, of course. Some say he's a serial killer who uses the trains to disappear. Others say he's something older, something that doesn't belong to our reality, able to step in and out of the world of the living without effort. I don't know what he is, but I know he's real. I've seen him too many times, and I've felt the same fear as that woman on the Roosevelt platform. Now, every time I ride in a crowded subway car, I check the reflection of windows, the spaces between poles, the faces in the shadows. I've learned to trust my gut, to notice the small details, the way someone walks, how their eyes move, how patiently they follow without a single word. I know that if I ever miss it, if I ever look away for a second too long, I could disappear too, and no one would notice until it was too late. Even driving now, I'm never fully safe. I take different routes, park in well-lit areas, never walk alone at night. But sometimes, when I glance in my rearview mirror at a red light, I see a figure standing on the curb, calm, composed, and watching. My pulse quickens, and I know it's him. He doesn't need to chase in a car. He waits, and he's patient. He's been around for years, maybe decades, maybe longer, and he knows I know him now, which only makes me a more valuable target. I've tried to tell friends, to warn people, but they laugh it off as paranoia. They can't understand because they haven't seen him, haven't felt the way the air goes still when he's near, haven't seen a person vanish as though the world swallowed them whole. I can't explain it, and even if I could, would anyone believe it? Cities are full of weirdness, of strange people and accidents, and most of the time the truth hides in plain sight. And so I live like this, constantly aware, always scanning, checking reflections, counting steps behind me when I walk alone at night. Every train I pass, every bus I see, I imagine him there, waiting, watching, knowing. The thought keeps me alert but never gives me peace. I know he will continue, as he always has, as he always will. Public transportation is his hunting ground, and the city is his playground. Sometimes, late at night, I imagine what it must be like for those who vanished, for the woman on Roosevelt, for the others whose names I will never know. Were they scared right up to the last moment, or did he take them silently, gently, like a shadow swallowing them? The idea doesn't make it easier to live with. It only reinforces the constant awareness that this predator is patient, meticulous, and unstoppable. Even now, writing this, I can hear the faint echo of train wheels in my mind, the screech of brakes, the quiet shuffle of feet in the empty car. I can picture him, hat low, coat buttoned, watching, waiting, and I know that no matter where I go, no matter how far I drive, he is still out there, still moving quietly among the crowds, still searching, still patient. The city keeps moving, people keep commuting, unaware of the shadow stalking them, the calm presence behind them on the platform, the patient observer who waits for the perfect moment. And I will never forget it, never be free of it. Every train, every bus, every rainy street carries the possibility of him stepping out of the shadows and taking someone else. And I will remember the woman, her eyes wide with terror, and the man who followed her with that impossible patience, knowing that he could be anywhere, anytime, waiting. Story, the end. It was the kind of Thursday evening that felt like a trap. The sky had been gray all day, threatening rain, and when it finally came, it didn't drizzle or fall gently. It hammered the city in a relentless downpour. I was finishing my late shift at a convenience store in the downtown area, my sneakers soaked through, and the fluorescent lights inside casting a stark contrast to the murky, wet streets outside. Public transportation was the only option I had. My car had been in the shop for 2 weeks, and with the rain, walking was out of the question. I pulled my hood over my head and jogged toward the bus stop, hoping the bus would arrive soon. The streetlights reflected off the puddles in such a way that the world felt unreal, like I was wading through a watercolor painting that had been disturbed by someone's careless hand. I was the only one at the stop at first. Occasionally, a car would drive by, throwing up waves that splashed the edges of the sidewalk, but no one got out to join me. When the bus finally rolled up, it was half empty, and the driver didn't bother looking at me before opening the doors. I stepped in, shaking off the water, and found a seat near the middle. The interior smelled like wet leather and something faintly metallic. There were maybe 6 other passengers, all of them silent, staring straight ahead, headphones in, or scrolling on their phones. I offered a nod to the woman across the aisle, but she didn't respond. As the bus rumbled through the wet streets, it became clear that tonight would be one of those rides where nothing was ordinary. Around the 5th stop, a man got on carrying a small suitcase. He didn't make eye contact with anyone, just walked slowly down the aisle, paused briefly near the back, and then came forward. I noticed his eyes, dark, almost black, but not in a scary way at first. They were just empty, like there was a void behind them. He finally sat in the seat diagonally in front of me. I tried to focus on my phone, scrolling aimlessly through social media, but the reflection in the window caught my eye. The man wasn't looking at his phone. He wasn't looking at anything. He was staring at me. I could feel it, a steady, oppressive awareness that made my stomach knot. I told myself it was nothing. He was just tired or drunk or maybe even mentally ill. But then I noticed something else. Every few seconds, he would whisper something, just barely audible, like the movement of his lips was louder than the sound itself. At first, I thought I was imagining it. I tried listening carefully, leaning slightly toward him when the bus hit a particularly bumpy patch. I still couldn't make out the words. The bus stopped at another intersection and 2 more people got on. One of them was a teenage girl wearing a bright pink hoodie, headphones around her neck, a school backpack hanging off one shoulder. She barely glanced at anyone, sitting a few rows back. The other was an older man with a cane, walking slowly, glancing around like he expected something terrible to happen at any moment. I thought maybe it was just a coincidence, the way certain people congregated late at night on public transportation, but that feeling of dread kept growing. By the time the bus reached the outskirts of the city, the streetlights became sparser. The rain didn't stop, and the windshield wipers were working overtime. The driver's face was hard to see, illuminated intermittently by the occasional passing car's headlights. I noticed him glance at the rearview mirror more often than usual, his eyes flicking toward the back of the bus with a nervous energy that made me uneasy. That's when I noticed the man with the suitcase had moved. I hadn't seen him stand, but suddenly he was standing over the teenage girl. She didn't seem to notice him. I froze. He leaned down slightly, the dim bus lights casting shadows across his face that made his features look twisted, almost skeletal. He whispered something directly into her ear. I couldn't hear it over the bus engine, but the way her shoulders tensed, the way she flinched, was enough to make my stomach drop. I wanted to say something, to intervene, but the bus was moving too fast, the other passengers too absorbed in their phones to notice. And then the girl turned and looked directly at me. Her eyes were wide, panicked, silent pleas etched into her expression. I swallowed hard and tried to get up, but the aisle seemed longer than it should have been, as if the bus itself was stretching, keeping me trapped. The older man with the cane noticed it too. He didn't speak, didn't call for help. He just stared at the man with the suitcase. The man turned toward him, and for a moment, it looked like the older man recognized something, some kind of familiar danger, but he still didn't move. I felt like I was in a nightmare, where all the normal rules of reality had dissolved. Then the bus jerked to a sudden stop. Rainwater splashed in through the slightly open door at the back, and the lights flickered. The man with the suitcase was gone. I turned my head quickly, but there was no sign of him anywhere. My heart was racing. The teenage girl looked around, confused, shaking slightly as if she had just woken from a bad dream. The other passengers seemed unaffected. The older man gave me a look that I will never forget, a mix of warning and sorrow, and then he just turned back to the window. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was a trick of the light, that maybe I had imagined him moving, or that the girl had been dreaming or hallucinating. But the feeling didn't leave. It stayed with me, coiling in my stomach like smoke. By the time the bus reached the final stops, I had convinced myself that I had imagined most of it. People got off, I got off, and I walked into the rain, feeling foolish but relieved. The streets were almost empty, the city's nightlife moving on as if nothing had happened. But then I felt it. Someone walking behind me, keeping pace. I turned around quickly. No one, just the slick streets, neon signs reflecting off the puddles. I started walking faster. Footsteps. Behind me. Louder now, matching my rhythm exactly. I spun around again. Still nothing. My pulse was racing, my chest tight. I started jogging toward my apartment. The footsteps kept pace. I looked back over my shoulder and saw a shadow move in the corner of my vision. Not human, not quite, but definitely there. It disappeared whenever I looked directly. I ran the last few blocks and slammed the door of my building behind me, breathing heavily. The hallway was quiet, sterile, safe. I leaned against the door, trying to convince myself it was over. I laughed nervously. Just public transportation, I muttered. Just public transportation. But the next morning, when I went to the bus station to pick up my usual route, I saw it again. A man with a suitcase, standing at the edge of the platform, staring straight ahead with empty black eyes. The bus arrived, doors opened, and he didn't move. I hesitated, then boarded the bus. Inside, everything seemed normal. People chatting, drivers talking, the usual clatter of city life. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was following me. I kept my eyes on the mirrors, on the reflections in the windows, and every time I looked, I caught a glimpse of a figure in the distance, always watching, always waiting. Over the next few weeks, it became a routine. Every bus I took late at night, the same man appeared. Sometimes he was there when I got on, sometimes he materialized somewhere mid-ride. Other passengers never noticed him. Drivers never mentioned him. And no matter how many times I looked, he never approached me directly, always on the periphery, whispering just out of earshot, moving in ways that didn't make sense. I started to lose sleep. I would lie awake in my apartment, the sound of rain outside my window making my stomach churn. Every time I heard a bus pull up nearby, my heart would hammer. Friends stopped noticing my disappearance from social events. I was always working late or caught in traffic, but really I was avoiding public transportation at all costs. One night, I had no choice. My shift ran late, the rain was torrential, and the last bus was my only way home. I boarded quietly, trying to sit as far back as possible. The bus rolled along its route, headlights reflecting off the puddles like 1,000 tiny eyes. And there he was, standing near the back, suitcase in hand, black eyes fixed on me. This time he whispered something I could hear clearly. "You can't escape." I froze. The bus seemed to slow, the streetlights blurring past in a sickly swirl. The passengers around me didn't react. The teenage girl, the older man, they weren't there this time. It was just me and him. He stepped closer, gliding across the floor like he wasn't bound by the rules of physics. I wanted to scream, but my voice was gone. My phone slipped from my hands. He leaned close, and I saw something impossible. Inside his eyes, there were streets, buses, passengers, all frozen in endless loops of movement and fear. I realized then that he wasn't just following me. He was feeding on this city, this network of commuters, this cycle of endless motion. He had always been here, waiting, watching. The bus stopped at my street. I bolted toward the door, lungs burning. I didn't look back. I ran up the stairs, locked the door, and collapsed on the floor, soaked and trembling. I told myself it was over. I told myself I'd be safe inside. But when I glanced at the window, reflecting the dim light of the street, I saw the black eyes staring at me from across the street. The next day, I quit taking the bus. I walked, I carpooled, I avoided any route that went near that line, but I always felt it, lurking just beyond the rain, in the hum of the engines, in the reflective puddles on the street. I knew it would never stop. The man with the suitcase isn't a person. He's something that moves with the city, with the rhythm of the commuters. Every time I see someone boarding a late night bus, I shiver. I know he's there, watching, whispering, waiting for someone else. I tell people stories like this sometimes, but no one believes me. They say it's just a late night imagination, the city playing tricks on my mind. But I know the truth. The bus stops are his hunting ground, the passengers his prey, and I got too close once. Some nights I still hear the faint whispering through my window, the soft scrape of a suitcase against the asphalt, and I know it's only a matter of time before someone else notices the man with the empty eyes, the one who can't be stopped. Public transportation isn't just a way to get from point A to point B. Sometimes it's a way to get lost. And once you do, you might not come back. Story the end. It was the kind of late Thursday evening when the streets were quiet, but the city still pulsed with the low hum of activity. Somewhere out there, someone was still commuting home, someone else still working late, and somewhere else, people were just beginning their night shift. I had finished a long day at a downtown office in Chicago, the kind where fluorescent lights made your skin feel gray and the buzz of computers never ceased. I wasn't thinking much about the hour as I stepped out of the building around 11:45 p.m., only aware that my legs were sore and my brain was on autopilot. My usual ride was the CTA train, but that night, for reasons I don't fully understand even now, I decided to take the bus instead. I think I wanted to sit somewhere quiet, maybe even nap for a few minutes on the way home, something I couldn't do easily on a crowded Red Line car. The bus stop was nearly empty when I arrived. One woman in a long trench coat was already waiting, standing stiffly against the lamppost, her eyes glued to her phone. I greeted her with a nod. She didn't look up. The air was cold, sharp with the smell of wet asphalt and exhaust. The bus rolled up a few minutes later, doors sighing open. I stepped inside, swiping my card, and immediately noticed how quiet it was. Usually at that hour, there were a few late-night workers, maybe some partygoers heading back from bars, but tonight there was only the driver and the woman who had been waiting. She took a seat near the front, and I slid into the back, choosing a seat by the window. At first, everything was normal, or as normal as a nearly empty city bus at midnight can be. The hum of the engine, the occasional crackle over the intercom, the soft squeak of brakes. But then I noticed something that made my stomach twist. The woman hadn't moved. Not a shift in posture, not a glance around, not even a sigh. She was staring at her phone, but her hands weren't moving. I blinked. Maybe she was just very still. I tried to ignore it, turning my gaze to the window, watching streetlights streak past in the reflection. As the bus began to pick up speed, the street started to thin. We were leaving the more populated areas, heading into the industrial stretches near the edge of the city. The streetlights grew sparse, and a fog began to settle in patches, thick enough that headlights from passing cars created halos in the mist. I felt a twinge of unease. I checked my watch. 12:15 a.m. Still plenty of time to get home, but somehow the numbers felt heavier in the dim light of the bus. Then I noticed movement, just a flicker from the corner of my eye. The woman at the front wasn't where I remembered her being. She was closer now, standing just behind the first row, almost leaning over a seat. I froze. There was no logical way she could have moved that fast without me noticing. But when I blinked, she was back at the front, sitting perfectly still. My pulse quickened, and I realized I was gripping the edge of my seat. I tried to calm myself. Late-night jitters, I muttered under my breath, forcing a laugh. But when I looked up again, she was standing behind me. Only this time, I saw her face clearly. She had no expression. Her eyes were black, so black it felt like they were absorbing the dim interior lights. Her lips were thin, drawn tight, and her head tilted slightly, unnaturally. I don't know what compelled me to do it, but I turned my head slowly to see if the driver noticed anything. He didn't. He was staring straight ahead, hands steady on the wheel, the faint crackle of the radio filling the silence. I swallowed hard and looked back. She was gone. My chest tightened. Maybe it had been a trick of my mind, a reflection in the window, anything. I forced myself to focus on the route outside, on the passing buildings, on anything tangible. The bus rattled along, hitting a pothole here and there, the city breathing around me in its usual chaotic rhythm. I was almost certain I was imagining things when the bus slowed near a deserted stretch of road. The fog was thick now, curling around the streetlights and swallowing the edges of the road. That's when I noticed her again, sitting in the seat directly across from me, though I had been alone in my section. She stared at me, head tilted, eyes impossibly dark. I wanted to speak, but my throat had seized. I tried to look away, but something about the way she was staring, it wasn't just looking, it was probing, like she could see the exact parts of my brain she shouldn't. The bus stopped abruptly at a red light. I looked toward the driver, hoping for some acknowledgement of my growing terror. He remained silent, expression blank, hands on the wheel. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe this was a late-night performance art, some kind of urban prank. But the street was empty, no one else. No cameras. Just us. The woman leaned forward slightly. I could hear her whisper, though the bus was otherwise silent. The words were garbled, a mix of sounds that almost formed English but didn't quite. My heart raced, and I pressed myself against the window. I felt trapped, the bus somehow smaller, the seats closer. The city outside seemed to fade behind a haze of fog and fear. I glanced at my phone, trying to distract myself, but the battery was dead. That's when I noticed the bus wasn't following its normal route. The driver had turned onto a side street, one I recognized vaguely as an industrial back road, lined with abandoned warehouses. My stop was miles away in the opposite direction. Panic started to claw at me. I stood, approaching the driver, trying to force my voice to carry over the engine hum. "Excuse me, I think you missed my stop," I said, voice shaking. He didn't respond. His hands remained on the wheel, eyes fixed forward, as if my presence didn't register. I looked back. She was closer now, standing in the aisle. Her movements were smooth, deliberate, silent. I could feel her gaze burn into my skin, and I realized I couldn't tell if she was human. There was something wrong about her posture, the way her shoulders moved, almost floating rather than walking. I stumbled back toward the rear, my mind scrambling. I reached for the emergency button near the back door. My hand was shaking violently, and just as I pressed it, she was in front of me again, chest to chest, staring into my eyes. I couldn't breathe. The button lit up, but nothing happened. No alarm, no noise. Just her, inches from me, the smell of something metallic and cold in the air. The bus slowed, then stopped entirely. Outside, the fog had thickened, obscuring the streetlights entirely. I could hear nothing except my own ragged breathing. I realized I wasn't just scared. I was aware, almost painfully, that this situation was beyond normal. She whispered again, a single word I could barely understand. "Leave." The sound seemed to echo in my skull rather than the air. I bolted toward the front, desperate, irrational. I yanked at the doors. They were locked. Nothing. The driver still didn't respond. She appeared beside the driver's seat, hands on the edge of the dashboard, and I froze. Her face was so close to his that it was unnatural, impossible, like she had slid into the space without opening the door. The driver didn't flinch, didn't move, didn't even blink. The bus lurched forward suddenly, faster than I thought it could. The city outside dissolved into a blur of fog and shadow. I didn't know where we were going. I screamed, but no sound came out. She whispered again, and this time I understood. "You can't leave." Minutes, maybe hours passed. Time seemed suspended. The fog pressed against the windows, and every time I blinked, she was closer. Finally, we stopped. I don't know why. I only knew the bus had halted completely. The doors unlocked. I didn't hesitate. I ran. Out into the thick fog, not caring where I went, just away. My shoes were soaked, my lungs burned, but I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I found a main street. Lights cutting through the mist, people walking, normal life. I never saw the woman again. I never rode that bus again. But months later, I found myself checking bus routes, noticing that certain lines had inexplicable delays, reports of passengers disappearing for hours, only to be found wandering miles off course. I never told anyone what I saw. Who would believe me? A woman who appears and disappears, a bus that detours without explanation, a driver who isn't really there, or maybe is, but not as we understand being. I sometimes still think about her, about the black eyes and the whispering, about how she knew I couldn't leave even when I thought I could. The city moves on, the buses run, the people come and go, but for me, every late-night bus ride carries the shadow of that night. I avoid public transportation after dark now, taking taxis or ride shares, anything but the buses. I've learned to listen for the faint hum of the engine and watch for that impossible figure, the one who shouldn't be able to exist and yet does, waiting silently in the corners, always watching. Even now, when I see someone standing too still at a late night bus stop, I feel that same hollow dread. And sometimes, just sometimes, I wonder if she's still riding, still searching, still whispering in a language we aren't meant to understand, waiting for the next person foolish enough to get on a bus alone at night. I never ride alone anymore. Story the end. It was just after midnight when I boarded the last bus of the night on a route that I thought I knew like the back of my hand. The city had been unusually quiet that evening, the kind of quiet that sets your nerves on edge when you're alone. I remember watching the streets slip past the window, the streetlights flickering intermittently, casting long shadows that seemed to reach into the bus itself. The bus was almost empty, save for a few passengers scattered across the rows. A man near the front was slumped over, snoring lightly, and a teenage girl sat alone near the back, headphones in, tapping her fingers against her knee in time with some music I couldn't hear. I chose a seat about halfway down the aisle, away from everyone else. Normally, I didn't like sitting so close to the front, preferring the safety of the back where I could watch the entire bus at once. But tonight, something in the way the driver stared ahead, silent and motionless, made me uneasy about the back. I tucked my bag under my seat and tried to focus on my phone, scrolling through messages that weren't urgent, anything to distract me from the oppressive quiet. As the bus pulled away from the terminal, I noticed the man in the front row shift slightly. He didn't fully wake, but there was a subtle movement that caught my attention. Then, without warning, he stood up abruptly, knocking his bag to the floor. His movements were jerky, like he hadn't quite finished waking up. I half expected him to apologize, but he didn't. He just stared straight ahead blankly and shuffled down the aisle. I watched him pass me, and for a moment I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There was something wrong about him, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I looked toward the back of the bus, and the girl with headphones was gone. Just like that, she had disappeared. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. Empty seats. The lights above flickered, and the hum of the engine seemed louder somehow. My stomach sank. I stood, trying to tell myself I was imagining things, and called out softly, "Hey, are you okay?" There was no response. The bus slowed as it reached the next stop. The doors hissed open, and a cold gust of wind swept through the aisle. I expected someone to get on or off, but no one appeared. I looked toward the driver, and he was gone too. The seat was empty, the wheel unmanned. My heart rate spiked. I called out again, louder this time, and tapped on the divider that separated the driver from the passengers. Still, nothing. Panic set in. I rushed to the front, my hands shaking as I reached for the emergency brake. The bus jolted slightly as I tugged it, but it didn't stop completely. The engine was still running, still humming. The man from before was standing right in front of me now, his face blank, his eyes staring through me. I stumbled back, nearly falling into the aisle. He tilted his head slowly, as if studying me, and then, without warning, he vanished. The doors opened again, this time on a street I didn't recognize. The city outside had changed. Tall buildings that I had never seen, streets that twisted in impossible angles, streetlights that didn't follow any pattern I knew. I realized I had no idea where I was, and every instinct screamed at me to leave the bus, but the doors wouldn't budge. The handle was cold, unyielding. I ran down the aisle, looking for a window I could break. Every row I passed was empty, every seat vacant, except for shadows that seemed to move just beyond the corners of my eyes. I grabbed my phone to call 911, but there was no signal. The screen was black, as if it were dead, though I had fully charged it earlier. I screamed, but my voice echoed hollowly, swallowed by the engine's roar. And then I heard it, a soft whisper from the back. My name. Slow, deliberate. I didn't recognize the voice, but it sounded familiar enough to send chills down my spine. I crept toward the sound, each step heavier than the last until I reached the last row. The shadows shifted, coalescing into forms I couldn't identify. And there she was, the girl from before. Only her eyes were pitch black, and her lips moved, but no sound came out. She reached toward me, and the bus lurched violently. The lights flickered, plunging me into darkness. I fell to the floor, covering my head as the whispers grew louder, overlapping, surrounding me from every corner. When the lights returned, the girl was gone, and the bus was empty again. I was alone. I stumbled toward the front once more, desperation clawing at me. That's when I saw the driver. He had returned, his face pale, expressionless. But this time, his eyes were not his own. They were dark, hollow, and endless. He didn't speak, didn't move, and yet I felt him watching my every motion, measuring my fear. The bus began moving again on its own, faster this time, weaving through streets that made no sense. Buildings twisted and bent, cars disappeared into nothingness. I realized I had no control, and the more I struggled, the faster we went. My breath came in ragged gasps as I clutched the seats, hoping, praying that I would wake up, that this was some terrible dream. Hours must have passed, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell. The world outside had become a blur of shadows and faint, flickering lights. And then I saw them, outside the windows, figures standing on rooftops staring down at the bus. They had no faces, only hollow voids where eyes should have been. They raised their arms, pointing at me, and in unison a whisper filled my mind. "You're ours now." I screamed, and the bus stopped suddenly, throwing me forward. I hit the floor, dazed. When I looked up, I was back in the terminal where I had started, the first rays of dawn breaking through the glass doors. Everything was normal. The driver was gone, the passengers were gone, the bus was silent. I ran off the bus without looking back. The streets were empty, the city waking up as if nothing had happened. I tried to tell someone, anyone, but no one believed me. Security cameras had no footage of the bus moving after it left the terminal. The driver was never found. And the girl, she was never seen again. I avoided the bus route after that, taking taxis or walking instead, but the memory never left me. Weeks later, I was walking past the terminal just to see it again. The bus was there, waiting silently as if it had been expecting me. And I saw it, faintly in the window, a shadow of a figure, staring directly at me. I didn't run this time. I walked past and didn't look back. But at night, I still hear the whispers sometimes, calling my name. I still see her in my dreams, her eyes empty, her hand reaching toward me. And every so often when I hear the distant rumble of a bus, I feel that same chill of recognition. I know it's out there, waiting, ready to take me back. People ask me why I don't take public transportation anymore. I tell them it's safer to walk. But the truth is, it's not just about safety. It's about knowing that the world you think you live in, the one you understand, is just a thin veil. Step beyond it at the wrong time, and you could find yourself trapped in a place you can't escape from. A place where the normal rules don't apply, where the driver isn't human, where shadows have form, and where those who disappear don't come back. I've tried to convince myself it was a hallucination, a panic attack fueled by exhaustion. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. The details are too vivid, too precise. The smell of the engine, the cold metal of the seats, the way the lights flickered just before she appeared, those are things I can't invent. I have no idea what that bus was or where it went. And I don't know if it's still out there, waiting for someone else to step aboard, waiting for the next soul to claim. I avoid the bus routes that run late at night. I cross the street when I see one coming. I don't want to risk it. But sometimes when I hear the hum of the engine in the distance, I swear I can see it. The lights flicker in that same uneven rhythm, just for a moment, and I know it remembers me. And I know that one day, if I'm not careful, it might remember me too. The world is full of ordinary dangers, cars, crime, accidents, but the scariest thing I've ever experienced isn't one of those. It's something that hides in plain sight, something that moves in the background while you go about your daily life, something that looks like a bus, that acts like a bus, but isn't a bus at all. It's patient, it's silent, it waits, and when it decides it wants you, there's no telling where it will take you, or if you'll ever come back. I've told a few people what happened, careful to leave out the details that make them sound insane. The whispers, the shadows, the girl with black eyes. They think I'm exaggerating, maybe imagining things, but I know the truth. And sometimes late at night, when I hear a bus rumbling down an empty street, I freeze, heart in my throat, and wonder if it's coming for me. I've lived with that fear for years now, and it never goes away. Every time I see a bus, I feel that same dread, that same cold squeeze in my chest. And I know that the memory isn't just a memory, it's a warning. It's a reminder that the world is not always what it seems, and that there are places and things that exist just outside the edge of reality, waiting for the moment when you let your guard down. I don't take late night buses anymore. I don't walk past terminals at odd hours. I avoid routes where there are fewer passengers, fewer people to notice if something goes wrong. But even with all that caution, I can't escape the fear. Because I know, deep down, that wherever that bus is now, it hasn't stopped waiting. And it never will. Some nights, when I'm alone in my apartment, I hear the faint hum of an engine. I freeze. I hold my breath. I tell myself it's nothing, just a sound from the street outside, just a truck passing by. But part of me knows better. I know that sound. That bus hasn't stopped moving. It hasn't forgotten me. And I know that one day, if I'm careless, I might hear the doors hiss open behind me and feel the cold rush of air as it claims me once again. I can't explain it to anyone. Most people would think I'm crazy, but I know what I experienced was real. The empty streets, the vanished passengers, the driver with hollow eyes, they weren't hallucinations. They were warnings, glimpses of a reality just beyond our own, a place where time and space don't behave the way we expect, where something ordinary transforms into something terrifying. And so I live with it. I avoid the buses. I avoid the terminals. I avoid the night. But I can't avoid the memory, the knowledge that it's out there, still moving, still waiting, patient and silent. And I know that one day, if I let my guard down, it will remember me. Story the end. It was the middle of October in Chicago, a city that never really felt like it slept, but had its quiet, lonely hours, the kind that crawl up your spine if you're alone and unprepared. I had just started a new job at a small graphic design firm in the Loop, the kind of gig I'd been hoping for since college. The problem was, my car had died a week earlier, and until I could scrape together money for repairs or a replacement, I had to rely on public transportation. I grew up in the suburbs, so the CTA trains and buses weren't foreign to me, but riding them alone late at night was a different beast. My first night taking the Blue Line from O'Hare to downtown was uneventful. Just the usual mix of businessmen, tourists, and the occasional homeless person wrapped in blankets and newspapers, huddled against the cold wind that came through the train doors whenever they opened. I sat near the middle of the car, my backpack on my lap, and stared out at the dark tunnel walls, thinking about the design project I needed to finish for my first client. It wasn't until my third week commuting that I noticed him. I didn't give him much thought at first. He was just another late-night passenger. Middle-aged, maybe early 50s, unremarkable in appearance, wearing a long, dark overcoat. There was something about the way he stared that made me uncomfortable, though I chalked it up to the exhaustion that comes from working late and then riding a train for 40 minutes. He first approached me on a Thursday evening. I had boarded at Washington Station near the Loop after staying late to finish a presentation. The train car was nearly empty, a few people scattered along the seats, all of us lost in our phones or thoughts. He sat down across from me, unusually close, closer than someone normally would. I noticed he didn't look at his phone or out the window, just kept watching me. I tried not to acknowledge him. I stared at my laptop screen, pretending to type, though I hadn't opened it yet. After a few stops, he spoke. His voice was low and smooth, almost soothing, but there was something off about it. "You're new," he said. I froze for a moment, then looked up. "Excuse me? You're not from around here. You don't ride this line often, do you?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. I nodded cautiously. "Yeah, I just started a job downtown." He tilted his head. "Ah, that explains it. You're nervous. New people always look nervous at first." I offered a weak smile and looked back at my laptop. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. "You don't have to be afraid. Not yet, but I can help you." There was an unsettling intensity in his gaze, and I felt my stomach tighten. I moved my backpack closer to me instinctively. The train lurched, and he leaned back, watching me with the same unblinking stare. I didn't speak for the rest of the ride, and when I finally reached my stop, I quickly stood and walked out, glancing over my shoulder. He stayed seated, watching me go, smiling faintly. That weekend, I tried to shake it off. I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe the man was just lonely or mentally ill. But Monday night, he was there again. Same train, same car, same seat across from me. My chest tightened when I saw him, and I immediately looked for an alternative car. I thought about getting off at the next stop, but the idea of running through the deserted station alone was worse than staying put. "You're looking over your shoulder again," he said, calm as ever. "You're thinking about last week. I like that you remember." I stared at him. My voice caught in my throat. Why do you keep following me?" He chuckled softly. "Following you? Oh no, we're just taking the same ride. You're safe, I promise." I wanted to believe him, but something about the way he said it made my skin crawl. I stayed as far from him as I could near the doors, hoping he would move to another car at the next stop. He didn't. Over the next 2 weeks, he appeared almost every night. Sometimes on my train, sometimes on the bus I took to get closer to home. Always silent at first, just watching. Occasionally speaking, always unnervingly casual, like he was part of my routine. I started timing my rides, leaving early or late, hoping to avoid him. But he seemed to anticipate my schedule, appearing regardless of when I traveled. I began noticing other things. At first, small, the way he would get off at the same station as me, even if I took a different line to avoid him. The way he sometimes walked behind me for blocks before disappearing. Once I was waiting at the bus stop, scrolling through my phone to distract myself, and I looked up. He was leaning against a lamppost across the street, watching, smiling faintly. I felt my hands shake and my throat dry. I started telling myself it was paranoia, that maybe the city was playing tricks on me, that maybe I just noticed him more than anyone else did. But then came the night when it turned dangerous. It was a Friday evening. I had stayed late at work again, working on a client's website. I boarded the Blue Line at Clark Lake, my backpack heavy, my phone nearly dead. The car was empty, except for 2 people, a young woman near the back and him sitting across from me. My stomach sank the moment I saw him. He didn't say anything at first. He just watched me, head slightly tilted, eyes fixed. The train rattled through the tunnels, the lights flickering. I tried to ignore him, staring out the window, my ears straining for the stops. Then he spoke. "You're tired." I swallowed. "Yeah, long day." "You shouldn't be out so late." "Yes," he said, calm, almost gentle. "It's not safe." I laughed nervously. "I get home just fine." He smiled, but it didn't ease anything. "You think so, but things happen, even to careful people. You never know who's watching." I felt a chill. "Are you trying to scare me?" He leaned forward slightly. "No, just making sure you understand. I'm not the dangerous one. Others might be." The train stopped suddenly, mid-tunnel, throwing me against the seat. But the lights flickered and went out for a moment, leaving the car in near darkness. I could hear the hum of the train slowing, then silence, punctuated by the occasional clank of the rails. I could barely make out his figure, but I felt him move closer. "You don't have to be afraid," he whispered. "I'm here. I can keep you safe." I clenched my backpack, trying to keep my voice steady. I think I need to get off." He didn't respond, just sat there, still smiling, and when the lights flickered back on, he was gone. I looked around the car. The young woman at the back stared at me, confused, but said nothing. I realized I hadn't noticed him getting off. I felt my pulse hammer in my ears, my hands trembling. After that night, I started taking longer routes home, switching trains and buses, walking extra blocks, trying to avoid him. But it didn't matter. Sometimes I'd see him across the street, standing silently, watching from shadows. Sometimes, on a crowded train, I'd feel his eyes on me, though I couldn't find him. It was like he existed outside normal space, appearing wherever he wanted. I started carrying pepper spray in my bag, though I never wanted to use it. I told myself I was being rational, preparing for someone who might actually try something. But the truth was, I didn't know what he wanted. He never threatened me directly, never touched me. Yet the way he followed me, appeared in every place I went, made my chest tighten in panic every time I left work. One night it escalated. I was taking the Red Line home from Fullerton, the train nearly empty. I had headphones in, listening to music to calm myself, trying to act normal. I glanced up when the train entered the next station, and there he was, standing in the doorway, not boarding, just standing, blocking the exit. Our eyes met, and I froze. The train lurched again, and he didn't move. The other passengers avoided him. He looked unnatural somehow, like he was part of the train itself. The lights above flickered, and for a moment I thought I saw him stretch, his shadow elongating across the walls of the car. My heart raced. I fumbled with my backpack, reaching for the pepper spray. You don't need that, he said softly, stepping closer. We're friends, remember? I backed away, nearly tripping over the seats. I don't know you. I don't want to. The train stopped at the next station. Doors opened. He stepped out, but not before leaning toward me. We'll see each other again, he said, his voice like a promise and a threat at the same time. I ran off the train, not stopping until I reached the street, my phone trembling in my hand. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? A man follows me everywhere on public transportation. They'd think I was crazy. And besides, he hadn't done anything illegal. Yet. The weeks dragged on. I avoided late nights, took cabs, changed schedules, but he always found a way to appear. Sometimes on the bus, sometimes on the train, sometimes walking silently a block behind me. It was like living under a shadow, always aware, always anxious, never safe. Then one night, it finally ended, or so I thought. I had left work early, deciding to take a bus I rarely used, hoping to throw him off. The bus was nearly empty, a few tired commuters staring out the windows. I sat near the middle, my heart in my throat. I kept my eyes on the doors, expecting him to appear. The bus stopped at a red light near a deserted stretch of street. I glanced down the street and froze. There he was, standing at the corner, looking directly at me. I felt a wave of panic, realizing there was no escape. The bus started moving again, and he stayed there, watching, unmoving as we passed. I got off at the next stop, hoping he wouldn't follow. I ran, heart pounding, until I reached my apartment building. I locked the door behind me, breathing heavily. For the first time in weeks, I felt relief, safe. But the next morning, when I opened my front door to leave for work, he was standing in the hallway. He smiled, the same cold, unnerving smile. "Good morning," he said. I dropped my bag, stumbling backward. He didn't move closer, didn't say anything more, just smiled, watching me, like he had always been there. I quit my job that day. I sold my car, left the city. I moved to a small town in Wisconsin, somewhere trains and buses weren't part of daily life. I tried to put the man out of my mind, tried to convince myself it was all in my head. But sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I swear I hear the faint hum of a train, and for a split second, I think I see him standing at the end of the street, smiling, waiting. I've never told anyone this story. Most people would think I was paranoid or insane. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. Public transportation is supposed to be safe, predictable, mundane. But sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it becomes a place where something watches you, follows you, and waits. And you can't escape. Story the end.